will be signing autographs and having selfies taken at set times from 11 until 3, so keep your eyes open.
April or whenever it was.
It certainly is, yes. Good morning, Bodada, and wonderful to be here at Sapphire Gardens. Yes, it was skiing gear weather, wasn't it, up at Northampton when these two sides met, and we had that torrential downpour that washed out the final day's play, which Northamptonshire feel they were probably favourites to win that match, but who knows. But yeah, it's certainly a much changed Northamptonshire side compared to that match. We were just having a quick look down the two teams, and Northamptonshire compared to that match making 6 changes and 5 changes from their last Championship match against Yorkshire before the start of the T20. Into the side come Prithvi Shaw, the Indian batter, played of course List A for Northamptonshire last year with much success, and Gus Miller, Augustus Horatio Miller, makes his first class debut for Northamptonshire, so Gus Miller becomes 552 in Northamptonshires all-time list, and Prithvi Shaw 553. Also into the side, Liam Patterson-White, who played a couple of games for Northamptonshire on loan, is back with the club on loan from Notts, so he plays. Rafi Weatherall is in the side as well, and Alex Russell, the leg spinner, plays for the first time this year, and they are in place of Karan Nair and Siddharth Kaul, obviously are back in India. George Bartlett doesn't play. Ben Sanderson, I think he's just got a minor issue with the knee, which is just being sorted out, and Jack White doesn't play either, so a much changed Northamptonshire side.
Yes, it's interesting that Glamorgan don't field Colin Ingram, who is resting after a busy T20 schedule, of course, but he is their leading scorer, and didn't play in the last match at Leicester. They had 2 overseas players available then, 2 others in the form of Labuschagne and Mir Hamza. Hamza has finished his stint with Glamorgan. Zainul Hassan also drops out of the last championship side, and in come Harry Podmore for his first championship game for Glamorgan since April of last year, and Andrew Gorvin returns, having performed well in his last match here. The wicket is away to our right towards the grandstand side of the ground, and it will be Tim van der Hoogten, who performed really well here on Thursday night, 2 for 8 in the T20, only for Glamorgan to lose to Gloucestershire off the last ball. 2 pretty horrendous performances in the away games against Surrey and Somerset, powerful though they may be. Glamorgan were thrashed in both of those to leave their T20 hopes hanging by a thread, or a shred, or something else very thin. So here we go then with Van der Hoogten, and Vasconcelos, of course, took plenty of runs off Glamorgan at Northampton, as in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls the first ball, and Vasconcelos is underway with a quick single to root at square leg, who has a shy at the stumps, safely home I think. And Northants are up and running.
I think the expression once bitten, twice shy doesn't apply, because in his previous innings for Northamptonshire at County Ground at Wantage Road on Friday night in the T20 against Leicestershire, Vasconcelos set off like a train with 6 fours in 24 and then ran himself out. So, yeah, I think he might possibly try and avoid that today.
2 left-handers at the top of the order, Gay and Vasconcelos, and another one to come in at 3 or 4 in the form of Luke Proctor, as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Gay leaves the ball that comes back a little way, but after it had passed the stumps and taken by Chris Cook, moving gently to his right.
Yes, the squad that was published, I think, by the club last night was a little bit of a basis for negotiation, I think, because obviously it made no mention of Liam Patterson-White, who's back with the club on loan. Also, Michael Finan, the left armour, who is here as well with the squad, but not playing today and not mentioned in the squad.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Gay, who looks to turn on the leg side. There's a howl from behind the stumps, and ball just trickles out, fielded again by Root, and there is no run. It's just an exclamation, a clearing of the throat rather than a serious appeal, I think, from a couple behind the wicket.
Really, Gay hasn't had any part to play in Northampton's T20 campaign, despite I know some supporters feel he should. He's had a little bit of a finger injury since the last championship match, and maybe they were just trying to make sure that is absolutely right as he resumes in red ball cricket.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and forward comes Gay and defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. Nice to be back with you on BBC Sport Online after a little bit of rest and rotation in the BBC Wales ranks. I haven't been on air since the first weekend of the T20, and hope you've enjoyed listening to a few of my colleagues in the meantime. Northants won without loss, having chosen to bat as Van der Hoogten bowls to Gay, who's beaten their feet all over the place as he went forward. Didn't really get to the pitch of it, and through it went to Chris Cook.
He was playing that on the walk, wasn't he?
It's not really a first morning of a championship game. He slightly overbalanced, didn't he, as he pressed forward. And just eluded the outside edge as well. 3 slips. Labuschagne northeast and Gorvin as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and again the ball flies past the outside edge of Gay's bat, and that's a good opening over from Tim Van der Hoogten. Northants have a single at the end of it.
Must mention also, of course, as we start this match, it's sad not to have our good friend and colleague Dr. Andrew Hignell on duty, and wish him a very speedy recovery, and hope all's going well with you, Higgers. But I hope you're listening to us, and well, from Glamorgan's point of view, we'll be looking to try and kick on in the championship. Northamptonshire still looking, as Nick mentioned, for their first victory of the season in the championship. 1 defeat and 6 draws, losing to Gloucestershire fairly comfortably at Northampton. Other than that, probably had a decent chance to beat Glamorgan when the rain intervened on the last day. Equally, the weather probably saved them against Sussex, definitely against Middlesex, you would think. So a thing of shreds and patches so far, and here's James Harris bowling his first ball outside the off stump and draws Vasconcelos forward into the stroke. 3 slips in place. It is nice to see the scoreboard working. I mention that because for the benefit of Northamptonshire listeners who were with us in the T20 on Friday night, where we had a tie, of course, against Leicestershire. 208 plays 208, and all without a functioning main scoreboard, which was dead throughout. So it was a challenge, Nick, I think it's fair to say, but we managed. Here's Harris running it away from us. Bowls to Vasconcelos, who it's a lovely flowing cut through backward point for 4. It was short, little bit of width for Vasconcelos to just use the pace of the ball and runs it down to deep backward point for 4. First boundary of the match in Northamptonshire to 5 for no wicket. All of those runs to Ricardo Vasconcelos. The 2 debutants for Northamptonshire, first-class debutants for Northamptonshire, Prithvi Shaw. Obviously he's played 50 first-class matches. In fact, he's got a first-class average just over 50, largely for Mumbai. 5 tests for India. Here's Harris. In again and bowls to Vasconcelos, full and driven up to mid-on. But there's no run there, fielded by Harry Podmore. Good to see him back on the park. And then Gus Miller, whose sister Flo is also a professional, plays for the Sunrisers. Born in Oxford, but Bedford School, been on the county's books for a while now. Played some 50-over matches, played a T20 against the Indians last year, yet to make his blast debut. Basically a seam bowling all-rounder. Clipped away by Vasconcelos off his legs to another full-length ball from Harris. Half stop at mid-wicket, deflected up towards Podmore at mid-on, and they come back for 2. Probably saved the 4, although it is a very long boundary out on the pavilion side. 7 for no wicket, all of those to Vasconcelos.
Billy Root stayed down for a little while there, rolled around a little bit, and looking to get the drama out of the situation, but I'm sure it probably stung as it was hit fairly firmly.
Here's Harris in again, bowling to Vasconcelos, down the leg side, eludes Chris Cook. It's gone down for 4 somethings. We await the signal, leg buys, a signal from umpire Sue Redfern. So yeah, just clipped the pad on the way through. Only a very small deflection, and it goes down to the boundary at the River Taff end. 11 for no wicket, Northamptonshire.
Yes, it's always a good way out, isn't it? Leg buys for the umpire.
Well,
no discredit on anyone.
Well, they've managed to find the ball, which I think had just hopped over the boundary board, and probably I think there's covers and tarpaulins down at that far end of the ground. Not too many in so far. I'm sure they'll be flocking in a little bit later. Lots of attractions here for a special day to attract families to county cricket. So if you are in the vicinity, do come along. Here's Harris in again outside the off stump, left alone by Vasconcelos through to Chris Cook, and that's the end of first over from this end from James Harris. 11 for no wicket, 7 of those to Vasconcelos. Emilio Gay still looking to get off the mark, and those 4 leg byes.
Yes, be nice to see a few under-17s along at some point, enjoying the cricket and the attractions laid on for them.
Well, Edward Bevan will be on with us a little later. I think Eddie's having a go on the Bounty Castle at the moment, isn't he? I think
something like that.
Seen heading in that direction.
11 without lost Northants after a couple of overs. Gay yet to get off the mark, beaten a couple of times by Van der Hoogten, who's into him again, and Gay meets that with the middle of the bat. Tall man, at least certainly compared to his opening partner, who is somewhat less tall, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Probably, what, about 8 inches of height difference between
quite
them?
a big difference, yeah. And Emilio Gay just shy of 700 championship runs this year, averaging nearly 70.
Yeah, some good batting averages in this Northants lineup in the championship. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Gay is forward, playing defensively into the covers. And there's no run. Vasconcelos 75, Gay 69, Proctor 63, and then you've got Shaw with a first-class average of 50 over his career. Come in to bolster the ranks after the departure of Nair and Call, the other 2 Indians. Van der Hoogten, the Aussie Dutchman, is in to bowl, and Gay is forward defensively, textbook style. And there's no run. What's the situation with other overseas players, if any, on the horizon?
Well, there was a certain amount of speculation about an overseas bowler coming in, Nick, which I wondered if they might be able to sort something out for this game. It hasn't happened. So there's been no official announcement. Pretty sure is now due to be with Northamptonshire for the rest of the season. So it's a question of whether they can find perhaps an overseas bowler from somewhere.
Next ball, past the outside edge. Gay looking to get on the attack there.
But they've, I suspect they've probably spent fairly big on the T20, of course, with Sikandar Raza, who's now going back to Zimbabwe, having played in the first 8 T20s, now going back to Zimbabwe for a spell for a one-day series against India, and then he'll be back later. But Ashton Agar is coming in.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and up on his toes is Gay, defending on the leg side.
I think if Wes Agar was coming in, Kent might have something to say about it, but now Ashton Agar is coming in to deputise for a few T20 matches before Sikandar Raza returns for the back end of the blast. And of course then Matt Britsky, the South African, is also over. We were saying on commentary the other evening, I'd very much like to see him have a go in championship cricket, because I think he's a proper player.
As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Gay, who's forward looking for a potential single. It was never there. As Byram scampers in from gully. 11 without loss, maiden over from Van der Hoogten. Glamorgan had something of a revolving door of overseas players last year. 6 in all were employed, one of whom, Cam Fletcher, was here so briefly I didn't even meet him. 3 matches in a week, I think, for the New Zealanders, summoned from Bradford League or something of that ilk.
And I see Chris Soule has joined Glamorgan as well for the blast, or for some of the blast. Here's Harris, starting his second over in and bowls to Vasconcelos, who's brought forward, pushes it out into the covers, and there's no run.
Yes, Sol made his debut on Friday night in the Day Bartlett, so he bowled a couple of overs, took the only wicket. But you have to wonder whether the intention was obviously to give something of a rest to the championship fast bowlers in Van der Hoogten, Harris and Podmore coming in for this game.
Harris running away from us to bowl to Vasconcelos, who is bowled, pitched right up, beat the defensive stroke, a little defensive push, and it's the first success for James Harris and for Glamorgan. Vasconcelos misses out, he goes for 7, and Northamptonshire, who won the toss and batted, are 11 for 1.
Well, Glamorgan will be very relieved to see the back of Vasconcelos in particular, who has had plenty of runs off them over the years, and just a little bit of in-swing from James Harris, and the smallest of gaps left by Vasconcelos between bat and pad, and he looked somewhat surprised to be castled there. Just a little bit of in-dip, I think, but not quite keeping bat and pad together in the approved manner, and Glamorgan have... well, all wickets are valuable, but since Vasconcelos has got a couple of very big hundreds against them over the last couple of years, then I'm sure they'll be particularly glad to see the back of him.
Absolutely right, and it looks as though it's going to be Prithvi Shaw. It is Prithvi Shaw coming in at 3. We did wonder, we were discussing off air, whether Proctor would give up his number 3 spot, which he's made his own really since the start of 2022, and that's where he likes to bat. But obviously with Shaw coming in, he takes a little drop down the order, presumably to number 4. No George Bartlett, of course, in the side for this one. But yeah, Vasconcelos closing on a little bit of a milestone, coming up towards 4,000 first-class runs for Northamptonshire, but he's not going to get them today because he's back in the hutch. And Prithvi Shaw, who made such a huge impact with Northamptonshire in a very short spell last year. He made a double 100 against Somerset in the 50-over competition, which was one of the most extraordinary white ball innings I've ever seen. It was the second highest list day score in England, and I think exceeded only by Ali Brown's 268. Well, quite a few years ago, 20 odd years ago now. Then made 100 almost on one leg. His knee problem that in the end sent him back to India for treatment. He made 100 up at Durham, as I say, on one leg, and then that was it. But yes, a bright meteor flashing across the Northamptonshire sky last year, but how will he get on championship debut? Here is Harris to bowl to him. Still 3 slips in, and Harris again pitching it up, and Shaw pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. As Nick was mentioning, Prithvi Shaw with a first-class average of over 50 in 50 exactly first-class matches, most of them for Mumbai, with the highest first-class score of 379. The second highest first-class score ever made by an Indian, I believe. Here's Harris in, bowling to Shaw, forward, just playing slightly across his front pad, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. This is really good stuff from James Harris. Sort of conditions that you would expect Ben Sanderson would have much enjoyed, but Sanderson not playing in this match here. 379 for Mumbai against Assam in January of last year, 2023. Harris running in to bowl to him, and he drives up to mid-off. There's no run. Fielded there by Tim van der Hoogten. 11 for 1 it is. Keep you up to date, of course, with what's happening in the other championship matches starting this morning. We have 2 rounds, of course, of championship games dumped in the middle of the blast before we go back to 20 over. It's a very odd schedule, but there we go. Perhaps discuss that one later. I'm sure we probably will. Here is Harris to finish the over. Bowls short of a length to Shaw, who just keeps his bat and gloves out of trouble, watches it sail down the leg side into the yellow gloves of Chris Cook. Applause from around the ground for James Harris. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6, and Northamptonshire 11 for 1.
Yeah, shock in the cricketing world in the early hours of the morning British time, with Afghanistan defeating Australia in the T20 World Cup. England in action against USA this afternoon our time, so we'll keep you in touch with that one as well. Gareth Jones on Twitter inquiring why no Kingram. Colin Ingram is officially rested. He has had just managed his schedule a little. As forward comes Gaith, the first ball of Van der Hoogten's over since his knee problems of a few years back, but a little surprised not to see him included in this squad, to be honest. Let's hope he is back. It would probably have meant someone else having to step up to open, because you would have thought that either Byram or Root would have given way had Ingram been included, but of course Labuschagne opened in the last home championship game. Van der Hoogten bowls edged short of Gorvin at slip, and it'll fly through for 4 runs to the third man boundary. Gorvin trying to get down, but it flew pretty hard, and Gay is off the mark rather fortuitously with a boundary to third man, but not necessarily. Actually, to be fair, looking at the replay, that was more of an angled bat than an edge.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Although
soft hands as well.
Soft hands. It was in the air 3/4 the way to Gorvin, so it wasn't entirely under control. But give Gay some of the credit for that. 15 for 1. Van der Hoogten in. Bowls. No shot played. Through to Chris Cook it goes. So Glamorgan have got an interesting batting lineup in that there isn't probably a natural number 7 in their squad. The role that they've slightly struggled to get the balance of their side right. Al Hassan has batted at 7. Bevan had a game there as well, but they haven't quite got the balance perfect this season. Van der Hoogten to Gay, who defends firmly up to mid-on.
Whereas Northamptonshire side, Nick, I mean, they look to bat very deep, because you've got Patterson, White, Broad, Miller at 7, 8, 9 in whichever order before you get to Rafi Weatherall, and who made an unbeaten 21 in the T20 the other night at Edgbaston, and then Alex Russell. But it's a question of who's going to take the new ball. Rafi Weatherall, I assume, and then Proctor, Miller, we'll see.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Gay, who runs that one down towards Gully, off an angled bat again, but there is no run.
Because sort of specialist seamers, you've got Rafi Weatherall, Gus Miller, who says seam bowling all rounded. I mean, Justin Broad has. Well, yeah, he's opened the. We were saying up at Derby, he could be one of the few this year to have opened the batting and the bowling in first class cricket. Maybe Justin Broad might get a go with it. Maybe Proctor himself.
As that is again played down to third man by Gay. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary this time. It's being chased by Byram, and they'll be back for an easy couple of runs. 17 for 1. And Gay moves on to 6 not out if you are just joining us. Man out Vasconcelos, bowled by Harris for 7 in the 4th over. Northants having won the toss and chosen to bat first. And Prithvi Shaw is got the unusual number of 100.
Yes, this was commented on. That's what he wore last year as well. I suspect, and I think somebody did mention it was something commercial.
All right.
As things occasionally are these days, but it's the only. I think it's the only 3-figure squad number I think I've ever seen. I can't think of another one. Perhaps you can, Nick. But
did Murali have a 3-finger number?
I'm not sure.
3-digit number once, possibly.
Here's Harris coming into bowl to Shaw, who is off the mark in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. Turns it away just in front of square on the leg side. Scrambling stop down on the boundary but they come back for 2. So Shaw is away, 2 to him, 19 for 1. Very good morning to Richard Lum, who's been on to me and does ask, while we're down in Wales, to give a mention to the game back in Northampton this afternoon. The England deaf team playing India in a T20. It starts at 2 o'clock at Wantage Road. And as Richard points out, the ECB head of disability cricket, the former England captain, Yorkshire president and Northamptonshire resident Jane Powell. Here's Harris in bowls, edged and caught at second slip. So Shaw off the mark, 1 ball and out to the next. Edged to second slip, took it, good catch to his right. Shaw goes for 2, and this is a terrific start for Glamorgan and for James Harris. Northamptonshire are 19 for 2.
Yeah, another experienced campaigner, Sam Northeast, the man who hung on to that catch. It was quite a sharp one to his right at second slip and took it just behind him. So it was travelling a bit, but well claimed by Northeast, and it is early advantage to Glamorgan with 2 of this impressive Northants batting lineup already back in the pavilion in the first 22 minutes of this game, and it is a long trek back to the pavilion from this particular pitch away towards the grandstand.
Well, I mean, Ricardo Vasconcelos, as we always say, has just about the slowest walk off on the circuit, but here I think Prithvi Shaw was almost facing his first ball by the time Ricardo Vasconcelos got back to the dressing room. It is a very long walk. It puts you in mind of that great story of Mick Norman playing for Northamptonshire against Glamorgan at Swansea at St Helens, when he was out for a king pair, I think to Aussie Weekly both times, and all those steps up to the pavilion at St Helens, a very long way up, down, and for not much was abroad as the captain comes in, Luke Proctor.
Rather crumbling steps, sadly, these days, part of the decline of St Helens, I'm afraid. Yes, it's actually something that's usually said when the pitch is over that side of the ground, in that the umpires remind players about, the captains about timekeeping, and the captains say, well, can we have an extra, I hope you're allowing for the wicket being so far away from the dressing rooms, but no one mentioned it this time, which is very unusual.
No, well, it's certainly, yeah, I mean, Luke Proctor is halfway, just about halfway to the square now. It is a very, very long way.
Talk among yourselves, dear
yes, I was going to say, yes, we'll give you some more scores or sing a song or something. Proctor is just about there and about to take guards. Had a decent start to the season, 574 runs in the championship, averaging nearly 64. Passed 56 times, but has only converted 1 of them, and that was in the previous championship match against Yorkshire. It was an innings that meant a lot, I know, to Luke Proctor, because he, as he said after I think his 5th 50, it's doing my head in, quote, not being able to go on and get 100, but he did, and he was also, I know, very keen to get a 100 as captain, and that was his first one. And it's his birthday tomorrow as well. So, well, give himself an early birthday present if he can make some runs today. But here's James Harris in and bowls his first ball, hits him on the pad as he's aiming to play that away. Square of the wicket on the leg side. Runs out to square leg and there's no run. 19 for 2 it is.
It's Marnus Labuschagne's 30th birthday yesterday, by the way.
Right.
So, belated happy birthday to Marnus. Who's got 100 in his 2 matches for Glamorgan so far this season in the championship.
Only the one.
Well, he's only played 3 innings.
Exactly.
23, 111 and 8.
Here's Harris. 2 wickets in his bag already. And he runs in and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump. Proctor leaves alone, goes through to Chris Cook. Fairly uniform grey sky over Cardiff at the moment. It's been like that certainly since I was stumbling out of bed at about, I don't know, 6:30 this morning, something like that. Not too far away from the ground.
6:30?
I know. Well, it's
early riser.
Force of habit, Nick. You know, years of
Yes.
of early news shifts. Here's Harris in again outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. Goes through to the keeper. I think Chris Cook thought that was over, but Sue Redfern thinks otherwise, and the scoreboard bears out her judgment. Still 1 ball to go. 2 for 8. Now James Harris's figures. Already picked up, what, 20 championship wickets this season?
So he's just moved ahead of Mason Crane, who he's level with.
So 22 to him now. And here is Harris running into bowl to Proctor, very full, pushed up to mid-on where Tim van der Hoogten fields. That's the end of another successful over for James Harris. 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 8. Applause around the ground. 6 overs gone. Northamptonshire 19 for 2. Emilio Gay has made 6, and Luke Proctor yet to get off the mark.
Yes, let's hope it fills up a little bit as the day goes on. Weekend crowds have not been great in the championship. Friday tends to be the best supported day, as James Harris wins another round of applause as he trudges back towards the fine leg in front of a group of spectators away to our right. There are quite a few towards that main entrance because that's the best viewing point, as Van der Hoogten is in bowls and Gay shoulders arms to a ball that Chris Cook can't take cleanly.
I don't know if it's been the same here, Nick. I think the crowds, championship crowds, have been better on a Sunday than on a Saturday generally at Northampton. Saturday, I think there's obviously a huge number of people who are involved, as you were yesterday, of course,
yes,
in performing, in actually playing or umpiring or watching or scoring all the various club cricket, league cricket goes on in the patch.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, that's punched slightly uppishly and the offside by Gay, but bounces well short of cover point. Yes, our club second 11 was short yesterday, so I was selected.
I'm sure it wasn't that.
It was, believe me. We had about half our playing numbers unavailable for one reason or another.
I think we were a bit light yesterday, and I've no idea why, because it's not particularly sort of holiday time, and there's no Grand Prix weekend, of course, coming up at Silverstone, which always takes a few out.
Van der Hoogten bowls to Gay, and he fiddles forward rather, and then puts his glove on his helmet and thinks, why did I play that shot? It was rather indecisive, beaten outside the off stump. He's having a bit of a difficult time at the moment, Emilio Gay, despite all his runs. 600, well, he's just moved past 700 for the season. 701 at the moment. As in comes Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end towards us and bowls, and that's driven off a thick outer path of the bat by Gay to point. Not looking entirely comfortable at the moment.
No, he's not, but you've got 2 batters out there now, neither of whom have been involved in the blast, so they haven't played a first team innings for a month, since the end of May.
It must be difficult swapping back between the 2 disciplines with presumably only 1 net for some of them.
Yes.
Yesterday. As in comes Van der Hoogten, bowls, and Gay flicks that off his legs, and we'll get 4 runs for it down towards fine leg. James Harris couldn't cut it off. It was somewhat fine of him because he's fielding pretty much 45 degrees on a shortish boundary on that side. So Gay moves into double figures on 10. Northamptonshire to 23 for 2. Yeah, why they don't finish the blast and then play the couple of championship games and then go on to the One Day Cup and the 100, I'm not quite sure.
Far too sensible.
The aim being to get a bit of championship cricket for the members who like it in midsummer. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Gay fiddles at that one before taking his bat out of the way. I think he just about withdrew in time. 23 for 2. Proctor yet to score. Gay has 10.
Only 4 members of this Northamptonshire side today have been involved in the blast. Ricardo Vasconcelos, who's been and gone. Lewis McManus, the keeper, Justin Broad, and Rafi Weatherall. So all the others have been playing a bit of second team cricket, or I know 1 or 2 of them have had a bit of a break. But yeah, the schedule is, well, we know it's far from ideal. Suboptimal, I think, is the expression we have to use now, isn't it? But
It just seems that putting those 2 championship games a couple of weeks later would help everyone.
Here's Harris looking for a 3rd wicket, and he wasn't really miles away from getting it, because Proctor was aiming to clip that away onside. It took a leading edge, fortunately for him, all along the floor to mid-off, and there's no run. This is really good stuff, and I just wonder, Nick, whether it's a question of looking up rather than looking down here. It's overcast. It just feels a bit like a bowling morning, but Northamptonshire opting to bat first. And here is Harris running in again to bowl to Proctor, who is off the mark, just angling the bat all along the floor between 3rd slip and backward point, and it runs down to the boundary at the tap end for 4. So Proctor is away, 4 to him, 27 for 2.
Just a quick description of the pitch for those not watching on the video stream as well as listening to the BBC audio. There's grass down the middle of it, basically in line with the stumps, but there are some rather barer areas on either side of that at both ends of the wicket.
It's like a sort of an aerial view of a bale, isn't it?
Yes.
Here's
well put.
Harris in, bowls outside the off stump, and it just shaped back in towards the left-hander's off stump, but I think it shaped more after it had gone past the bat. Oh. Yeah, it's you say you've got this quite wide green patch in the middle, and then narrower green bits at either end. And if you think of what a bale looks like, that's pretty much what it looks like. It's an unusual one.
I wonder whether that was behind the decision from Northampton to get Liam Patterson-White in the squad.
It might have been. Here's Harris in, very full, driven on the bounce by Proctor, back to the bowler, who half stops it, deflected up to mid-on where Harry Podmore tidies up. Yeah, may well have been.
A couple of spinners might be useful.
Yeah, and to give, well, Northamptonshire have got, obviously they've got Keogh, Russell and Patterson-White, so they've got 3 spinners. Plus Prithvi Shaw. He bowls a bit of speculative off-spin, I'm told, but possibly not off the back of quite serious knee trouble. Here's Harris, in and bowls outside the off-stump, left alone by Luke Proctor.
It's about time that I departed these shores and allowed Edward Bevan to represent BBC Radio Wales.
Splendid. Nick will be back with us presently, about half an hour's time. So if you're just joining us, the honours for the first half hour undoubtedly going to Glamorgan, in particular to James Harris, who's picked up wickets of Vasconcelos for 7 and Shaw for 2. And here's Harris in again, bowls to the left-handed Proctor, who's in behind that one, pushes it up to mid-on where Podmore fields, and that's the end of James Harris's 4th over, the 8th of the innings. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12 for James Harris. Northamptonshire, who opted to bat first, 27 for 2. Emilio Gay has made 10. Luke Proctor has made 4, and it's a very, very good morning to my old friend and colleague Edward Bevan. Morning, Edward.
Good morning, Andrew. Good to see you back here, as always. Not so old, please. But we have been going, what, between us?
A few years.
Few years, yes. Just a thought I was going to ask you now. I'll just describe the first ball as Van der Gooten. Comes into the left-handed Gay and bowls to him, and he leaves outside the off-stump. Had Ben Sanderson been fit, I think he would know better that Northampton might have had a thought of bowling first.
Yes, I think
that's the nemesis of Glamorgan in previous years. Ben Sanderson, fine bowler.
He is a fine bowler. I think that's a very fair assessment, Eddie. I think there's every chance that had Sanderson been available, then it might have just tweaked the thinking a bit. As I say, we were just trying to discuss here who will take the new ball when the time comes.
Comes round to Gooten, round the wicket, bowls, and Gay is forward and just pushes it away onto the onside. Careful start.
Because Northamptonshire have gone into this with one, if you like, specialist seam bowler in Rafi Weatherall, and then 3 all-rounders really, Gus Miller, seam bowling all-rounders, Gus Miller, Justin Broad and Luke Proctor. So one of those presumably will take the new ball.
Here is Van der Gooten from the river end. He's in again. Bowls to Gay. Gay's forward. Good length ball. batsman now will be hoping to just get through this new ball. He's taking 2 wickets. There is this green patch down the middle, and then a bare patch at both ends. As you say with Nick now that possibly it might turn. We've been saying that for the last 35 years. But it has turned in one game and then went back to normal. So we just don't know these pitches here. There's Van der Gooten again. Bowls to Gay. Gay tickles this round the corner down towards the mid-wicket boundary. Harris will chase from fine leg and a comfortable 2 runs, which takes Northants on to 29 for 2. No wins as yet for Northants in the county championship, and just the one for Glamorgan. Both sides, Andrew, will be eager for victory here.
Yes, absolutely. I think Northamptonshire, they have to win, you would say, one of these 2 games in this little mini run of championship matches. Sussex next week as well, if they're to just stay up there, stay in contention.
Van der Gooten bowls, nice looking shot at drive, but it's taken at mid-off. Rather, I thought it was better timed, but it wasn't fully 100% timed. And hurl at wicket by Podmore, but they're safely through. And 30 for 2. Has Gay been down the other end?
I don't think he has.
I don't think so,
no,
has he?
I think he's had an awful lot of Tim van der Hoogten. In fact, he's had all of him so far, I think. But it's interesting, Emilio Gay. I did mention to him at Derby when he got 100 up there that no Northamptonshire batter had made 1,000 championship runs for 8 years, and he was most interested at this factoid.
Here's the next ball, and forward comes the new, relatively new batsman, Proctor, and just pushes that towards mid-off. That's the end of the over. Gay will face James Harris for the first time. And just to epitomise how much the ball is, well, it must be seaming and swinging, because there are 4 slips for Van der Gooten and 3 slips for Harris. So it'll probably, if the sun, I was looking for the promised sun this morning, but it hasn't come out yet. If the sun comes out, it will get better.
Yes, it's. I think the forecast I saw was that it was supposed to get a little bit brighter later on, so hopefully that is the case. It's going to be Harris, as you say, to bowl to Emilio Gay for the first time. Gay taking his guard from umpire Sue Redfern. There'll be plenty of talk in a week's time, the first day of the Sussex match at Northampton, I'm sure, about this ground, for reasons I'll share with you in a moment, as Harris comes in, bowls to Gay, clips it out to mid-wicket, where Billy Root fields, and there's no run. 30 for 2 it stays. Former Players' Day will be at Wantage Road next Sunday, first day of the match against Sussex, and 2 of the scheduled attendees are Brian Crump and Ray Bailey, who famously bowled unchanged through both innings on this ground. One of the first championship matches played here, I think,
wasn't it,
back in 1967.
Cousin, of course, to the Steele brothers.
Yes, that's
Crumpy.
right. Brian hasn't been to Former Players for a while, but he's due to come this year, so it'd be great to see him. Here's Harris, beautifully bowled, draws Gay forward. He rehearses the leave now, but he played at it in real time. Fortunately for him, didn't get an edge. Of course, Brian Crump also with great memories of the Arms Park a couple of years before that game, 1965, when Northamptonshire and Glamorgan both going for the championship, and he had a wonderful game there with bat and ball at the Arms Park when Northamptonshire won by 18 runs, Crump's finest hour. Here's Harris in, bowls and clipped by Gay, and this time he misses Billy Root at mid-wicket. It's going out towards this very, very long boundary. They've turned for 3, and they must run 4. They are going to run 4. Yeah. Harry Podmore, bless him, has he's got his steps in for the week there, I think, because he was chasing that one out to the furthest corner of a very long boundary, and it's an ARF, an all-run 4. Gay to 13.
But I noticed there how Gay got his head right over the ball and just clipped it away. Everything was right about that shot. At my young grandson yesterday morning, being coached by the great Alan Jones. Head, he kept on saying head, which is absolutely right.
Well, he could play a bit. My goodness, he could play a bit. 34 for 2 it is. Gay is up to 17. Here's Harris. In and bowls to Gay. It's a lovely drive. Square of the wicket on the offside. Beats the dive of the man at point and races away to the boundary for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Emilio Gay. Goes to 21. Northamptonshire to 38 for 2. The batters confer in mid-pitch.
A lovely shot again. And you will get the odd delivery from James Harris. A loose delivery which goes for 4, but as we've seen this morning, in between he does bowl some excellent deliveries.
Here is Harris, still with his 3 slips in. Bowls to Emilio Gay, who drives, doesn't quite time it, it goes up to Podmore at mid-on.
Just over pitching a bit, isn't he? Yep. Harris, now that it's over, having bowled perfectly the last few overs, but 2 for 20 in 1 ball short of 5 overs.
We've had a little plethora of outstanding Northamptonshire players who've had their birthdays in recent days. Nick was mentioning that Marnus Labuschagne had his birthday yesterday, and it's Luke Proctor's birthday tomorrow. But in the last few days, as Harris is in and bowls to Gay, who just steers that to point, they come through for a slightly tight single in the circumstances, but they get there comfortably enough. And he nicks the bowling as well, so he wants to have another look at Tim van der Hoogten, as though he hasn't seen enough. 22 to Gay, 4 to Proctor, 39 for 2 at the end of the over. Last weekend, it was last Sunday, it was Jim Watts's 84th birthday.
I saw that, yeah.
And then in the week, we had the following day, it was Nick Cook's birthday.
Beast.
And then on the Beast, and then on Thursday, Alan Lamb's 70th birthday.
How time goes.
And
from the River End, Andy Gorby.
Listeners to BBC Radio Northampton, or indeed anybody can hear it on BBC Sounds, tomorrow evening between 6 and 7, we've got an hour of Alan Lamb in the studio with my colleague Graham McKechnie to talk about.
Plenty to talk with.
There's never a shortage of talking points with the great man. So that's between 6 and 7 on the cricket show tomorrow night.
We've got a change of bowling at the far end, and replacing Tim van der Hoogten is Andy Gorvin, and he will be bowling to Gay. Length, wicket to wicket. Keeper normally stands up as he comes in and bowls. It's a good looking delivery. Seemed to be moving it just a little bit off the pitch there as he's pushed to short mid wicket. And looking at this Glamorgan side, I'm bemused that Colin Ingram isn't playing today. I don't know if Nick has mentioned. I don't know what the explanation is. The Reamers are being rested. Well, Labuschagne, Carlson, North East, they've all played their part in this 20 over cricket in the Blast, and they're out there and he's one of the most consistent Glamorgan batsmen. As that is almost caught in bowl there by Gorvin, but he gets a single, does Gay. He mistimed that, squared him up somewhat as he was looking to push to the onside, and then a sprawling dive from Andy Gorvin, but Gay picks up a single. He moves to 23, and Northampton's now 40 for 2 as Proctor comes up, and they both prod the pitch there suspiciously and have a word with each other.
I was thinking, Eddie, about the game the last time these two sides met here 3 years ago. That was an eventful match.
Please don't mention it. Here's the next ball from Gorvin, played off his stumps by Proctor. One of the most forgettable games, I think. Oh, God. Yeah, it's awful, isn't it?
Huge
700, 500, 600.
Big partnership between Kieran Carlson and Chris Cook. And then on the last day, of course, Northamptonshire were hanging on to try and save it. And we had Rob Keogh going off the field for a while for a family funeral, virtually.
Watching it.
And then Harry Gouldston blocking it out at the end.
No, I was going to ask you about him. As Gorvin is in, bowls, Proctor just plays defensively in the line of off stump. Where is the young man? Is he in the second team all the time?
No, I'm afraid he was released last year.
At the age of?
Harry must be, 22, 23, something like that. Yeah, unfortunate. I think he is obviously a very, very talented cricketer. And he's been captaining, I think, Overston Park locally. I'm not sure what his plans are.
What a surprise.
In or out of the game. It's a shame.
Gorvin in, bowls, and this turns Proctor around as he just pushes his way back down the pitch.
Just 23.
He's very young to be released, you know. Sometimes players come back with other counties, prove a point and carry on. because I thought he was such a composed young player
Yeah.
at 20 years of age.
Oh, it was wonderful. That was a wonderful innings. I think I hear. I mean, it's interesting because Northamptonshire haven't really replaced him with a reserve keeper. They don't have a reserve
Right.
keeper.
In comes Gorvin, bowls, and that again pushes away on the onside. Quite a good over there from Andy Gorvin. That's the end of it. 40 for 2. I remember vividly his parents were on a cruise.
That's right. Yes, they were out in Portugal.
You
I
mentioned
think.
it, listening to us.
Yeah, Mark and Louise, if they're probably listening to us this morning as well. So if you are, good morning. Yes, it was. It's interesting when I say they haven't got a reserve keeper because Ricardo Vasconcelos would do the job and has done the job when Lewis McManus has been injured. But you know, there isn't really a acknowledged reserve keeper, if you like, which does then, should the need arise, and Lewis McManus obviously
Go on the loan market as they do.
well, that's another option. Here's Harris continuing from this end, and Emilio Gay just getting on top of the bounce, nudging it out to the onside. Rolls out to Billy Root at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It says a little bit, turning a little bit brighter, I think, over to our
That's the
right.
forecast, and get
Yeah.
quite hot.
Yeah, I think by Tuesday I was reading that for large parts of the country it's heat wave conditions they're promised for.
For a day?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what we
Well,
generally get.
yeah, it's 2 nice days and a thunderstorm. Here's Harris in and bowls to Gay, who pushes forward just a semblance of an inside edge, goes safely enough down to fine leg, and they're through for a single. Takes Emilio Gay to 24 and Northamptonshire to 41 for 2.
Can I just mention, and I'm sure that you will echo my sentiments here, we're thinking of Andrew Hignell, the Glamorgan scorer, archivist. He's been so faithful to this club. He's not well at the moment. He's been in and out of hospital. And we do wish you well. If you're listening, Andrew, and I know you will be listening or watching, because your heart is in this.
Absolutely, echo that entirely. Here's Harris in, bowls outside the off stump to Proctor, who lets it go through to Chris Cook. Yeah, absolutely. I had an exchange of emails with Higgers last week, and so yeah.
Yeah, we're all thinking of you, and to get well soon. Place doesn't seem the
It's
same
not the same.
without.
I was just exactly what I was going to say. It's not the same without.
Didn't
without
have
Higgins.
the Borodar and all that.
Not the same without Higgers here, but
Yeah.
get yourself fit again and
Get back in the
back on
range.
duty. Here's Harris in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor, who, whatever else he may lack in terms of sparkling stroke play, he does not lack patience, and he's been a wonderful acquisition for Northamptonshire since making the move down from Lancashire a few years ago. Having just saying to Nick earlier, but he's had a funny old season, made 5 50s and didn't convert any of them, was getting very, very frustrated, but did get 100 in the last championship match against Yorkshire. He's averaging 64 this year.
Shot.
Driven by Proctor. He's not going to beat the man at mid-off, and that's a really good bit of fielding, diving across by Kieran Carlson to cut off any prospect of a run. Yeah, Proctor was saying he was very keen to get an 100 as captain. He'd never made one championship 100 since taking over the captaincy last year, and I know it meant a lot to him to get that one against Yorkshire. It was a very, very good innings as well, with the side in a spot of bother. Here's Harris in again and bowls to Proctor, leaves it alone wide outside the off stump. Cook taking that in front of first slip, and that's the end of another over. I wonder if Harris will get another one. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22. It's 41 for 2.
Yes, Podmore's the fourth seamer. He's been in the second team. He's suffered from injuries for the last couple of years, and he has been taking wickets for the second team. And no doubt that we will be seeing him before long. It'll be interesting to see how he bowls on this pitch, which is still giving just a little bit of help. As Andy Gorvin, bowler of that memorable over here, you might have heard of the other evening, as he comes in and bowls, and he bowled pretty well, and I don't think he conceded a boundary in his 4 overs until the very last ball. And Josh Shaw of all people, and in fairness to Gorvin, he was looking for the low full toss, as you do, but the low full toss came and it was rushed in front of us a big 6, and that was a very eventful game. Now, talking about Northants, and I'll just break off as Glamorgan comes in and bowls, and this is clipped away for 4. Well-timed shot there by Gay. Just waited for it and came on to him. Clipped away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Gay get into his stride, now 45 for 2. Now, I saw that happen to Northants once. The batsman was Otis Gibson. The bowler was Kirtley. No need to tell him who. And he hit him in well, of course you do. You remember the old football field. He hit him in the football field last game. They hit a 6 and to win the game. So that does happen.
Yes.
And exactly the same thing when Courtney Walsh at Bristol was also hit for a 6. As in comes the next delivery. And a better ball there from Glamorgan. So those two stick in my mind. So there was, why do you bowl a full toss was the cry on social media. Well, pressure on the young lad bowling 5 to win, but it was a very very good game of cricket. Sad for Glamorgan fans, even sadder with a very poor performance at the Oval the following night. Glamorgan is in, bowls, and he walks into that and plays it confidently up to mid-on where there's no run. How Northants doing in the 20 bash?
Well, they've it's been a very much an sort of campaign of ups and downs. They've won 4, lost 3, and of course Friday night we had a tie against Leicestershire. Right. 208 for 5, Northamptonshire. Leicestershire 208 for 7. It's a good tight old game.
In comes Glamorgan, bowls down the leg side, and it's well taken by Cook, low down, poor delivery, but Cook took it on the half volley.
On that occasion, it was a match that, 5 overs out, Leicestershire at 162, 172 for 3 with 4 to go. You thought they ought to win it comfortably, but
these things happen.
A couple of wickets fell, and then Rafi Weatherall bowled the last over and done really well, but he needed 4 to tie off the last ball. Little outside edge from Lewis Goldsworthy down for 4 to tie the match.
Glamorgan bowls again, and that's driven. Diving, attempted stop, and it is stopped there and on by Podmore. Gathers applause. That's the end of the over. Northants, who elected to bat after winning the toss, are 45 for 2. They've lost Vasconcelos, bowled by Harris for 7, and Shaw, in first game of the season, caught at second slip by North East, bowled by Harris for 2.
Yes, they're not like the old Northamptonshire Leicestershire matches of yesteryear with likes of Jim Watts captaining Northamptonshire and Ray Illingworth captaining Leicestershire, and a steal on each side, of course, as we had for many years. John Steele playing for Leicestershire, who then of course came down here, and David playing for Northamptonshire. They were fairly dour encounters. It was
well, with Illy in charge, it would be
rather different contest the other night. Now we are going to have a change of bowling. It is going to be Harry Podmore, as Edward mentioned, the 4th seamer in this Glamorgan side, and he's going to get a run out with nearly an hour's play gone. Harris bowling 6 overs, 2 for 22.
Remember Barry Duddleston telling me a great story when he was playing, when they won the championship at Leicester under Ray Illingworth, and in a one-day match somebody hit Illingworth for 6, which that didn't happen very often. So at the end of the over, he wanted to count the number of steps, and it was the pitch, 22 yards.
Wonderful. Here's Podmore then to bowl his first ball, and on the hip of Luke Proctor, which is meat and drink to the Northamptonshire captain, who just turns it away behind square for a single. Billy Rootfield, and Proctor goes to 5 and Northamptonshire to 46 for 2. We must get a photograph today, Edward, on the basis that those listeners who are regular readers of Wisden will have noticed in the introduction that you and I are now level on 33 editions each from correspondence from our respective counties.
You're going to overtake me at the final post, because I've handed over to Nick, as you know.
Here's Podmore in and bowls to Gay down the leg side and left alone by Gay. Good take down the leg side by Chris Cook. But yes, that's a frightening number of words over many years that we put together. But
Which are often changed and edited, but there we are, we accept that.
But yes, it's and that was with one of our fellow members of the 30-plus club, the other
John Curtis.
last weekend. Yeah, John Curtis at Worcester. So nearly 100 editions between the three of us.
Oh my word!
Here's Podmore in, bowls down the leg side again, and Gay just having a little flick at it. Podmore thought there might have been some contact. Chris Cook wasn't interested, and neither is umpire Sue Redfern. Gay has gone once like that this year. Little tickle down the leg side very early on in the match at the opening game of the season, in fact, against Sussex down at Hove. Got a little tickle down the leg side.
They all say, and somebody wrote about it pretty well the other day, about being strangled. It's not strangled, it's a rather poor shot.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's Podmore in and bowls very full, and that's swung, and Gay, who was looking to play through mid-on, it goes off a leading edge out towards mid-off, and he picks up a slightly fortuitous single. He goes to 29 and Northamptonshire to 47 for 2. They will be hoping, as I think Nick mentioned, and you know the conditions here, Eddie, very much better than I do, that they can just see it through to lunch with too much damage.
Oh, if they see
Then
it
if
through,
it's going to be
yeah.
a bit brighter this afternoon, maybe
Oh yes.
conditions will be easier for batting, but they've still got that job to do. Here's Podmore in and bowls to Proctor, turns it away again on the leg side, fielded by Root. There's a shy at the stumps, misses.
He's bowling a bit too leg side, isn't he, Podmore?
Well,
his first over.
If he bowls there to Proctor, he'll just nudge him round the corner
Yeah.
until Kingdom Come. 6 to Proctor, 48 for 2. Proctor will just drop him down there, come through for 1 or 2 every time. The Oldham Chanderpaul, as he's known sometimes. Here comes Podmore. In and bowls to Emilio Gay, again down the leg side, and again a good take down the leg side by Chris Cook, but Gay isn't interested, and yeah, radar still needs a little bit of fine-tuning for Harry Podmore. End of the over, 48 for 2, 29 to Gay, 6 to Proctor.
Yes, again, I was a little surprised that McIlroy's not playing. Well, he hasn't taken many wickets, just 3 or 4 in Championship, but he does swing the ball left arm. And I always think when you've got a left arm seamer, different line and this, that and the other. And he's been left out. I say Podmore's come in, and he'll try and make the most of this chance in the first team. Andy Gorvin then to start his third over. He's bowling to the river Taff end, still got 3 slips. So obviously North East, the captain, thinks that this is still doing a bit, and we've got to encourage him by giving an attacking feel as he comes round the wicket. And bowls, this is left outside the off stump by Proctor.
Yes, I think we were talking about that match, weren't we, at when the two sides met last year 3 years ago in the Harry Gouldston innings on the last day. But if any little moment in cricket summed up the effects of the pandemic, it was Rob Keogh going off to attend a virtual family funeral in the afternoon.
I think it was his grand, was it? His grand, yeah.
Retrieving his innings later.
Next ball again is a bit like side, which is pushed out. Root has a lot of fielding to do. Haven't seen Billy for a while. He's been omitted from the, much to my surprise, the 20 over side, because he's an attacking left-hand batsman, a very good fielder. And as I say, he's been playing second team, got 50 against Surrey last week. Gorvin turns, comes in round the wicket and bowls. And again, it's Andrew Rad has been telling us plenty of patience from Proctor. Well, it is a 4-day match, and this is what you need. Remember a former Glamorgan batsman of years ago, Bernard Hedges, a very fine opener, one of the best players of spin that the county have seen. He said, when I faced Derek Shackleton, who took 2,800 wickets in his career, if I was about 15 to 20 not out at lunch, I'd done my job.
Yeah.
And you know exactly what he meant. In comes the next ball, left, outside the off stump. Because I saw as a young lad watching Shaq bowl, and metronomical, as you probably well, or you've read about it, Andrew. He's an incredible bowler. Came over from 10, 12 paces, just seamed it both ways. day in, day out. Very much like the Tom Cartwrights of yesteryear.
Or indeed dear old Crumpy.
Exactly. Accurate, every ball. In comes Gorvin. Bowls, better delivery, up length, pushed back by Proctor. No run. Score remains on 48 for 2. 1 ball left of the 15th over.
And I shall make way for Nick to come back in. Yes, it was. You've got the Hampshire side then. You've got Shack and Vic, hadn't you? Derek Shackleton and Vic Cannings at the other end.
Yeah.
Didn't allow too many liberties to be taken.
And then 20 years later, a certain M. Marshall.
He could bowl a bit.
Then comes the last ball, and that's leg side. It won't get a run as it's pushed away by Proctor. Nothing very threatening, but an useful over. That's the end of it. 48 for 2. We'll do some shuffling around here as Andrew departs for a coffee, and Nick will come back. Oh, Nick says stay where you are. Okay.
Wait.
Stay, wait, yes. I was saying I was watching, I don't know if you knew, Andrew, I was watching league cricket yesterday, and our partner here today was playing for the first time this season. He didn't bat, didn't contribute, which is rather disappointing.
Not at all. I got through unscathed and our team won. What's not to like?
No muscles pulled?
No, I've got something of a toe problem at the moment, so that was very sore this morning.
Did you keep?
No, I was not handed the gloves.
Oh.
Not handed the gloves. I
Ran around.
jogged around at mid-on, mid-wicket, long on. Various places, largely out of the firing line, and let the youngsters do the running around at cover. Here's Harry Podmore then, from this Cathedral Road end, in to bowl to Gay, outside off stump, and through to Chris Cook, no shot played.
Nice to be back.
It's just nice to be out there, yeah. And nice dry afternoon. Sun came out later on, and a couple of our senior players performed very well, including one who'd been summoned from his farm only about a couple of hours before the match.
Was he milking?
He'd probably done the milking by now, by then. Milking's very early doors, isn't it, I think. Podmore is in to bowl to Gay, and he plays that one defensively on the leg side. Gorvin trots into field, and there's no run. Yes, good to be back in the action in Division 11 of the South East Wales League. You can laugh. There's 13 divisions. There's 13 divisions. Yes. Well, I think some of the Division 13 fixtures are a little hit and miss, but yeah, there are teams down quite a long way down the structure. Podmore is in to bowl, driven firmly by Gay and the offside. They'll take a quick single to Carlson at mid-off, who has a shy, but he has to make some ground to his right, and therefore Gay was well home. Yes, it seems to me that a lot of grassroots cricket has been on the up in this part of the world in terms of numbers in the last few years. I'm not sure what the official stats show, but I think there are more teams being created than folding.
I've always said it doesn't matter what the stand is, as long as you attempt and you get out there and play, that's the main thing.
49 for 2. As Podmore's on his way in again. Bowls, full length, driven by Proctor, and that one's beaten Carlson and will just about reach the boundary behind the bowler pretty much, and that brings up the Northamptonshire 50 in the 16th over. Proctor has 10 of them and Gay has 30.
We have the speed gun going on Podmore, because he looks as if he's labouring just a little bit.
Yeah, he hasn't played championship cricket for around about 14 months, April last year. A few injury problems since then, as Podmore bowls outside off stump. Proctor plays no shot. 7 wickets in the second 11 game against Surrey last week was basically what won him his recall.
No.
McIlroy, of course, played in 4 of the first block of matches, but only claimed 3 wickets, so not a successful red ball season so far for Jamie McIlroy. as Podmore lopes in, bowls, and that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Proctor. No shot played by the Northamptonshire captain. 53 for 2. Proctor has 10. Gay has 30. The men out, Vasconcelos for 7 and Shaw for just 2. Both dismissed by James Harris in the first 20-odd minutes of play.
We've heard a lot about travelling and everything and T20s, but think about Gloucestershire. Well, last week we're at the Oval, tied that game, beat Kent, beat Glamorgan, beat Somerset, and on the Friday they were out on their feet, and then had to travel to Scarborough yesterday. And, it speaks volumes of a team like that. As in comes Gorvin to start in the Oval, leg stamp driven away wide of mid-on, and they just jog through for a single. And that's what I was telling her. I cannot understand why Colin Ingram's not playing. He's probably the leading run getter, you'd know.
He is in the Glamorgan side, yeah.
And I don't know if he's rested. Well, all the other players have played him. Looking at North East, Labuschagne, the other batsman, Cook, of course. Here's the next ball down the leg side, and that's a poor delivery by Gorvin.
Yes, just hope Ingram's knee issues aren't starting to play up again. I mean, he is 38, but so is Chris Cook.
And keeps wicket.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. So, the official thing, I think, is rested. I don't know.
Well, I've had no indication of any injury. I mean, when we speak to the dressing room, check that.
In comes Gorvin. Bowls. It's better delivery outside the off stump, went through to the wicket keeper.
So one overseas player either side, and unfortunately for Northamptonshire, theirs is back in the hutch.
What was, I think, did you interview Mark Wallace? What's the position with Labuschagne now? Is he going to stay on till the end of the season? Which I doubt. Because
No, end of the T20 Blast is what he's scheduled to at the moment. Possibility of couple of championship games in Australia in September.
In comes Gorvin. Bowls, nice looking shot up to Oddman. They'll have to be quick, and they are, but it was close. And Podmore running to his left, picked up, and they had to scamper that. They've scampered a few this morning, but as we've mentioned so many times, how often do you see the ball hitting the wicket from a direct run out? Not very often. So
Labuschagne will play this game, the next championship game, and the remaining 6 Blast games.
So basically he's been here mostly for the Blast, hasn't he?
Yeah. He'll have played 4 championship games.
In comes Gorvin. Bowls, nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off, played there by Emilio Gay, who has played well this morning. He's on 31. Proctor's in double figures. He's 11.
I did speak to Labuschagne during the Middlesex game, in which he said that he may be able to get a couple of championship games at the beginning of September to tie in when Australia are here for T20, which he's not involved in, and ODI, which he will be involved in.
Here's the next ball. That's left, and that's pretty close because Labuschagne at first slip was clapping his hands and hands up in rather despair. That's the end of the over. 55 for 2. Good recovery after being from 19 for 2. As these two consolidate now and lay the foundation of a sizable total, if they can, for the visitors.
Don't think the pitch has provided any particular assistance to the bowlers so far?
Early on I thought it...
A little bit of movement.
Well, with 4 slips didn't Van der Gooten, and it swung about for about half an hour.
I thought that was probably cloud rather than the pitch, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, there's plenty of cloud now, but I think as it gets warmer, it'll probably be a very good pitch. Whether it'll turn, toss the coin.
Yeah, well, I wonder if those relatively bare patches on either side of the strip are there to help the turn in the last day.
Don't have a recognised, apart from the leg spinner Crane.
Podmore is in again to bowl. Cut away nicely by Proctor, down to third man. I think it'll go for 4. Byramore's off in pursuit, but the ball beats him to the boundary. And it's another 4 to the visiting skipper. Proctor has 15, and it's 59 for 2. Yes, Northamptonshire fielding Keogh, Russell and Patterson White as spin options.
All recognised.
Glamorgan with Crane backed up by Labuschagne and Carlson, I suppose, bowling part-time. Labuschagne hasn't sadly bowled in the 2 championship matches to date. Podmore bowls, and off a thick inside edge, Proctor squirts one down to backward square, fielded by Root, through for a single, 60 for 2.
Yeah, I think they'll miss Ingram in this game because Carlson's he got 170 obviously in the championship match a few weeks ago before the T20, but his T20 form hasn't been good at all. Whether that'll affect his 4-day cricket, you often see it does, Nick.
It is an issue, isn't it, trying to separate one from the other if things aren't going well. As Podmore bowls, and Gay covers up carefully, defends on the offside, and there's no run. So Glamorgan's other spin option in the squad specialist would have been Ben Callaway. Shame to see that Prem Sisodia has not managed to carry on his form of a couple of seasons ago.
I'm told he's lost his action. I don't know whether that's right.
He'd been having difficulties in the red ball.
He hardly played, didn't he?
Podmore bowls, Gay defends on the leg side, and there's no run.
What there's a bit of a worry is, you know, you sign a young, well not young, a Scotland bowler, and you more or less ignore the people you've got in the second 11 to be given chances in T20, because you would have thought that's surely, and it's a poor indictment on Welsh cricket that you can't find another seamer.
Podmore is in and bowls, and forward comes Gay and defends up to mid-off.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, well, we've been saying that for the last 15 years, that Welsh fast bowling talent has been very slow to come through since the generation of Waters, Reed, Owen and Alex Jones and the like, all of whom suffered injury problems to blight their careers in the noughties.
But,
and there just haven't been regular threats since then. As Podmore is in to bowl through outside off stump, Gay plays no shot, and the over, 60 for 2 Northamptonshire, and great shame that likes of Lucas Carey wasn't able to develop his career. The club did give him opportunities, but wasn't able to take them for whatever reason.
Yeah, he took 5 for last week, I saw, for Honest Tower, who's a pro there now in the league. So I suppose Andy Gorvin came from St Fagans, but you wouldn't call him quick. It's just sort of medium pace. And I'm just thinking, if Labuschagne does miss the last few games, whether they'll sign a bowler as a second over.
Should do, shouldn't they? Should do.
Here's Gorvin to start another over. Comes in and bowls. And, this is played by Proctor down towards third man, and it's a long chase for Eddie Byram. They go through for a couple. The run's coming quite easily now after that stuttering start. So they're going to 3.5, almost 3.4.
Yes, overall, there don't seem to be too many headaches from the surface itself. James Harris bowling well first up to claim a couple of wickets. Tim van der Hoogten might have found the edge on a few occasions.
Gorvin round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, and comes studiously forward and pushes it up towards mid-off.
Gorvin, of course, has done well with 9 wickets at 16 so far in the championship, bowling at medium pace.
Yeah, that 5-4 helped, didn't it?
Yes.
I think Cook could stand up to both, but for the moment
possibly,
he's standing back.
Yeah.
He's round the wicket to the 2 left-handers as he comes in again and bowls, and just a little bit of a leading edge there, and turns Proctor around the shade. He's on 18 now. Andrew Rudd was saying he's such a very, not a slow player, but a very cautious player. He knows his 4 days. And there's no need to rush. And he just accumulates, and he's doing well this morning. Gorvin from that river end comes in towards us and bowls again. and that's left outside the off stump.
Yes, if you want to contact with us via Twitter, /X, Nick Webb 2017, Old Man Rad, Ed Bevan Cricket. And if you want to email nickweb2017@gmail.com. Good morning to Play at Pompey with his usual puntastic comments.
Critical comments. Gorvin in, bowls. Leg side again, he's drifting a lot, as Podmore has, towards that leg stump, and it's four runs away to our right to the huge stand, which is nobody sitting in, and a very short boundary here. So they're recovering well, the third wicket pair. They moved on to 66 for 2, a partnership of 47, and North East, the captain, persisting with 3 slips. Labuschagne at first, North East at second, and Billy Root at third. Gorvin again, bowls again. That's left outside the off stump. That's the end of the over, and Northants, who batted first, who have elected to bat first, are 66 for 2. Gay, who opened the batting, 31 not out, and Proctor is the other batsman, not out, 22.
2 changes for Glamorgan from their last championship game, which was, of course, several weeks ago. Ul Hassan and Hamza, who's now departed, dropping out. Podmore and Gorvin coming in. Northants making a spectacular 5 changes with Nair, Call, Sanderson, Bartlett and White all absent, the 2 Indians having departed. Shaw, Miller, Russell, Wetherall and Patterson White, the lone player from Notts, coming in. Gorvin having a chat with Sam Northeast and James Harris. Has been a little bit leg side-ish to the left-handers. Podmore is,
yeah, I just, when you were out, I was asking, rather discussing with Andrew, that had Ben Sanderson been fit, I'm pretty sure Radders agree that they might have had a bowl. Then Morgan's nemesis over the years.
Podmore's in to bowl, hits on the pads, looked a decent appeal, not out, as Gay played across that one, looking to flick through mid-on, and no response from umpire Sue Redfern. As we look at our screens, that was a very good shout indeed, and it would be interesting to know what was going through umpire Redfern's mind.
I don't know, it didn't pitch outside, wasn't going to hit off or leg. Because we're going to hit the other one, forget my mind. I just didn't see it deviate at all, but straight on. I can't understand that. There we are.
Yes, Glamorgan did go up in unison as in comes Podmore, bowls, and Gay is forward defending to cover, and there is no run.
Redfern is explaining to Podmore. It doesn't seem to be taking a huge amount of more notice.
Well, it doesn't really matter now, does it? Why it's not out, it's not out. You can't, there's no DRS in this form of cricket, although maybe in 5 years' time there will be. The amount of cameras and equipment that are increasingly available. Podmore bowls, and Gay is forward. That is a no ball from Podmore.
Rather irate Podmore. It appears then who hurled the ball back. Still thinking about that decision. Redfern was explaining in years gone by, and Radders will remember, they were umpires, and if you dared ask them what was going on there, then they'd just say, here's the ball, get back and bowl.
As Podmore in, bowls, Gay drives, gets a thickish inside half of the bat to it, and we'll get a couple of runs down towards backwards square leg. He was aiming more through mid-wicket, but they all count. 33 to Gay, and the partnership reaches 49 for this third wicket, 68 for 2. With the umpires having cameras available these days that are clipped to the top of their jackets,
Could they replay it to themselves?
just wondering whether that will come in a few years' time.
There's something will come in, no doubt.
As Podmore bowls, poor delivery down leg side, clipped away by Gay, and we'll get 4 runs there down towards backward square. Long boundary, but that is the half-century partnership as Northants move on to 72 for 2, and Gay has 37 of them, because they do provide a lot of data on what's going on, which is all analysed and chewed over by the ECB. So you just wonder whether the umpires, an appeal like that from Podmore might whip out a little camera, say, right, okay, I'll have another look at that. It was close. Yeah. I'll have a look. I can make the decision. I think that could be coming. Podmore bowls, rather floaty ball on off stump that's defended by Gay. 72 for 2 are the visitors at the end of the over here on BBC Sport Online.
On that point, Nick, you've done hordes and hordes of rugby matches up until last summer. I was in the club last night having a lemonade, and the boys were discussing probably the worst match for a spectator to watch ever played at Twickenham yesterday, when Wales were beaten, 8th successive loss. And the boys were saying it seemed every 5 minutes they were going up the camera back then, and the TV official was waiting ages and discussing. That goes to the other side of the coin that what we've been discussing here. In other words, they're, excuse the phrase, ruining the game of rugby.
Yeah, you've got to make a decision fairly rapidly, haven't you? In order not to hold up the game, and you have the feeling that if you can't decide it in a minute or 90 seconds, then you stick with the referee's on-field decision.
One of the lads I'm fed up with that I don't go and watch anymore. I don't even watch much on television now because it impairs so much. Tim van der Gooten, you might have heard, is back on, and he comes in and bowls. And this is played by Proctor out towards mid-off. He's on 22.
Yeah, I must admit that yesterday's game, I mean, having...
Did you watch? No,
I was playing, but I didn't even realise it was an afternoon kick-off. I thought it was the later one, to be honest.
I didn't know the names, half of them, the Welsh team.
I've seen most of them, because I've watched quite a lot of regional rugby this season, even though I haven't been working on it too regularly. But a lot of regional fringe players, and all of a sudden they're internationals.
That's... on a length, but pushed away onto the offside.
And I don't think Mr. Gatland is overall is a huge fan of the Swansea-based Ospreys, because
I won't go into
their players don't always seem to get the same sort of credit for the Ospreys' better results than compared to the other Welsh
Somebody
regional
was
sides.
telling me that there's a Cardiff captain who's a useful hooker. First team is not considered. The reserves are.
The Cardiff's second and third choice hookers are in the national
squad.
Third
choice?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll leave that and watch this better game. In comes Van der Gooten. Bowls played very late there by Proctor. It just goes away onto the onside. Glamorgan will want another wicket before lunch to try and justify their... Well, they didn't have to justify a decision, but to get another one and say, well, it's been our morning. But they're being defied here. Some loose bowling, some odd delivery, which I'm sure, I know what you thought. I thought was out in the last over. Harry Podmore, disgruntled, was hit for 4, bowled a no ball, hurled the ball in anger. As in comes Van der Gooten, bowls. That appeared to catch the end of the bat and go down towards first slip.
Yeah, I think it was just off the hip.
Yeah. So Van der Gooten without a wicket as yet. He's bowling, as has Gorvin from that end, round the wicket. Which is a bit odd, because if you come over the wicket and drift it away, you get more chance of getting
more chance for the slips, isn't it?
But who am I to say? In comes the next ball, and they hesitate, but eventually they decide to go quite easily as it was just jabbed away and a long way from the fielder coming in. Now, if we've mentioned, Mr. Rudd has a book coming out tomorrow. Sadly, I shan't be here, but wish him well. I'm sure he'll tell you all about it and tell all Northampton's listeners and viewers.
All will be fully gone through tomorrow.
Yes. I hope he'll hold
Kenneth
it up
Davis
to
and
the camera.
myself will take the day off and let Radders
Let us talk all day about it.
talk all day.
Yeah, so in comes the next delivery, which is defended. Very good over by Van der Gooten. And that's the end of it. I'll have one more, I think, at 25 past 73 for 2. And the 2 not out batsman, Emilio Gay, is on 37. Proctor is on 23.
Yeah, player Pompey saying we have little pace bowling. Crane a great signing. Need decent homegrown players. Dismal at T20 Blast. Well,
Dismal.
I mean the performances at Somerset and Surrey were simply way
Dismal.
below par, but they should have won at least 2 more matches. And I'm
Surrey.
told the Essex game, which I didn't see, Surrey here, Gloucestershire here, they should have won had they taken chances.
Well, not so much chances in Essex. It was 130 for 7, chasing one for 8. And what's the name? Crane was taken off. Nobody could lay a bat on him.
Here's Podmore on his way in again to bowl to Proctor on 23 not out, and he remains.
I think you did
thus,
the first game, didn't you, Sally?
Yes. 5 chances dropped.
Yeah, that's another game, you see. And, well,
Not good.
no.
73 for 2, long way back to get into T20 Blast contention. Probably have to win 5 out of the remaining 6. A huge task ahead. Anyway, 2 championship matches take our attention for the time being for both these counties. And Northamptonshire getting back towards par after losing a couple of early wickets as Podmore is in to bowl, and it's down leg side. Proctor can't help it on its way.
I was talking to our old friend David Griffin a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, and he could not believe it, that the last game, championship game, played at Derby a couple of weeks ago, and he said, we have no championship cricket here at Derby's HQ for 3 months, which I find extraordinary.
Presumably that's their choice, though, because of the outground Chesterfield in mid-season.
Yeah.
Podmore bowls, allowed to go through by Luke Proctor. No shot played. I presume they're using Chesterfield. Where are we?
Yes,
next
next
week
week
against the Orkies. That'll be well attended.
Full house and beautiful ground and great history there.
Glamorgan up at Cheltenham next week.
Now attractive ground.
It is, and well usually supported by Welsh supporters as well. Podmore on his way to bowl to Luke Proctor, and he drives towards mid-off Carlson Fields. No run.
I think Cook can easily come up to the stump. Come on, you're a wicket-keeper.
I wouldn't be anywhere near the stumps, but Chris Cook, yeah, I've seen him stand up to Podmore and Gorvin in the past, but maybe if the batters aren't coming out of their creases, there's no particular reason to.
Just put a little bit of pressure on them.
Podmore 2 slips, a shortish mid-wicket now in the catching position, bowls a shortish delivery which Proctor ducks underneath. I think that's probably the first short ball I've seen this morning. Morgan really have gone for good lengths, and not expecting much in the way of assistance and bounce out of the pitch. Northamptonshire back at headquarters next Sunday against Sussex. Morgan making the short trip to Cheltenham. I'll be heading that up there on Sunday morning as Podmore bowls outside off stump, and Proctor allows that one to go through. Podmore 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19. 73 for 2, Northamptonshire having won the toss and chosen to bat here on BBC Sport Online. Mentioning rugby, just a very quick plug. I'll be back on BBC Radio Wales for Women's Rugby International next Saturday as Wales take on Spain. Having finished bottom of the Six Nations, they now need to go through to a playoff for WXV.
If it was in Madrid, Nick, you'd be very excited, wouldn't you? Or Barcelona.
It'll be within walking
Where is
distance. Walking distance of Sophia Gardens,
Well, all the best.
literally. Sophia down at the Cardiff
I'll just do
Arms
this
back.
last over before Andrew was coming back, and it'll be Tim Van Houten who's in and bowls, and stifled in the end. Stifled sort of appeal. And Cook just went up with his hand as if he was waving to somebody in the crowd and puts it back down again.
Yeah, it wasn't much of a shot played there. Yeah,
It hit him well.
just about played it, made enough of a shot.
Pitched well
for
outside
maybe
the off
okay,
stump.
it did make contact outside off, but the bat was somewhere in the vicinity, so you couldn't definitely say he wasn't playing a shot.
Van der Gooten, 1 for 15. He's in his 7th over. Comes in and bowls again. It's a nice looking shot, but a good bit of feeling there at cover. Who's that? This is,
Byram.
Eddie Byram, by the looks of it. Tall young man who will be looking forward to getting a few runs. The poor chap had a torrid time.
3 ducks in a row in the
first
T20
bowler.
blast.
A third bowler and the first of the next over bowler, if you know what I mean. 7th bowler.
He's averaging
3.
just under 30 in the championship, 4 matches so far. But well, you know, with
Probably.
Ingram around, we'll need to get runs. Him and Root.
In comes the next ball. Outside the off stump, which by the actions of the 3 slips and the keeper wasn't far away. And Gay walks, has a little talk to himself. It says, come on, hold yourself together. You've got just under half an hour before lunch. Van der Gooten, who himself had a mixed T20, bowled extremely well here the other night against 2 for 7, I think it was off 4 overs against Gloucestershire. He won 4 games in the trot in that competition as Tim Van der Gooten is coming over the wicket and bowls the gig. He jabs it away into the offside and Byram is in quickly and fields.
Yes, when Edward was on loan to BBC Radio Bristol broadcast. So I hope you managed to sound enthusiastic about Gloucestershire's triumph.
Well, I had to do the last ball, Nick.
Which went for 6, in case you wondered.
Yeah, I've just given the story to Andrew earlier on, and I had to sound enthusiastic and well played the Shire and all that. Three slips go down, 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the onside. As in comes Van der Gooten, bowls down the leg side and flicked at it. Rudders was saying he does a lot of that, flicking outside the off stump, and has been dismissed this season. I wonder if the Glamorgan, when they study, what do they call him, with the cameras every game? I've noticed that. What are the people who look at it? Word escapes me. Van der Gooten, good over this. Coming in now and bowls and Gay drives or flicks it away on the onside and got a single. And they think of a second and they won't get it as the return comes in. That's a good over. That's the end of it. Time for me to go. And it will be Andrew Rudd of Northamptonshire for 150 years coming in to join Nick Webb.
Thank you, Edward. And just a little shuffle around in the commentary box to make sure we don't fall over each other too much. And Andrew will, I think, overtake Edward, possibly in the next edition of Wisden. 74 for 2, Northamptonshire recovering well, having lost a couple of early wickets here on BBC Sport Online. Reasonable numbers down beneath us in the Castell Howell stand. The voice of Lawrence Horeheim on the PA, sitting in for Andrew Hignell, and our best wishes to him in his recovery.
150 years, I'll give him 150 years. It feels like it.
That's a lot of words.
Most of the time.
James Harris is back in the attack from the Cathedral Road end, having claimed the first couple of wickets. He is granted the luxury of 3 slips, 25 minutes until the lunch interval, as Harris is in and bowls a shortish delivery that Gay tried to pull, missed, and there's an appeal for a run out now as they go through for a quick single. Well, it was all going on there.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? Because he had a little flap at that. It was a decent short ball. And Gay had a little bit of a flap at it. I wondered if he'd just got a little edge on it. He hadn't, because the umpire signalled it as a bye. But then they set off. Proctor called for the bye, and he was back, but only just as the shy at the stumps hit.
Yeah, rare from Chris Cook there, trying to take it. Well, it was about face high. He was defending his face and couldn't take it cleanly.
It was just the first one this morning that's really gone through.
Harrison to Proctor at 75 for 2, and Proctor plays that defensively on the offside. Yes, we're remarking that Podmore's shorter ball in the last over is probably the first thing we've seen, particularly back of a length. And Harris, who has employed the short ball reasonably regularly this season, but not in his first spell. We're pitching it up. Provided him with a couple of wickets. 75 for 2 on this still grey but pleasantly warm day, as that's down leg side, and Proctor doesn't make contact as it goes through to Cook. It's certainly many degrees warmer than games in the early block of the championship season, when we absolutely froze at Northampton, and Glamorgan had 1 or 2 very chilly home games as well.
Yes. I can tell you Andrew Hignell is listening and has just commented, thanking us for kind words.
Harris is in to bowl and flicked off the pad possibly by Proctor down towards fine leg. There is a man who's able to cut it off there, and they go through for a leg bye.
My concern is that having sent Andrew a copy of the book that's out tomorrow, it might make him feel worse, but hopefully it won't. There's actually a bit of blue sky visible now over the far end of the ground, the River Taff end.
Yeah, I think the weather is meant to be getting a bit better as the day goes on. Perfectly pleasant watching conditions. Harris bowls to Gay, who drives towards mid-on, scrambling stop by Podmore. Did well to get down to it. From height of around 6'3", Harry Podmore.
Where are you off for the next round?
Cheltenham.
Cheltenham, oh lovely.
Yes.
Very nice.
Very pleasant setting for 4 days if the weather's fine. Last year it wasn't.
Watching from square on can be a little bit tricky, but
it's not the greatest viewing point.
It has other compensations, doesn't it, Cheltenham?
Indeed. Harris to Gay, who cuts and will get 4 runs down to third man, just back of a length from Harris. Genuine shot from Gay. Flew between slips and backward point, and away for 4. 76 for 2. Gay. Have those runs gone on the board?
No, they don't.
No.
They have
80 for 2. I think that should be.
Yeah.
Gay, therefore, 42.
Change of gloves for Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor. I think the consensus seemed to be that Emilio Gay might have got away with one. That very good shout for LBW. My only thought, looking at it back, was whether it pitched close to leg stump and whether umpire Redfern thought it might just have pitched outside, because I don't think otherwise there was any reason not to give it. I think that was to me that was the only thing that could have saved him. But anyway,
80 for 2 is in fact the score. They put an
it sorted itself out eventually.
24 overs gone.
And it's going to be Van der Hoogten to bowl his 8th over, no wicket for 16, so tidy enough, but wanting something in that last column, the wickets column, before lunch, I'm sure, as he runs in from the River Taff end round the wicket. left alone by Luke Proctor as it goes through to Chris Cook. Just bringing you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in Division 1 down at Chelmsford. Durham made a decent start against Essex, 113 for 2. Alex Lees is 49 not out. Kent 75 for 2 against Lancashire at Canterbury. Ben Compton still there on 36. Here's Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Proctor, who just drops it down into the offside with a dead bat. Byram comes into field, no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 71 for 3 against Somerset, with Joe Clark and Jack Haynes at the crease. Hampshire 77 for 1, batting first against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Toby Albert went early on, but Fletcher Middleton is 50 not out. Nick Gubbins 21 not out. Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Proctor, drives it up to mid-on, and there's no run. At New Road, Surrey 64 for 2 against Worcestershire. Rory Burns out for naught, third ball. And Ollie Pope going cheaply as well. He was out for 14. Dom Sibley and Jamie Smith in there at the moment. In Division 2, Middlesex 75 for 2 against Derbyshire at Lords. Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Proctor, just comes right across his stumps, drops it out into the onside, and there's no run. Down at Hove, Sussex are 75 for 3 against Leicestershire. All 3 wickets taken by Ian Holland. Played in the T20 against Northamptonshire the other evening. American-born all-rounder, USA international indeed. And up at Scarborough, Yorkshire 80 for no wicket against Gloucestershire. Adam Lyth and Finn Bean giving Yorkshire a good solid start up there. Here's Van der Hoogten in, bowls and beats Proctor outside the off stump. Drawn into playing that, and went through to Chris Cook. I've seen a few Northamptonshire stalwarts who have made the trip up to Scarborough. Right. Northamptonshire don't play there this year, including the great Jim Griffiths, who celebrated his 75th birthday the other day. Northamptonshire's 12th highest wicket taker in all formats, 627 wickets. Here's Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Proctor, who pushes it out towards mid-wicket. There's a gap there between deep square and mid-on, and they come through for the easiest of singles, which means that Proctor pinches the bowling for the start of the next over. He's 24, Gay is 42. It's 81 for 2. I did mention that on a social media post when Jim celebrated his birthday, and one of his friends at Earthlingborough Cricket Club said yes, and he'll talk us through all 627 of them now. Thank you very much.
Why not?
But I saw Griff, actually he was umpiring, he was just about to set off to umpire Earthlingborough seconds a couple of weeks ago, and he's looks in very, very good form. Still good for a few overs, I reckon.
James Harris from the Cathedral Road end, 2 for 26, the only 2 wickets to fall so far in this game, as he's in to bowl to Proctor, pads up that one. There's an appeal from Harris, but not anyone else, and the ball squirts off down to third man. No shot was played, so they didn't take, wouldn't be allowed to take the single. To add those scores in the 50 over National Counties game, Wales are away to Hertfordshire, and Wales lost a couple of early wickets, but a recovery has taken them to 122 for 2 in 27 of their 50 overs, with Stephen Roberts and Glamorgan youngster Henry Hurl in a century stand. Driven nicely by Proctor up to mid-off, fielded by Crane, and there is no run.
Are we going to see the obligatory over of spin before lunch, do we reckon, Nick? See a bit of Mason Crane before?
Yeah, I would have thought so.
By coincidence, I put just a little message on Twitter about just the toss and team news. Used a picture, a fairly random one, of Arthur Childs Clarke, and he was almost the inventor of the one over before lunch.
Harris bowls outside off stump. Proctor plays no shot.
Dennis Brooks always used to say, if Arthur was captain, if you saw Arthur Cox, who was the leg spinner, coming on to bowl, you didn't need to look at your watch. You knew it was whatever time, 20, I think it was probably 1:30 lunch in those days, wasn't it? It must be
1:25. Speaking of spinners, nice to see a 17-year-old North Walian, Romano Franco, in the national county setup at the moment. As Harris bowls full length ball up in the blocker, well dug out by Proctor and played back to the bowler, and there is no run.
What sort of spin, Nick?
I think it's left arm spin. He was. I did drop in on a second 11 game in Newport that he was involved with, but it rained fairly soon, so I didn't actually see much play there. 81 for 2. Proctor 24, Gay 42. Through outside off stump, Proctor playing no shot through to Cook, but it really has been a huge problem in producing Welsh seam bowlers in the last decade and a half.
It's interesting listening to you and Eddie talking about that.
You know, there have been a fair few young batters and spinners who've been in the ranks. Andrew Salter was a Welsh-born spinner for a decade or so now retired. Prem Sisodia's had his moments in white ball cricket as Harris bowls short of a length, and Proctor ducks underneath it. He's got a useful shorter delivery, has James Harris. Nice tidy maiden over. 81 for 2, Northamptonshire, which if they got to lunch at 90 for 2, I think they'd be reasonably satisfied, particularly having lost a couple in the first 6 overs.
Definitely the case. Luke Proctor, I think, yes, he's going to have, they've got the dreaded cone out to put a new back grip on.
Right.
It looks as though one of them has come loose, so there's a bit of running repairs going on. Jack White's out there, not with his bowling boots, as Northamptonshire I'm sure will be hoping later on in the match, but just in the scarlet coloured bib. Not playing in this match. I have to say, he was brought back into the side, played his first championship match of the season in the last championship match against Yorkshire a month ago, and to me he just didn't look quite there. He's had this ankle problem, and it's a great shame for him, obviously having not missed a game last year and only having played the one this year. He was named in the squad for one of the T20 games, but I don't think there was ever a great chance of him playing, not least he's never actually played a T20 match in his career, his professional career at any rate. Van der Hoogten, it's going to be to continue from the far end, River Taff end. 3 slips in, bowls to Emilio Gay on his hip, turned away, 4 runs. Again, it's a relatively short boundary down there, and Emilio Gay, it's one of his stock in trade strokes, and he's just turned that away, timed it nicely, and it runs down for 4. Takes Emilio Gay up to 46, and Northamptonshire to 85 for 2. These two now put on 66 for the 3rd wicket. Gay has hit 7 boundaries. Improving conditions here at Sophia Gardens, a lot more blue sky in evidence. Let's see a bit of sunshine this afternoon. Round the wicket comes Van der Hoogten, bowls to Gay, who's solid in defence, playing it back down the pitch. And there's no run. Northamptonshire, last championship win here on this ground back in 2018, also won here in 2017. Glamorgan's last win over Northamptonshire here, 2015. Craig Meshard had a serious game then, got 100 and some wickets. Here's Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Gay, opens the face, runs it down towards 3rd man, long chase down towards the boundary immediately down below us. They've come back for 2, and that's really good work by Eddie Byram to keep it to 2, because it's a long chase down there, and he's very, very quick over the ground. 87 for 2 it is, Gay to 48.
Yeah, they've scored quite a few of those runs down towards 3rd man, and if Glamorgan don't post one soon, we'll hear about it from Mr. Bevan, the president of the 3rd Man Society.
I think it's him and our colleague Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent's another founder member, I think. Here's Van der Hoogten, bowls to Gay defensively, pushing it out, square of the wicket in the offside. Byram, still full of energy despite that very long run a moment or two ago, comes in from backward point to field, and there's no run. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the scoring chart. It would be quite a thick line, I suspect, down in that area this morning from both ends. 87 for 2. Van der Hoogten in and bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Goes through to Chris Cook. So we have about 10 minutes to go until the lunch break, and wonder if we will see a little bit of Mason Crane, just to see if it is going to do anything for the spinners. As I think Northamptonshire feel that it might, and that being the case, they will of course have been delighted to win the toss and bat first. I think I just saw Crane having a little swing of the arms, so perhaps he's in the line for a game. As he's another appeal for LBW as Gay's coming across his stumps, looking to work it in the onside. I think they hit him outside the line, and leg bye is signalled by umpire Hassan Adnan. That's a leg bye to end the over. It means Emilio Gay will have strike at the start of the next one. He's 48, Proctor's 24, 88 for 2. So I wonder, yes, if Crane is going to get an over in this session.
On Twitter, Alan Metcalf says Kalimera from Cyprus, where it's pleasant 36 degrees.
Very pleasant.
Very pleasant, yes. About 20 to 22 here in Cardiff today, but overcast at the moment. So I hope you've got a bit of sunshine, Alan, in Cyprus. Rich Mucky says he'll be heading to Cheltenham on the Tuesday. Hope it's still going then. Well, it should be on day 3. Bit damp on Gower at the moment. Let's hope that doesn't find Cardiff. That's a bit worrying, because the weather does tend to drift up from the southwest, and Gower's, well, more west but slightly south, I suppose. Harris is in to bowl to Gay. Short ball, and Chris Cook leaps to get a hand to it, and that's given a no ball, I suspect, on height.
Yes, it is.
As that one was banged in by Harris, and Cook took it well above his head, and umpire Redfern deciding, well, Gay did duck a little bit, so slightly unfortunate. It just kept going up, so gave the impression that it was maybe higher than it might have been. Harris in again, bowls down leg side. Gay doesn't get anything on it. Glamorgan have not really bowled hugely well for the left-handers, have they? With quite a few down leg side from now Harris and first Podmore.
No, I think that's a very fair point. They obviously suspect, and I think you were talking about it with Eddie, and the fact that Emilio Gay does have a little bit of a waft sometimes down the leg side. I think he has gone caught behind down the leg side, certainly once in the championship this year.
Harris bowls, that's outside off stump and cut away nicely by Gay, and he'll get 4 runs to bring up his half century. Well batted to Emilio Gay. That's come off 83 deliveries, and adds to his 2 previous hundreds and 2 50s this season, so a man in form.
Yeah, decent nick, Emilio Gay at the moment, and he had a long chat with him after that game at Derby, and he was saying he realises that he doesn't want to be known as a player that gets nice 30s and 40s. He wants to concentrate on really getting a weight of runs in championship cricket.
Harris bowls driven firmly, and that's another boundary for Gay, I think, and through the covers. Yeah. Chase is given up, and Gay adds his 9th 4 to the 8th that brought up his half century. So Northamptonshire nearly into treble figures, and a beautiful shot there from Gay.
I was going to say, I think that's one of the very best shots he's played this morning. That really was beautiful. It's got head over the ball, and was a sort of check drive away through extra cover for 4.
Looking around the country, it has been more of a batting morning. No more than 3 wickets in any one game. 98 for 2 here, as Harris in to bowl, and that's defended by Gay to short mid-wicket.
Ref the rain over the Gower. I've just had a look on the radar. There is indeed a little bit of, and it just is the very, very finest, lightest rain just over the Gower Peninsula at the moment. I'm not sure, you know much better than me, whether it's heading this way, but there's very little of it, according to the radar at any rate. So hopefully we'll be okay.
Okay, yes, it can head this way. There's a couple of ground staff on the covers, I think, or is that coaching people? That's driven firmly through the offside by Gay again, taking his toll on Harris. Tap back inside the boundary at deep points and keeps them down to a couple of runs to bring up the 100 for the visitors. 100 for 2 in the 28th.
I think it's coaching people. Is certainly one of them is looks like Greg Smith, Northampton's batting coach.
I just get a little twitchy when I see people sitting on the hover cover.
Yes, quite.
That usually means there's a bit of rain on the radar somewhere. Gay 58, 100 for 2. Harris in to bowl, and Gay forward in his beaten outside off stump, with no effect to his prospects though, as it went through to Chris Cook, having eluded the edge. And on come
The media Gay's 50
various 12th men.
83 balls and included 8 fours.
Yes,
Thank you, Lawrence.
As though we are going to get maybe a little bit of twirl. I know you've got a piece to do at 1 o'clock, so we'll just keep half an eye on the time.
Yeah, it should be beyond the close of play. This will be the 29th over of the innings, so Glamorgan might be -1 at lunch, I suspect.
Kieran Carlson coming on the ball.
It's not Mason
from
Crane.
Liverpool.
It's Kieran Carlson.
Carlson is going to get a little roll before lunch, unless they're going to try and bowl this one quickly, and I don't think they're going to. Well, the clock on the scoreboard says 12:58, so they're going to do well, I would have thought, to get more than 1 over in.
Well,
but,
not unless every ball's patted back to the bowler, they won't.
No, he's not Simon Kerrigan. Now, for Kieran Carlson, he's going to bowl round the wicket from the River Taff end. We have a forward short leg and a slip, and a mid-wicket in there tight on the drive. Extra cover also tight, looking to save one. First ball is played back by Luke Proctor, and the fact that Carlson strangled his appeal makes me think that there was a bit of inside edge onto pad, I think, as it just rolled out into the offside. 100 for 2 it is. Carlson, well, he's got previous against Northamptonshire, of course, with the ball on debut at Northampton a few years ago. Round the wicket he comes and bowls to Proctor short of a length, and Proctor's punching that off the back foot. Half stopped by the bowler, runs up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, that was something of an outlier, though, I'm afraid.
Well, Rob Keogh would disagree with you. Here comes Carlson in again. Quicker ball. Forward comes Proctor defensively back down the pitch. Game in which, at Northampton, in which Rob Keogh and Graham White shared all the wickets. Rob Keogh picking up a 9 for in one of the innings. Here's Carlson round the wicket again. Bowls to Proctor. Forward studiously. Pushes it out to extra cover. And there's no run. Fielded there by Mason Crane. Wistful look at the ball, perhaps. Before he tosses it back to Kieran Carlson.
Should have been me.
Here's Carlson in again, bowls to Proctor short, cut away by Proctor. He's going to get certainly 1. I think that's all there'll be, with Billy Root guarding the vast untenanted wastes of Sophia Gardens over on that side of the ground. Very long boundary on the pavilion side. It's 1 more to Proctor. He goes to 25. 101 for 2. Carlson to bowl to Emilio Gay, who's again forward solidly, playing it back down the pitch, and that, I think, is lunch. It is. So lunch on the first day of this Division 2 Championship match Between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan here at Sophia Gardens, Northamptonshire losing a couple of early wickets after winning the toss and batting. Vasconcelos bowled by James Harris for 7, Prithvi Shaw caught by Sam Northeast at second slip, also off Harris for 2. At that stage it was 19 for 2, but these two, Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor, have steadied the ship for the visitors. Gay 58 not out, Proctor 25 not out, 101 for 2 at lunch.
Well summarised, Andrew. May well be an update for BBC Radio Wales in a moment or two. Otherwise, commentary will resume at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online.
We're off for lunch now. The lunch interval will last until 1:40. During lunch, you're very welcome to stroll around the outfield or play some softball cricket. All we ask, please, is that you don't use hard balls or eat or drink on the outfield. We'll have a bag of equipment available for you to use. If you've got to bring your bats and balls today, that will be on the boundary edge. Food and drink is available in the Pyramid Lounge at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion, where Glamorgan members can get a 10% discount on production of their card. And there's also a mobile unit next to Gate 2, which is selling drinks and snacks. The Missouri shop is open nearby at Gate 2, full of Glamorgan items like replica clothing and bucket hats. And the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre with a selection of second-hand books and old Glamorgan yearbooks.
You almost need a little, like they have it on Southend Pier, isn't it? Like from one end to the other to get out to the middle. I remember the great J.L. Carr, the novelist, who used to write little pieces in the Northamptonshire Cricket League handbook talking about old Northamptonians ground and saying that he thought that the sooner they had a covered walkway, because again it was a very long way between the pavilion and the boundary of the cricket ground, the covered walkway to prevent players from suffering from exposure, which not quite the case here because it's a pleasant enough afternoon, but it's a long old hike out there, isn't it? Nevertheless, 101 for 2 it is. Yeah, I think Northamptonshire will be reasonably well satisfied, having lost those 2 early wickets to James Harris, and all things seemed possible, and thinking, well, are they going to be bowled out, inside a couple of sessions? Well, they might still be, but you would think that Emilio Gay and Luke Proctor have just steadied things to the extent that if we do get a bit of sunshine later on, then it ought to be easier batting conditions after lunch, but we'll see.
Here's James Harris then to bowl the first delivery of the session to Luke Proctor, and there's a big appeal. No response from umpire Redfern, a shake of the head eventually. Harris can't believe that.
I think Luke Proctor suggesting he got a little edge on that.
He is showing his bat to anyone who wants to see.
It didn't look to bounce a great deal, that one as well. Let's just have a little look on the replay. Hit him outside the line, I should think.
Yes, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that's come back in substantially. Didn't really look as promising on the replay as James Harris thought it did in real life. As Harris is in to bowl, that one's driven off a thick edge down to third man by Proctor. He'll pick up a single because Glamorgan now do have a third man in place. Andy Gorvin, nice at the lunchtime interval to see a number of youngsters out in the outfield and the surrounds, playing with plastic balls and bats which had been provided by the club for those who didn't bring them along. Free entry for under 17s today if anyone of that age or who has children or grandchildren of that age in the Cardiff area is listening. 102 for 2. Harris in to bowl, and Gay plays it down towards backward square for a single. 103 for 2. Bit of murky cloud overhead at the moment. There was discussion in our morning commentary of the possibility of a little bit of brief light drizzle, but on the whole I think we're set fair for the 4 days.
It's obviously over to our right. It's probably cracking the flags because there's a lot of blue sky over there, but unfortunately there is not here.
It's lovely down the bay. Harris in to bowl to Proctor outside off stump, through to Cook, no shot played.
Yeah, well, I'm staying down in that general direction. I just haven't quite got my bearings yet. But at least of all when I was trying to navigate my way to the ground this morning, but I'm sure that will get easier. By the 4th morning I'll have absolutely cracked it. A lot of bus lanes, aren't there? You have to be very careful you don't go into bus lanes.
Bus lanes, cycle lanes, everything but the car lanes. 103 for 2. Harris bowls and Proctor defends up to mid-off, and there's no run. Other opinions are available for less pro-motoring sorts. But
well, it's just that I'm used to staying at a hotel that is walkable from the ground, and it's we've always said. I was saying to David Willey a couple of days ago, it's the loveliest walk into the ground on the circuit from the city centre up to Sophia Gardens, but so I'm staying a bit further out this time.
Harrison to bowl to Proctor, through outside off stump, carbon copy, no shot played. 2 singles off the over. Harris 2 for 40 after 10. Northants 103 for 2. I thought the over rate might have slipped to -1, but the umpires have obviously lunched well, and it's still level.
Well, there was a certain amount of faffing around this morning, wasn't there, from batters and drinks coming out, and then Luke Proctor had to re-grip his bat and all this sort of put a new grip on the bat handle. So
Andy Gordon.
one way or another, they've obviously found a little bit of leeway there, so that's fine. It is going to be Andy Gorvin, as you possibly heard over the public address, to resume after lunch from the far end, the River Taff end, with 2 slips in. Marnus Labuschagne at first, Sam Northeast at second. Northeast taking the catch to dismiss Prithvi Shaw earlier. Round the wicket comes Gorvin, left alone by Emilio Gay, who's on 59. Proctor on 26, the partnership worth 84 for the 3rd wicket. The reason I'm staying somewhere else, Nick, is I understand there is a pop concert of some description on, I think, beginning of next week, next couple of days.
Oh,
in the city.
Now you're asking.
So
someone's at the stadium, and I can't remember who. Foo Fighters, possibly.
Might be. It's nothing that I shall be attending. Driven handsomely by Gay, runs for him here as it beats extra cover. It's running out towards the boundary. Is it just? It's a little teaser. I think he's just about kind of
knocked it
over the rope. That's unfortunate. It was a long chase by Tim van der Hoogten, wasn't it?
Yeah, got a hand to it, and the ball then followed him over the ropes.
Just went over the rope. It was one of those awful little teasers when is it going to go there or not? Anyway, it did. It's 4 more to go. It was a lovely shot. Away through extra cover, 63 to him, 107 for 2. It's not Matt Monroe or Pet Clark, I know that. So, I don't think I should be attending.
That's right, it's the Foo Fighters.
Well, there you have
Tuesday night.
There you have the advantage of me. Gay on strike, Gorvin round the wicket, bowls to him, and he steers that down again in the gap, considerable gap between backward point and second slip, all along the floor. And they come back for 2, chased down towards the boundary by Eddie Byram, who's been busy today in the field.
It's all right, they've only been popular for about a quarter of a century.
Have they really? Oh, no, it's no good, no good to me then. 65 to Gay, 109 for 2.
Fronted by Dave Grohl, former drummer with Nirvana.
Yes. Gay edges, and he's caught at first slip. Really good catch by Marnus Labuschagne. Gay driving, he cannot believe it, he's so cross with himself, but he's got out almost immediately after lunch, and Glamorgan have the breakthrough they've been wanting since that little early burst from James Harris. And Emilio Gay goes, caught Labuschagne, bowled Gorvin for 65, Northamptonshire 109 for 3.
Good catch from Labuschagne, falling backwards, seemed to be travelling pretty smartly, and Labuschagne showing that while all around him might be dropping catches in the T20 at least, he's got a safe pair of hands. He pulled off an absolute screamer in the outfield here on Thursday night, taking one at full stretch, running on the boundary. Gay, just a little fault that he showed once or twice early in his innings, just falling over a little bit as he went into his forward push, and wasn't rather too balanced, but good knock nonetheless. 65 on the board. It's got Northants going, and that wicket has probably got Glamorgan back to about even Stevens in the match.
Yep, absolutely right, but I know he will be frustrated, as I mentioned on comms this morning. He's very conscious of the fact that it's hundreds that get you noticed. He's very ambitious. He wants to play international cricket, particularly Test cricket, and he knows it's hundreds, big hundreds, that get you noticed, and he'll feel, well, he saw from his reaction that 65 isn't really enough, but nevertheless,
Rob Keogh is the new batter for Northamptonshire.
Comes out to bat for Northamptonshire in his testimonial year. 218 runs in the championship so far this season at 36, with 1 century and 150, closing in on 10,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all formats. If he'd played in the T20, I suspect he might be in with a chance of doing it this year. As it is, if he's not playing T20, then I suspect he may struggle to get up to that mark, but he had a really good game 2 championship matches ago at Derby. Scored 100 and picked up a fifer.
Having seen him play in the One Day Cup against Glamorgan, I would have thought he'd be reasonably well suited to the short format as well.
As the great man used to say, You might say that, I couldn't possibly comment. I think you're absolutely right, and I think a lot of supporters would feel the same way. But anyway, there we go. He's got to face his first ball from Andy Gorvin with 3 slips in now. So Labuschagne at first took the catch there. Sam Northeast at second. Billy Root goes in to third. And Keogh facing his first ball and plays it out. Comes across his stumps, plays it out into the onside. And there's no run, fielded there by Kieran Carlson, and immediately with that wicket, a little bit more buzz and bubble in the field from Glamorgan. Just needed to break that partnership and have done so. The vital statistics of Emilio Gay's innings: faced 93 balls and hit 10 fours. And here's Gorvin in bowls to Keogh, who plays at that outside the off stump. I thought I think Andy Gorvin did think he might have him for a second, and a few of the spectators thought he got him, as it beat the outside edge, went into the gloves of Chris Cook, and that's a top-notch over from Andy Gorvin. 6 overs, 1 for 19. It's 109 for 3, 26 to Proctor, and Keogh still looking for his first run.
Yeah, Gorvin seems to have found his niche in the team in the last few matches. 9 wickets in the 2 games that he's played in, and made that 10 in 2 and a bit. There's umpire Redfern looking somewhat dubiously to the skies for a moment, as the replay of the last ball did seem to be a bit of deviation, but it must have been swinging in the air rather than off the edge. Harris then to bowl to Proctor on 26 not out, 109 for 3. Harris in bowls and on the legs, turned away down to fine leg. They run the first one hard, they think of a second, but Van der Hoogten has got a strong arm, and they settle for the single, 110 for 3. Should the Foo Fighters not be to your taste, Andrew, at the Principalities Stadium, events coming up later in the summer include a Monster Jam, which is bloomin' big trucks.
Oh right, I thought you meant strawberry or raspberry. So settle for that.
Very large trucks crunching around for no apparent reason, but it seems to float plenty of people's boats. Harris into bowl to the new man Keogh. 3 slips, full length ball. He gets off the mark here with a drive through the covers. Might get a couple of runs. Will get a couple of runs. 112 for 3. What else have they got? Billy Joel, heard of him?
Oh yes. That's a bit more like it. It's okay.
They've got some speedway in August, and then it's back to the rugger in November, when Fiji, Australia and South Africa will be visiting. Nice to see they're only playing 3 matches this year rather than being greedy and going for 4th with one outside the international window. Harris bowls to Keogh, off the back foot, punches into the cover area, but Byram makes ground to his right and does the fielding.
Yeah, Rob Keogh's got a match, I think 3 weeks today, at Wantage Road between his team and a Courtney Laws 11.
Right.
Might be quite entertaining. I think it's selling quite well from what I can make out.
Has Courtney Laws got any cricketing pedigree as well as his rugby exploits?
Doubtless we'll find out, but should be fun.
So that's a full length ball from Harris up in the block hole, dug out by Keogh. Of course, it tends to be that most rugby players can wield the bat with some degree of success.
In the ranks of the newly crowned English Premiership champions, of course, there are some very, very keen cricketers. George Hendy, who had that wonderful break, who helped win the final. He plays, I think, for Kinnerton Cricket Club, or has done. Saw him the other day buying himself a new bat.
Harris bowls and Keogh defends to point, no run. So
yeah, there's a lot of the Saints players whenever they come in to be interviewed on the Saints show on BBC Radio Northampton. There was Graham McKechnie always asked them about other sporting interests, and yeah, almost all of them, to a greater or lesser extent, have an interest in cricket. So it should be entertaining. Unfortunately, Northamptonshire I shan't be there, because Northamptonshire are playing their 50 over warm-up game against Norfolk that day away.
Harrison bowls to Keogh, fiddles at that one, through to Cook, and slightly precarious moment for Rob Keogh then at the end of the Harris over. 3 runs came off it. It's 112 for 3. Yes, I was playing in a knock-around match. I had a catch taken off my bowling by the former Cardiff and Wales centre Jamie Robinson. Unfortunately, I couldn't repay the compliment and dropped one off his bowling. Also played a game with Andres Pretorius, who played a couple of games for Wales. Yeah. Cardiff back rower who hit a very long ball.
Yes, it could be an entertaining afternoon. Here's Gorvin bowling to Proctor, who is right across his stumps, playing it out to the onside. Carlson comes in from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. Yes, I don't know exactly what the composition of the respective teams will be, but I think some of the Saints players will be involved. But I think there are still some tickets available, I believe. Here's Gorvin running in again to bowl to Luke Proctor outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to Chris Cook. Yes, the concert you were saying about that's on, was it Tuesday? I couldn't remember the name of the band, but
Foo Fighters.
Yes, yeah. But obviously my Jenny, who looks after my hotel bookings, felt they might be a bit noisy for me.
Okay.
Being where I usually stay, being very close to there. So,
yes, yeah.
So it put me a little bit further out, where it's happily very quiet. Here's Gorvin in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone again by Luke Proctor.
There's usually a curfew on these events. I mean, Taylor Swift last week was off stage by, I think, 10:20. I know they're hairy-reared American rockers, but Cardiff Council will have them if they're not off stage when they're meant to be.
Were you at Taylor Swift's?
No, my daughter was.
Oh,
Very
right.
excited about the evening.
Proctor on 27, showing all that same sort of excitement as he pushes the ball up to mid-on. And there's no run.
I think Peter Miller from the press box here was in attendance with his daughter. But since my younger daughter's now 28, she didn't need a chaperone for the occasion.
No,
she was dressed as Lavender Haze, in case any Swifties are listening.
What? Here's Gorvin, bowls to Proctor, who is forward, playing it back down the pitch. Gorvin fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. You can provide me with a translation later.
It is a thing for Taylor Swift concerts for fans to dress with a nod to one of their favourite tracks or album covers or something of that nature.
Okay. Well, you learn something every day. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Proctor, who pushes forward and gets an inside edge. It runs down off the pad. Byram retrieves, coming up from backward point, and another good testing over from Andy Gorvin. This has been a really good spell of his after lunch. Already got rid of Emilio Gay. Northamptonshire 112 for 3. Proctor 27. Keogh is 2.
I don't think a t-shirt and jeans cut it anymore in attendance of such events. You're talking about celebrity cricket matches. Chris Cook has got one here on Friday, where those involved in support of his benefit include, as Harris bowls to Keogh on 2 not out and slashes outside off stump rather airily, lucky not to get an edge on that one. Joe Ledley, former Wales football midfielder. Nicky Robinson, yes, Cardiff and Wales rugby man. Plenty of rugby men. Gareth Anscombe, John Davis, Alex Cuthbert, Mike Bubbins, the comedian, who's a general cricket supporter, and Marnus Labuschagne's going to be involved as well. It's here on Friday, lunch as well. Harris bowls, Keogh knocks it away on the leg side past umpire Adnan, and will cruise through for a couple of runs as it's picked up on the deep square leg boundary by Billy Root, 114 for 3. It's interesting to see the Cook testimonial merchandise includes nods to both practicality and fashion, not just the usual sort of hats and polo shirts and stuff.
Oh, blankets, wasn't it?
Blankets.
Yes, I remember you saying when we were...
And earpod.
That's right.
Earphones, pods, whatever you call them. Keogh struck on the pad. Ball trickles down towards square leg. They go through for a leg by. 114 for 3. 115 for 3.
I remember you saying about this when we
were
were
at Northampton.
Yes,
yeah.
when we were together earlier in the
Yeah.
season, and it was so cold that we thought a Chris Cook
Blanket.
testimonial blanket would have been extremely helpful, but I don't think he got any in the boot, had he, unfortunately, which is a great shame. Crikey, benefit merchandise has changed.
There's Harris in, bowls back of a length, played by Proctor on the leg side. No run.
Well, it used to be just benefit ties, wasn't it? I can't.
Yes.
There wouldn't have been a lot of other. Well, tie and brochure. That was the.
Yes.
That was the thing. I think I've only got one benefit tie still in the wardrobe, and that's my old chum Richard Montgomery's down at Sussex, which is a very nice tie, and it's one that you can wear on sort of all occasions rather than necessarily having cricket dinners and not much else.
Harrison bowls full length, driven by Proctor on the offside, sprawling half stop, and they'll go through for what might have been a slightly risky single. It wasn't in the end. Carlson got a good firm paw on it, but just knocked it rather gently towards mid-off, where Mason Crane tidied up. The single was safe enough as it transpired. 116 for 3.
Yes, the Rob Keogh match, I know, is also in association with the Ruth Strauss Foundation, so that's
yes.
sort of the partner charity this year.
Harris bowls. Driven towards Byram at point, shouts a catch, don't think it carried. Byram tried to come forward, in the end just blocked it, and it is a dot ball. 116 for 3. Northants at the end of the over. May have a BBC Radio Wales update coming in the next couple of minutes, but I'm sure you'll hear it in plenty of time.
It's just a bit of a harum-scarum start for Rob Keogh so far. He's just living a little dangerously, but he's still there. 116 for 3 it is. And it's going to be Gorvin to continue from the far end, the River Taff end. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19, including the wicket of Emilio Gay since lunch. 2 slips in, round the wicket he comes and bowls to Proctor, who's dropping a bat on it, runs back down the pitch. Gorvin feels off his own bowling and there's no run. Not much breeze this afternoon, it's very still. The 3 flags on the Players' Pavilion over to our left, the Welsh flag, the Glamorgan flag, and Northamptonshire's duvet, this very large flag that they carry around. All 3 of them hanging fairly limply at the mast at the moment. As Gorvin runs in again and bowls to Proctor, who clips it away down to long leg. There is a man down there, and the result is just a single. 1 more to the total. Proctor to 29 and Northamptonshire to 117 for 3. Field changes over for the right-handed Keogh. Extra slip goes in, not surprisingly. Still Labuschagne, northeast and Root in the slip cordon. This extra cover practices a little sand wedge. Here's Gorvin in again, bowls to Keogh, comes right forward, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I think you mentioned, Nick, about Rob Keogh in T20, and I think certainly it's been an interesting selection one with George Bartlett has played in 7, the first 7 T20 matches, basically playing as a fielder.
Update for BBC Radio listeners. Northants 117 for 3. Glamorgan since lunch have got the breakthrough they needed when Emilio Gay, who'd made a very positive 65, was edging Andy Gorvin to slip. Marnus Labuschagne took the catch. 2 early wickets for James Harris after Northants decided to bat, but then a fight back from Gay and the skipper Proctor, who's still there. 29 not out. Northants 117 for 3.
Yes, I think it's a difficult one, isn't it? But you've got somebody that's basically playing as a fielder, and then he did get a couple of goes batting up suddenly at number 3 and missed out. Is Gorvin in again, bowls to Keogh, drives beautifully through extra cover. That's 4. Best shot he's played so far. Races away over the outfield to the shorter boundary. For 4, he goes to 8, and Northamptonshire to 121 for 3. You're not going to lose anything in the field with Rob Keogh, and he does also give you, he probably wouldn't bowl an awful lot in T20 cricket, but it does give you another option. So it's been one that's slightly surprised a few. I know he's had a few back issues, but seems okay at the moment. The ball is outside the off stump, started wide and swung wider, and in the end it was a good take by Chris Cook in front of first slip. That's the end of the over. 121 for 3, 29 to Proctor, 8 to Rob Keogh.
Yeah, it is sometimes the case, isn't it, that you have players in the T20 side who are not quite front line in one discipline or the other, but you would have thought Keogh's record would justify a place on either or both.
You would, because he's played a lot of T20 cricket over the years. So it's not as though he's somebody that's like Jack White, who it doesn't figure. He hasn't played, or Luke Proctor, who hasn't played it for years. Until a couple of years ago, he was one of the first names on the team sheet, you would have thought.
Harris starts a new over, bowls, and that's through Proctor, outside off stump, and into the gloves of Cook. Glamorgan seem as posing a few problems in this spell after lunch. Ball beating bat, and that one just shaved the off stick as well of Luke Proctor, as well as shaving the edge of his bat. So yes, relatively fortunate to survive that one either way. Harris is in to bowl to Proctor, down leg side, diving Byram, can't intercept it. It's a long chase out towards this square leg boundary. It's going to be a teaser, and the ball just wins. One of those tantalising ones that the fielder has to chase. Byram put in the dive, and the ball just trickled against the rope as he did so. 125 for 3. Proctor to 33 not out. That is a very long square boundary. Probably over 70 metres, isn't it? Would you
think so, yeah, comfortably. 75? It's a long, long way up
towards the pavilion side of the grounds, and I'm amazed that anyone was watching from in front of the pavilion today, because you need binoculars. It's in a different postcode. Harris bowls wide outside off stump. Proctor plays no shot. The pitch towards the grandstand side, albeit the grandstand square on is not used for county championship games, so spectators, quite a lot of them, clustered down just to our right. Shame that we didn't get the sunshine for this family day, but nice to see a few youngsters in who probably wouldn't have been otherwise with the free admission for under-17s. Harris in to bowl to Proctor, and that's edged between slip and keeper, and it's gone for 4. And well, no one really made an effort to catch that one. Labuschagne and Cook looking at each other and wondering how that got through.
It's extraordinary. It, as you say, it was edged at catchable height. It's just
probably more Labuschagne's.
More Labuschagne's it was, to his right hand. It probably just about. I think it did carry, didn't it? You would think that's probably Slip's catch, but anyway.
Didn't fully go for it. Well, flew pretty rapidly. Proctor, it's another 4 to his credit, as that one is driven up to mid-on. They go through for a single. Board catches up, 130 for 3, Proctor to 38.
But the ball certainly seems to be doing a bit more in this first half an hour or so after lunch than it did after that opening spell of James Harris. Gorvin in particular has really been getting it to dart and nibble around.
Harris into bowl and played on the offside. Quick single taken and well timed from Rob Keogh as the throw came in from Byram. Missed the stumps with his underhand flick at the non-striker's end. 131 for 3. Nice to see the habits of T20 are sticking with the team in some respect, even if Keogh isn't playing in it at the moment. They have darted through for a few quick singles. 131 for 3.
Yeah. Elsewhere, in Division 1 at Chelmsford, Durham 164 for 2 against Essex, with Alex Lees still there, 61 not out. David Beddingham's almost caught him up though. He's on 56, the South African. Kent 109 for 3 against Lancashire at Canterbury. Ben Compton has dug in for an unbeaten 50. They just lost the wicket of Joey Everson for 25. Nottinghamshire 151 for 3 against Somerset at Trent Bridge as Gorvin is in and bowls on leg stump to Keogh, turns it down to deep backward square where Harry Podmore field sends in his return. One more to Keogh, takes him into double figures to 10, and Northamptonshire to 132 for 3. Hampshire 119 for 2 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Fletcher Middleton 69 not out. Nick Gubbins just out for 44. And at New Road, Surrey 116 for 2 against Worcestershire. Gorvin round the wicket to the left-handed Proctor outside the off-stump. He leaves it alone. Dom Sibley 49 not out. Jamie Smith on 47. In Division 2, Middlesex 108 for 2 against Derbyshire at Lords. Sam Robson out for naught, but Mark Stoneman made 30. Max Holden is 36 not out. Sussex 105 for 3 against Leicestershire down at Hove. Sussex, of course, top of Division 2 going into this round of matches. Gorvin in bowls to Proctor, covers up, pushes it up to extra cover, and there's no run. They were 34 for 3. Sussex, as you mentioned earlier, all 3 wickets going to the medium pace of Ian Holland, but 105 for 3 now. Ali Carter made the move. It's 54 not out. Here's Proctor clipping that away down to fine leg for a single. More work for Harry Podmore to do, and keeps it to a single. Proctor to 39, 133 for 3. Yeah, Ollie Carter there, 56 not out. And up at Scarborough, Yorkshire 128 for no wicket against Gloucestershire. Adam Lyth 68 not out. Finlay Bean on 48. So that's brought you up to date. And of course England play the United States in the T20 World Cup at Bridgetown, Barbados a little later this afternoon. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Keogh, pushing it up towards mid-off. No run to be had there. So we'll be keeping an eye on that one, of course, after, as Nick mentioned earlier, the shock overnight Bangladesh beating Australia. Afghanistan, sorry.
Yes.
I'm talking about Afghanistan beating
I've
Australia
seen
by 21
Bangladesh
runs.
beating Australia here.
Oh, right. Okay. The Afghans doing the job. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Keogh. Lovely straight drive, but well fielded, half stopped of his own bowling by Gorvin. Cuts off any chance of a single. And that's the end of the over. 133 for 3. Keogh is 10. Proctor is 39. And, well, we've had half an hour since lunch. And this is hard work for Northamptonshire. It's been good stuff from Glamorgan since the break.
Yeah, so fairly even Stevens. Maybe Northants just moving just ahead on the scoreboard. Anyway, Andrew will be accompanied by Edward Bevan for the next half hour.
And it's going to be James Harris to continue. 13 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 56. Picked up the 2 early wickets this morning. Vasconcelos for 7 and Shaw for 2. Yeah, Afghanistan making 148 for 6 in their 20 overs. Australia all out for 127. Here's Harris. Bowls to Proctor, short. Proctor tries to pull, bounces down off the body. Don't think he got any bat or glove on it. They come through for a run, but indeed he must have got something on it because there's no signal from umpire Redfern. So 1 more to Proctor. It was on him, I think, a little quicker than he was expecting as he tried the pull shot. Presumably then just came down off a bottom edge. So 1 more onto the total. 40 to Proctor, 134 for 3. Umpire Hassan Adnan, I think, was just checking that Proctor was okay and it perhaps hadn't gone up and flicked the helmet, because of course they're very aware of concussion protocols and all the rest of it, but Proctor's saying he's absolutely fine. Here's Harris. Long straight run in and bowls to Keogh, who has another little nibble at that. Goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Cook. He's had a rather torrid start, Rob Keogh. He's hanging on in there. He's 10 not out, but he's had a tough time of it, and that's down to the quality of the bowling that we've seen from Glamorgan since lunch. Afternoon, Edward.
Afternoon, Andrew.
Trust you lunched well.
Yes, thank you.
Here's Harris running in to bowl to Rob Keogh on his legs, clipped away for 4. Just in front of square, crosses the boundary rope in front of the main stand over to our right, which, as Nick mentioned, isn't used for championship cricket, so we get to see the daffodils picked out in the seats in all their glory. 4 more to Keogh, 14 to him, 138 for 3.
Yeah, it appears to me that there's still plenty in it for the seamers. The old adage, if you put it in the right place, you will get rewarded. And Keogh, as you say, has had rather a torrid time, and like him, he's a very solid player.
But another one of those, of course, who hasn't played at all for the last month, hasn't been involved in the T20. That's full, and another attempted drive by Keogh. That
very
swung,
wide,
but it started wide and swung wider, beat the outside edge and taken, or rather half stopped by Keogh, by Chris Cook rather, diving in front of first slip.
Yeah,
so
I don't know about you. You watch him every day of the summer, but he always appears to me to remind me, Rob Keogh, of our great friend Rob Bailey, his stature and the weight. Do you think?
Yeah.
Have you not noticed that?
No, I think there's definitely something in that. Here's Harris bowling to Keogh, who tries to drive, doesn't time it, just jams it into the ground. It rolls up to mid-off. The man who has scored more runs for Northamptonshire across all formats than anybody else.
Yeah,
Rob Bailey.
Surprised. Fine player.
Just ahead of Alan Lamb and, of course, Dennis Brooks, who scored all of his in first-class cricket.
Yeah.
But if you add all the comps together, Rob Bailey's just ahead. Fine player, and I mean, like Rob Keogh, a very loyal clubman as well. Here's Harris in and bowls to Keogh once again on his legs, turns it away out through square leg. Not sure, is this going to go? Yes, it is. The outfield's quick, the boundary is short on that side, and it's another boundary through square leg for Keogh. Takes him to 18, 142 for 3, and that's the end of the over. Proctor is 40, Keogh is 18. Of course, Rob Bailey only making the move to Derbyshire really when right at the very end of his career.
Did he have 2 years?
2 years at Derby, after he'd lost the captaincy, and I think he just felt needed a bit of a change of scenery. Now, of course, very well respected first-class umpire.
He's been on the list now for nearly 20 years. I didn't realise it was as quick as that. Still looks the same.
He does.
He does, doesn't he? Very
Absolutely.
smart young man, they always call him.
Well, he's a little bit younger than me, not much, but he's worn rather better, I think it's fair to say.
Now, Harris has gone 2 for 65 off 14 overs. I did say earlier on that you do get he always goes around 4 and over, which is a pity really, because he's bowled really well today with not a lot of luck. Gorvin has also bowled well, and I think we'll probably see Tim van der Gooten at that end to keep some sort of pressure on as Gorvin comes over the wicket to the left-handed Proctor. The peel for LBW as he shuffles across. Not out, says umpire.
that your lift home, Eddie?
Yeah, I've told him he's a bit early. Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Heading off down to Swansea.
Yes, it could be going to the hospital. It could be police chasing some people from Northampton. He's here. Andy Garvin, 1 for 26 of 9 overs, and it's the one ball. It's a slight pause. 2 slips now for the left-handed Proctor. In comes the next ball and it's turned away. Likes that shot, doesn't he? Just tucking it away for a single up towards mid-wicket or fine leg. And I think that Rob Keogh's approach is, well, I'm not going to die wondering. It's seeming about still. If it's there, I'm going to have a go. As we've seen, he nearly drove one straight to cover as well, didn't he, on the half volley?
That's right.
But it is a change to see a right-hander. We didn't see much of previous show.
No, it's true.
But in comes Garvin over the wicket and bowls. This time Keogh's back on his stumps. Plays defensively up into the offside.
We were talking earlier off air, I think, Eddie, about Ralph Middlebrook and his father of James, of course, and how he brought Mohammad Azarullah to Northamptonshire a few years ago. And it was interesting when Rob Keogh up at Derby a couple of championship rounds ago made a century and took 5 wickets in an innings. We're looking at the last Northamptonshire player to do that, and it was James Middlebrook. In fact, the last 2 instances were James Middlebrook. What a handy and rather underrated
Man of
cricketer
many
he was.
counties as well, didn't
Yes,
he?
yeah, he
But
did.
he's on the list here now.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
But the point I was making to you, as you well know, is that James Middlebrook's father, Yorkshireman of course, used to go and watch the leagues, and he picked out, and I think I'm right, the bowler, and recommended him to Northants. Northants took him on, and he was very good.
He was, yeah.
Very good bowler. As in comes Garvin and bowls, and this time he's just nudged it down towards third man. It's a long chase. Ball is pulled up, and they think and they decide not to take a second. Incidentally, Chris Cook, as he often does to Garvin, has come up to the stumps as the score moves on to 145 for 3. Keogh 20 of 26 balls, but he's had his moments, Rob Keogh.
Yes, he Mohammad Azarullah was playing in the Huddersfield League, and 12 months later to the day was playing in T20 finals day at Edgbaston.
There's the next ball. Appeal for LBW and not given again. Might have been a little high because what is he, 6'4", 6'5"?
Whether he may also have just got outside the line, I'm not.
Yeah.
Andy Garvin doesn't seem particularly crestfallen about that. Not like the Emilio Gay one earlier on, when I think Glamorgan really did think they got him. Let's have a look. Bit high,
a bit high.
Spot on, Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, spot on.
They've had nothing given today, the Glamorgan bowlers, either end. As in comes Garvin again and bowls to Keogh. Keogh leaves, nicely taken by Chris Cook. That's the end of another over. 39 overs gone, 145 for 3. Proctor's on 41. Keogh is on 20.
It's Northamptonshire, remember, as Nick was saying earlier, making 5 changes to the previous championship match, which was admittedly obviously quite some time ago against Yorkshire, but Northamptonshire really ringing the changes for this one. And 2 first-class debutants for Northamptonshire, of course. Prithvi Shaw has played plenty of first-class cricket in India, but his first game for Northamptonshire, he becomes number 553 on the list.
There was only one great one for me from India.
Bishan.
Bishop
Yeah,
Bedi.
Bishan Bedi. He was an absolute artist. If you were,
I met him, in India
Really?
when I went on England tour. Yeah.
I was saying to somebody recently, if you were ever picking a side purely on aesthetic grounds, of players that you could watch for all eternity, then Bishan would be pretty much the first name on the score sheet, I would think. Extraordinarily. It's just a beautiful, beautiful bowler. Here's Harris into bowl to Proctor, and beats one inside the off stump again. A little bit of movement, a little bit of bounce as well.
Plenty there. There's plenty there.
It's still nibbling around, and it's hard work for the batters out there at the moment. Northamptonshire.
I remember the great Don Shepherd telling me that he played a lot against Bishop Beatty, and he said somebody hit him for 6, and he'd smile, and the captain said, "You want to move the field?" "No, just leave." Toss one up, caught long on, long off.
Well,
next ball. Oh, he's fantastic.
Here's Harris running in again to bowl to Proctor, who's in behind that. Plays it up to mid-on, no run. Well,
Aesthetic, you're right there, Alice.
Bishop used to say that he liked batters to go after him because he said other than that it's difficult to get him out.
Yeah.
But there's still a huge discussion about, because he bowled the last over in the 1976 Gillette Cup final when other bowlers had plenty of overs left, and he went for 26. David Hughes got after him, and Northamptonshire still won, but it's one of those great if-onlys. Short goes Harris, and Proctor ducking underneath it.
But I remember Tony Lewis captained England out in India in the mid-1970s, and I think they lost the first test, and the second test I think he got 80, or he might have got 100, Tony, and he had to face Bishop Beatty, Chandrasekhar, Venkat and Prasanna. And that wasn't easy work, as you may imagine.
Crumbs, no, absolutely not.
I remember him telling me about it.
Here's Harris in and bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, left alone. Wasn't that the series when England won a test on Christmas Day? I think it was Tony Lewis and Tony Gregg. Knocked off the runs, and I think
Tony got a lot, 80 or 8, I can't remember now, but
I think they actually won. I seem to remember, and only because I was probably listening on the radio at the time, age 10. That they won the game on Christmas Day, because I remember thinking that's
you're probably right,
darn fine Christmas present. Here's Harris in bowls to Proctor, pushes it up towards mid-off, fielded there by Mason Crane, who we haven't seen in the attack yet, despite the fact that we thought we might.
I'm a little surprised and perhaps not surprised, because it's a seamers pitch, you can see that, and I think the reason why Carlson was brought on for that over was because there was 2 left-handers there with the ball going away from the bat. So we'll see, because I think you've got to persist with seam here, Glamorgan.
It's doing enough, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Here's Harris in and bowls to Proctor, clips that away down to fine leg. There is a man back on the boundary at the River Taff end, and they come through for a single, which takes Luke Proctor up to 42, and Northamptonshire to 145 for 3 at the end of the over. 146 for 3, beg your pardon. So Northamptonshire since lunch have lost the wicket of Emilio Gay for 65, but they've added 45 runs.
He was very annoyed with himself, Emilio, because it was a little bit outside the off stump, had a go at it, and good catch. I wonder if Nick has told you about the catch that Labuschagne took here last Thursday night. It's one of and I'm going back, that's probably the finest catch I've ever seen.
Really?
Try and describe it to my best ability. Miss Crane was bowling this end, and I think it was Ben Charlesworth, I may be wrong, batting the far end. And I'll just break off and watch this one ball. You'll probably pick it up on YouTube, but here's Gorving, having a good bowl after lunch. He comes in and bowls, beats it yet again. The ball has beaten the bat so many times, and
that's gone like a little leg cutter, hasn't it?
Wee! Yes. Probably pitched it a little bit too far, and there's no need for him to play at it. But as you say, I think you've got to bring Van der Gooten back far end, because he's had a rest since lunch and before. And Gorving bowling quite beautifully here now. He's coming in again and bowls, and then he decides to leave quite rightly. Anyhow, Charlesworth, I think it was, hit it hard and high, and Marnus was on the boundary, and I thought this is going to drop short. He sprinted and sprinted and sprinted, dived forward, one-handed, and caught it in the 3 fingers. Do look it up if you can.
I will, no I shall. Heavens.
And he's such a great fielder in any position, because that wasn't an easy slip catch earlier on.
No,
it
wasn't.
was going down. Gorving again is racing in and bowls. And he's just bowling a little bit too wide now to get off to get Luke Proctor interested. He's got to keep it on that offside line, off stump line. He's got 2 slips. I think it might warrant a 3rd if he can hit that spot.
Christmas Day 1972. England won by 6 wickets in New Delhi. Tony Lewis 70 not out.
70, yeah.
Tony Gregg 40 not out.
That would have taken some doing. It's Garvin bowls, covers up in front of his stumps. There's Northant's captain looking to guide his school. Proctor is on 42, guide his team to a respectable total, and Keough is on 20. You see, there's plenty of cloud cover here, and the sun has not really come through as yet.
No, that's right.
Down west, I just spoke to my wife, and she was saying sitting outside is glorious, which doesn't often happen. In comes Garvin, bowls, shoveled away on the onside this time, and there's no run.
Yes, I'm told it's very nice back at home today. My wife was saying she'd managed to get the first lot of washing dry in a couple of hours this morning, almost before breakfast. Managed to get the.
That's the best time to do it before it decides to rain.
So England lost that series 2-1 in the end in India.
Yes, they did.
72-3, but Tony Lewis made, as you quite rightly say, 125 at Kanpur.
I was just going to go on to that, yeah. Here's the next ball. Oh, he's beaten again. It's like a gramophone record. Well bowled, young man. No luck there, and battling their way through it, or the Northants pair now 146-4-3. Going back to Bisham Bedi, those are the good old days, Andrew, when we had who's your overseas player, so-and-so, and we had him for the whole season.
Yeah.
We did see some, we were fortunate to see some great players, staying for the whole season and other seasons. Bisham Bedi, and Glamorgan had the great Majid Khan, and then we had
Taking over the bowling from the Cathedral Bowling, Harry Podmore.
It was a good time, I think, to watch county cricket.
There was some absolute. Well, Rowan Canai was one I always remember. I think about the players that were around when I first started watching Northamptonshire, which was early 70s, and Hampshire. Obviously, you had Barry Richardson, Gordon Greenwich,
yeah, that was it. But I'll tell you a little tale about my good friend Steve James, the former Glamorgan in England batsman. He was telling me, and I often think of this. He'd get the fixture list, and Steve was a little bit nervy. Opening batsman with Hugh Morris, very productive. Right, where do we start this season? Edgbaston, Alan Donald, Merrick. Remember Merrick? He was venomous. Right, okay, let's get over that. A couple of matches later, we got to go to Old Trafford. Oh yeah, Patrick Patterson. What? I just let you carry on.
Here's Harry Podmore starting a fresh spell. Bowled 5 overs in his first spell, and his first ball of his second spell from this end is dug out by Keough out to mid-wicket, no run.
Was a Macram. And then you go on, and he said, oh no, we've got to go down to Southampton. Malcolm Marshall, go. And then possibly go down to Sussex, where waiting him was Garth LaRue
and Imran Khan.
And Imran Khan. Yeah. And I was, you're absolutely right, Steve. Oh, goodness me.
Here's Podmore in over the wicket and bowls to Keough. Just blocks that one up again.
And when
on the
we look
side.
back, we must give credit to those boys, and then Northants to finish with Kirtley.
Yes, the future Sir Kirtley. Yeah, I mean, and that was, I'm thinking, early 90s.
That was it.
When I remember a very, very good friend of mine, John Hughes, who played quite a bit of first team cricket for Northamptonshire in that sort of period, early 90s. Is Podmore in bowls to Keough, who turns that away just in front of square on the leg side. He's going to get a single down to the man, Billy Root, coming off the deep square leg boundary. One more to Keough. He goes to 21 and Northamptonshire to 147 for 3. And his first 4 first-class matches, and I'm looking this up to try and make sure I get it right, bearing in mind he'd come up very much through the ranks. Northamptonshire is his home club, the village club, Little Harrowden, not far from Wellingborough. So John then got to make his first-class debut. Here's Podmore in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. This would have been in the 1990 season. His in successive matches as a young cricketer, he was just turned 19, and his first 4 county championship matches were Surrey at the Oval, Wakar Yunis, bowling at that time seriously rapid. Here's Podmore in again, bowls to Proctor outside the off stump, no run. Second match, Gloucestershire at Cheltenham, Courtney Walsh, Sid Lawrence.
How sad it was.
It was. That's very, very sad. We should send you all our very best wishes. And Kevin Curran. Third match,
Good player, yes.
Hampshire at Bournemouth, Malcolm Marshall.
Opening the batting.
Fourth match, Derbyshire away,
No, Mr. Holding.
and Ian Bishop. Here's Podmore in, bowls to Proctor, who drives, flowing drive, but can't get it past mid-off, where James Harris goes to ground and stops it. End of the over, 147 for 3. Proctor is 42, Keogh is 21.
It wasn't easy. It wasn't
No.
easy in those days. And chap making his name in the game and coming into the game then was somebody called Viv Richards, came to Glamorgan in 92 and began, or 91, and began to get that team going. The young side of Morris, James, Maynard, Croft, they all together. And 93 they won their first one-day trophy and went on and culminated in 97 with the championship win. But it was Viv who started it all out. Another over, and it will be another one for Corvin, who's bowled beautifully, it must be said. And he comes into the right-handed Rob Keogh, who gets behind it and punches it out to mid-off, where it's fielded.
But I do remember John saying, is it always
What world am I in?
Is it always like this? You know, those are his first 4 first-class appearances in 1990.
If you have not listened to Robert Croft, and he's a very, very good after dinner speaker. He goes around the country and highly thought of, describing. I just break off as Corvin from that river end comes in and bows to Keogh down the leg side, hits the pad, they go through for a simple leg by 148 for 3, and he's got all the accents of the world. That's Crofty, and describes it when he was facing Kirtley up at Northampton on numerous occasions, and it's hilarious because Kirtley used to just look at him. Hello, Crofty. How are you? Do you need a step ladder to play me? Then I can imagine what it was like. Now, I don't know. He went to Luton for a game. And, Moordown Park is the next ball. It's a slower ball by the looks of it. It's just defended back to the bowler. And Glamorgan, I think, were all out early after lunch. And I don't know if Kirtley was playing in that game.
He was. Yes, he was. I remember it, 1992.
Yeah. And there was plenty in the pitch there, and it was a cloudy, oppressive day. It was all over that game rather early. And Glamorgan won the Sunday League, would you believe? In comes Gorvin then from that far end and bowls. And, again, it's turned away off the stumps this time. He's got confidence enough, does Proctor. Push it down backward square for a single. Probably Gorvin's final over. He's bowled so well, but he must be just a little bit weary. And then Van der Gooten, who hasn't taken a wicket, will probably replace him. That's my guess. Who knows?
Yes, I do remember that game, and you called it entirely correctly in terms of how it went, but I remember it for a slightly different reason, which I'll tell you about in a second.
Gorvin in, bowls, Keogh, clips it off his legs, and you've got a couple here as Harris to run some 30 yards to his left. And Keogh now middling the ball, got over that period when he was playing and missing outside the off stump, but having one big flash at one, but he settled down. He's moved on to 24. And Gorvin has bowled, this will be his 12th, the last ball of his 12th over, 1 for 33. Really well. And he's going to bowl to Rob Keogh. He's in and bowls to Keogh. Keogh plays a lovely shot off his legs up towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a long chase for Eddie Byram, and I think the ball is going to win. Yes, it does. So that was a firm on-drive push, and that might tell Captain Sam Northeast that perhaps it is a time for Mr. Van der Gooten to reappear in the attack.
Yes, that match in 1992 at Wardown Park, Northamptonshire made 499 for 5 declared, hundreds for Fordham, Bailey and Lamb. And then Glamorgan all out for 176 in their first innings, 4 wickets for Ambrose, a couple for Paul Taylor, and following on, all out for 139, 4 wickets for David Capel, 3 for Kirtley Ambrose, and Alan Butcher captaining Glamorgan. I remember a very brave innings, 59 not out in that second innings, and just held the thing together. But the reason I remember that game, and I'd be very interested to know, and we haven't obviously been back to Wardown Park for some years, but
pretty ground.
Yes,
3 lines.
But I'm just wondering if it's still there as Podmore starts his 7th over, second of this spell, outside the off stump to Proctor, who leaves it alone. Was Alan Lamb hit a flat 6 in his 100, and we thought it was coming into the little press area, which was the room at the top of the pavilion, and it hit the window frame, a sort of metal window frame, and made a big dent in it. And every 2 or 3 years when we went back there, you could see it still there. And I'd be very interested to know if it's still there. Here's Podmore in, bowls to Proctor. He has to play at this, plays it up to mid-on, where Van der Hoogten fields, and there's no run. But we had some good. There were some decent cricket matches at Luton. I think a couple of years later, had a wonderful game against Yorkshire when young Michael Vaughan made a very good 100. Richie Richardson got 100. I think Marloy got one for Northamptonshire. And then
it was the conditions that day.
Oh yeah.
Listen to that attack. Well, thank you very much. Paul Taylor played for England. David Capel.
Yeah.
You know about Kirtley. It wasn't easy, that.
Here's Podmore in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Proctor. And then of course 1995 when we played Essex there, and 30 wickets fell on the first day. The game was over shortly after lunch on the second. And Mark Ilott, wonderful left arm seamer, of course he was, you say, international bowler. He took 9 for 19, including a hat trick, and was on the losing side.
What an amazing story that is.
Bizarre game of cricket that was. Here's Harry Podmore in and bowls to Proctor, who pushes it up to mid-on, and there's mid-off rather, and there's no run.
Funny, you remember certain games vividly, and there are others that just pass you by.
The one I remember, the reason I remember that one so vividly was my birthday, and a very distinguished correspondent who I better not name, although I don't think he's with us anymore, was supposed to be reporting for one of the national papers and didn't arrive.
I can guess who it was.
And so I got the call, and it was, could you do a few words with 30 wickets falling in the day. Yeah. Here's Podmore in and bowls, and edged in front of first slip. I don't think that carried.
No, he didn't move, did he, Labuschagne?
To Labuschagne. I think he just... Again, you've got to give the batter a little bit of credit, I think, for playing that with soft hands. It landed just in front of Labuschagne.
And listeners and viewers don't mind us reminiscing, I'm sure they don't. And I can remember the same journalist at Oxford one day. And he was also a keen and observer of horse racing.
Yes.
And he arrived and was walking around the parks. I was about 10 yards in front of him. I could hear him saying,
his Podmore is in bowls and turned away by Proctor. They're going to have to hurry, and it was absolutely sold down the river. If the throw had hit the stumps,
3 yards,
then Keogh would have been 3 or 4 yards out. He'd given up because he knew that if the throw hit the stumps, he was going to be out. It didn't hit the stumps, thankfully for Rob Keogh. And they come through for the single, but it was a shocking run.
Oh dear me! And you're going down to apologise, I hope.
I think the captain may just be saying, "Sorry, Rob, I'll stick a fiver in your testimonial bucket." 156 for 3 at the end of the over. Proctor's 44. Keogh is 28. I'll let you finish the...
Yeah, Nick is going to come in. But what happened? We were at the parks, and this correspondent was standing and walking behind us. He said, let out a yell. He said, "Where are we?" I said, "Beg your pardon." we're at the parks. Oh, I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be at Kempton Park. And off he went. You know what I'm
Close,
talking
I do
about.
indeed. And on that bombshell, I'll hand you over to Nick.
Anyway, old tales. Glamorgan are trying hard, but they still can't get this fourth wicket. 156 for 3. Nick is
Tim van der Houten coming on again at the river end.
alongside. I don't know if you've been watching, Nick, but
I have been watching.
been
I didn't quite see the run out though at the end of the over. I was just making my way
you've
back into the
been
box.
3 to 4 yards short.
Who was the thrower?
Don't know. I believe it was Byram. I'm pretty certain. But the bat, the ball has beaten the bat so many times, and they've been very unlucky. And Gorban especially has bowled exceptionally well. And fresh Van der Gooten, who hasn't bowled since just before lunch, is coming on at that far end, and he'll be bowling to Proctor. In he comes, and he's up that river end and bowls, clipped off his legs. He's done so many times in this innings, and they go through for a single.
Yeah, partnership approaching 50, but it hasn't always been that confident, has it, from
Not
this
by a
pair?
long way.
Ball has beaten the bat plenty, but Glamorgan struggling to add to their 3 wickets.
I think they deserved a fourth. They bowled that well. I'm just saying that Harris has been rather expensive, but he has also been unlucky. Van der Gooten 3 slips now as he comes into the right-handed KO and bowls him, and KO just watches that sail outside the off stump, taken low down by Chris Cook. I think the atmosphere here, cloudy, low cloud all day, but warm and a little bit oppressive, has helped, but they've been hit in this green patch, and the advantage of having the little monitor here, then you've seen it just land on the green and deviate a long, long way. Van der Gooten tosses the ball from one hand to the other and comes in and bowls, and Keogh gets one well outside the off stump, which he has nothing at all to do with.
Yeah, Glamorgan need to try and get a squeeze on at some point, don't they? Because the runs are coming at a reasonable rate, aren't they? 3.5 runs and over. And Northamptonshire have got the basis of a pretty decent score here.
It's a bit difficult, isn't it? Because if the ball is beating the bat quite a lot, then you have an attacking field. Therefore, you haven't got men out in the boundary, which there aren't, of course, at the present time. Tim van der Gooten comes in over the wicket and bowls, and caught is he? Yes, he is. Well, that wicket has gone. He hasn't looked all that comfortable, but the Marnus Labuschagne, who's got terrific hands in the outfield or close to the wicket, takes another low catch. And as Nick Webb was waiting for that fourth wicket, you've had it.
Yeah, so probably deserved by Glamorgan.
Yes.
Labuschagne taking it waist high, falling back. It was travelling pretty smartly again off the edge. So Keogh is on his way back. 4 for 157.
Couldn't do much about it, could he?
It's a decent delivery. And a catch well taken, and Marnus Labuschagne, having pulled off that outfield catch that you were describing earlier on in the T20 on Thursday, has now got a couple of smart slip catches as well.
Yeah. And as we thought, having seen Gorvin bowl so well, that it was time to bring Van der Gooten back, and he strikes with his 5th ball. And this opens an opportunity now with a fresh Van der Gooten to have a go at the Northants middle order. The captain is still there, staunch innings from him. And it's 157 for 4, as you say. It's got very interesting.
Probably the clouds giving Glamorgan a little bit of assistance, as well as the wicket.
Pitch it is.
The new Northamptonshire batter, Lewis McManus.
Keeper Lewis McManus, he's averaging 56 this season, but he's only got 150. That courtesy of a host of not outs. So,
Dangerous batsman.
yeah, 169 runs for 3 times out this season, and then a number of all-rounders. Be interesting to see in which order: Broad, Miller, Patterson, White, Russell.
No relation? Broad?
Emerge? No, it's a South African-born gentleman. Neil Broad's son, there we are. Son of a tennis player.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andrew. A query that we had on Twitter, Edward, earlier on, which I was going to ask you from, I think it was Neil. Thank you for your words about our commentary, Neil. Asked, who was your predecessor as Wisden Glamorgan correspondent?
Mr. John Billow.
I thought it might.
You remember John? Did you?
Yes.
Lovely man.
Yeah.
Yes, John approached me, would I take over? As I did to you.
Indeed.
It's getting a bit long in the tooth. Not you, me. Right, the new Matsman. McManus, former Hampshire man, took over when Rossington left for pastures new. And he's facing the last ball of this over from Van der Gooten, who's in and bowls. And it's right forward, stifles any sort of swing or seam. Pushes it away in the offside.
Some rather excitable gulls in the vicinity, it seems. Tell you what, I was up at the back of the stand just having a wander around in the Thursday night match because I wasn't commentating, and the number of gulls around there,
I've never seen so many. Well, it was tea time for them.
Yeah, chips, probably a lot of chips flying around, I guess, discarded chips.
They go into you, if you're sitting at Scarborough or anywhere else, or Mumbles or down in Hove, and they swoop at you. Last ball of the over, in comes the Pavoni, beats him outside the off stump. Plenty in it at the moment, and it's 157 for 4. The game is in a very interesting position, and the Morgan Seamers have go well on it. Especially, it must be said, Govin and Van der Gooten and Harris at the start.
Yes, it's fairly evenly poised, you'd say, again now, but maybe Northamptonshire have ridden their luck at times, as of course you have to sometimes in the life of a championship cricketer.
As I mentioned, Nick, earlier on, they'll be rather pleased if this pitch stays the same, that Mr. Ben Sanderson is not playing.
Yeah, Sanderson, just minor fitness issues, as Harry Podmore will continue to look to join in the wicket taking from this Cathedral Road end. It's bowling to skipper Luke Proctor on 45 not out, left-hander, 2 slips, 4 saving the single, as that is driven into the covers by Proctor, but not quite as well timed as initially we thought, as it's fielded at mid-off by Harris.
Do you remember that? Yeah, you must have been there some years ago, that Jack Rudolph took the Glamorgan side to Northampton. It was dank, it was grey, they decided to start, oppressive. He decided to bat, and Glamorgan were 9 down at lunch. And Sanderson was absolutely at his best.
Yes, he's had success at Swansea as well, as Podmore bowls, worked on the leg side by Proctor for his 46th run down towards square leg, who is back towards the ropes as the gulls circle around us. Not sure whether having a few more youngsters in the ground than usual on free admission means there'll be more discarded food available for the marauding gulls of Sapphire Gardens.
Of course, Ben Sanderson had a trial with Glamorgan.
Did he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Wonder if Radders knew that.
Podmore's got 3 slips for the new man McManus, right-hander. It's on his way in again and bowls, and that's angled down between slips and gully. McManus will get off the mark with at least a couple, and they'll settle for a couple. It's quite a long chase down towards the third man boundary. It might have been 3 on another day. Reminder, England's next game in the T20 World Cup is at 3:30 at Bridgetown, Barbados, against the United States. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. Earlier today, Afghanistan beating Australia by 21 runs. As that is turned away on the leg side by McManus for, I think, a single, or is it a leggy? Umpire Redfern taps the knee. It is a leg by 160 for 4. Yes. Afghanistan, something of a thorny issue, of course, in the cricketing world, due to the oppressive nature of the regime against the women's half.
Dreadful.
As Podman's on his way in and bowls outside off stump. Proctor
You
plays
notice
no
that
shot.
Rashid is batting 6 for them now. He always got a few runs, didn't he, when he was playing for Sussex? Is he due back? He'll probably come back for the Glamorgan. Come in a fortnight.
Not sure of Rashid's arrangements at the moment. It's such a popular fellow. He
Lovely
seemed to
man,
have his
apparently,
own personal fan club down at Hove. And certainly on the occasions I've seen him at T20 games, ever willing to get stuck into promotional, signing autographs, taking selfies. So, as that's driven by Proctor out to Harris at mid-off, and there is no run. 75.6, the last ball of the Podmore over, which conceded 3 off the bat and a leg by 161 for 6.
Yeah, I would agree.
For 4, sorry.
Northants, you would say, is about, 60-40 in front. But another wicket, especially 2, and all of a sudden this Glamorgan, so it's quite an even game, and we've seen some good cricket.
The dreaded phrase of bang bang. One brings 2, etc., etc.
160 for 7, lads. Anyway, here's a new over from Van der Gooten. It comes in ball to McManus. McManus got a thick inside edge and plays it away on the onside. There's no run.
In Division 2 elsewhere, Middlesex 136 for 3 against Derbyshire. Deploy 46 not out.
He would, wouldn't he, against his old club.
Derbyshire, of course, captained by former Glamorgan skipper David Loys, and including former Glamorgan batter Aneurin Donald in their ranks. He's got a bit of championship action now to add to his T20 blasts.
Van der Gooten turns, comes in again and bowls. Oh, and he beats him with an absolute beat. Well, he couldn't have done more, could McManus. He played down the line, straight line, but it ball just deviated. Oh, perfect delivery.
Sussex against Leicestershire. Sussex 190 for 4. Carter's gone for 96. Simpson is 65 not out. 3 wickets for Ian Holland.
Glamorgan were glad to get him for a pair, John Simpson, here a couple of weeks ago. Here's Van der Gooten, bowling extremely well, comes in, bowls to McManus, and he gets a bat on this and plays it out to short extra cover, where it's fielded by Carlson.
The formidable Yorkshire openers Lyth and Bean are still together at Scarborough, with Yorkshire 177 without loss against the Gloucesters.
I think the Gloucesters put them in, I think.
They did. Graham Van Buren, their championship captain these days.
Having travelled all that way yesterday.
Glamorgan play away to Gloucestershire on next Sunday.
Van der Gooten is in, bowls to McManus. Straight through again. Just get it off stump. Tim, that's all they probably said. Just hit that off stump, not just outside, and then you might get a nick.
This looks more like April at times than mid-June, midsummer, doesn't it? The way the ball's
sporty pitch
wobbling around.
Thought we were going to have a 7-2 field then, but he's brought a man now. Oh, he's swapped. And he has got now 4 slips. Van der Gooten, as he prepares to bowl. 2 balls left of this over. There'd be no runs and really no chance of a run because the bat's been beaten 3 times. Tim Van der Gooten from the river end coming in towards us. He's over the wicket and bowls and they can't fly 4 times. I could think of some bowlers from the past who might Tim just turn and walk back, might have just a few words.
I don't think that Van der Hoogten is
He's not that type, is he?
Demonstrative sort of bowler. Oh well, there we are. Let's have another go. Division 1 at Chelmsford. Durham making good ground against Essex. 225 for 3. Lees is 88 not out.
Let's look at Van der Gooten again.
Repeat.
McManus just stands there and looks and says, well, what can I do? Wonderful over of the match, I think. So that's a maiden for 24 off 11. Yeah, and I think some bowlers at past and present might be looking at this and think, oh, we could have a bowl of that.
It is giving them some assistance, but are Glamorgan making the most of it? Well, they haven't got the wickets, but they seem likely to take them at any moment at the moment. So I don't think it's us with our Welsh tinted glasses on.
No, it's just a fact of life. And Proctor's faced 127 balls for his 46 not out and is holding the ship above water.
Kent against Lancashire. Kent 140 for 5. Compton made 55. 3 wickets for Balderson for the Lankies. Podmore is in to bowl to Proctor, who defends it back down the wicket to the London-born fast bowler, who stops it in his follow-through. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire against Somerset Notts, 185 for 6, half centuries for Clark and Haynes, but Somerset attack going well. 3 wickets for the youngster Casey Aldridge, 2 for Miguel Pretorius, 1 for Craig Overton. Just a couple of overs so far for Jack Leach, as that's through outside off stump from Podmore. Not much carry on that one. Reached Chris Cook, I think, on
different
the
threat, isn't it?
second bounce
From either end.
Yeah, Van der Hoogten's getting a lot more life at the moment.
Banging it in, and it's more of a floater from Harry Podmore. I think McIlroy might have enjoyed this pitch as well, Nick, with his left arm.
Yeah,
Bounce and height that he has.
but his championship form has not been great so far. Struggling for wickets. So Podmore given his chance, as that's a no ball. Extra maybe a little bit of effort. 76.5 miles an hour, but conceding a couple of runs, which will...
We're having a long day. 47 overs bowled, 48
don't
left.
Don't. So 16 to go before tea. Tea at 4 if we're lucky. As the no ball is added to the board, 163 for 4. Proctor on 46 not out on strikers. Podmore bowls, slightly mistimed drive to mid on. Van der Hoogten does the fielding, and there's no run to complete those Division 1 scores. Then in the County Championship, Warwickshire against Hampshire at Edgbaston. Hampshire are 161 for 4. Fletcher Middleton made 74. 2 wickets apiece for Barnard and Hannon Dolby. And that's New Road, Worcester. Surrey 168 for 2. Podmore's in to bowl to Proctor through outside off stump. No shot required. Burns went for 0, Pope for 14, but Sibley 71 not out, Smith 77 not out. Have put on 139 so far.
I don't think he's far from an England cap, do you?
Smith?
Yeah,
we wouldn't have thought so.
Just talk about it, and
as a keeper,
as you say, and saw that innings he played, 2020, got 80 out of it, 30 at the start.
Here's Podmore on his way again from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls, full length delivery, driven by Proctor to mid on, and there is no run. Proctor on 46 not out, looking to become the second half centurion of this visitors' innings. Emilio Gay made 65, including 10 boundaries. Proctor's hit 6 so far. Update for radio. Northants 163 for 4. Glamorgan with 1 wicket in the last hour. Tim van der Hoogten, who's bowled very well, removing Rob Keogh, caught it slip for 28. Emilio Gay made 65. Luke Proctor's 46 not out. 2 wickets to James Harris, 1 to Andy Gorvin. Glamorgan lost the toss, saw Northants decide to bat first. Glamorgan got a couple of early wickets, but the game about even at the moment, although Glamorgan have beaten the bat plenty of times without too much reward. Northants 163 for 4. Proctor 46, McManus 2.
And McManus to continue his battle against Tim van der Gooten with 4 slips in attendance. Here he is, coming into the right-hander and bowls the first ball. Oh, here we go again.
Shall we record that phrase?
A gramophone. I can just put my needle on my voice on and off to go. Well, just he drove with that again and beat him.
Put you on loop, yes. Van der Hoogten to McManus outside the off stump, beats the bat through the keeper. That's probably 5 times in a row now. I think.
Probably get 100 now. Lewis McManus. Here he is waiting as in comes Van der Gooten. And he gets a bat in it and gets a little bit of an ironic applause from in front of us. So he'll just say, okay, that's another ball gone, that's beating me. Another one to come, I'll concentrate.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, doesn't count. It's just a dot ball, same as if he'd defended it competently.
Nice stance as McManus up the crease as he waits now for the medium pace of Van der Gooten. And he comes and bowls. This time he'll place it on the onside. I was about to say, well, you've got 6 fielders on the offside, you might as well put another one on there because there's nothing gone, but he hit it firmly but straight to the fielder.
It's the first one he's middled in a while.
Yeah.
Possibly the first one he's middled.
He's hit. He's faced 13 balls for his deuce, 2 runs. Surprised Cook hasn't had a catch today with the ball going so much. Next man to him though, Labuschagne has. In comes the next one, and that's played out to Carlson as threats to throw down, even though the batsman had not moved from either end.
Yes, a reminder, if you are planning on attending on Tuesday, then I guess it'll be leaving at the end might cause a few problems rather than the start of the day with major rock concert at the stadium down the road.
Lady Back performs it?
No, it's Foo Fighters, American rock band.
Who? Foo Fighters?
Foo Fighters.
That's new one on me.
Top ball.
Nick is very good, you know, Radders, at all these modern pop people.
They're not that modern, Edward.
And he shouldn't be because he's a spring chicken. You know what I mean, Nick, and no offence. Foo Fighters.
Foo Fighters, an American rock band.
Good for them. Welcome to Cardiff. Perhaps they'll come and watch a bit of cricket. Tim van der Gooten fighting it out of wicket and bowls, and that's just played at the outside edge. And that's the end of another excellent over. Yet another maiden. 12 overs, 1 for 24. Tim van der Gooten. I would think as perhaps he might give Crane, and I say that not just for a change of attack, but also because if there's a bounce there, nothing a leg spinner likes more is a bouncy pitch, and certainly there's plenty of that. But no, it's to be Podmore, as 2 senior figures on the Glamorgan side have a word. One of them is the captain, and the other one is the vice captain. What are they saying, I wonder?
163 for 4. Podmore then looking for his first success in the first team this season, having not really enjoyed his first spell, or first season rather, last year. And is on his way to bowl the left-handed Proctor. Just the 2 slips at that end. And through outside off stump, no shot played. It just got the feeling that Glamorgan's bowlers need to tighten their lines a little bit, force the batters to play more regularly.
Van der Gooten certainly done that, and Gorvin did. But as you say, yeah, he's just fallen a bit too wide now, is Podmore, and hasn't got the zip as he of the others.
It's on his way in. Past umpire Redfern, bowls to Proctor. It's nice and straight and defended competently by Proctor back down the pitch, and there's no run. 74.8, so he's a bit quicker than he looks. Mid-70s, respectable. So the field, the 2 slips, the 3 in single saving positions on the offside. There's a third man down in the distance by special request of E. Bevan of Trebanos.
Oh yes, yes.
At the River Taff end, fine leg, deep square leg, and mid on. Played on the offside by Proctor. Fielded by Carlson, scampering round, cover in front of Gorvin at point. And there is no run. So Northamptonshire in a decent enough position, having decided to
but not
bat,
consolidating.
but not really kicking on in any form. It's been a battle for survival for long periods of this afternoon.
You were saying how good rate is now, was, but it's now gone down to 3.2.
It's dropping a little bit as Podmore bowls outside off stump. Proctor shoulders arms. And there's no run. Just get the feeling that Podmore needs to be bowling more wicket to wicket as Gorvin does, who's not express pace by any means, but bowls very accurately. And
100%, yeah.
Proctor just going for a little bit of gardening. There's Podmore on his way. Bowls to Proctor, who runs that one down. Well, they had a third man a couple of minutes ago. They don't now, but Byron will backtrack from point and keep them down to a couple. As Proctor moves on to 48 in the total to 165 for 4. On this still day, the cloud's not going anywhere very fast. It is warm enough to be pleasant watching.
Very pleasant,
it's
yes, outside.
Short sleeves, sort of t-shirt, polo shirt sort of weather. Can't complain at all about the temperatures. Podmore into bowl, strikes Proctor on the pad, howls and out! Given after a long thought from Sue Radfern. Up goes the finger and Luke Proctor falls just too short of a half century. Podmore has his first wicket of the season. Northants 165 for 5.
It took a long time, but a lot of umpires do that. He did walk across, but I'll be very interested to see where this ball pitched. We're about to have the
Luke Proctor, LBW.
It's pitched middle. Probably would have been hitting middle and leg.
I can't understand why she took such a long time.
It's nipped back a bit off the pitch, that, isn't it?
It does. Well, it's there. If you hit the
delivery,
the length, neck. Yeah, another important wicket, that.
As we've been saying, it's this green. Most of the wicket is green in the centre, but there are brown patches at either side at both ends of the wicket, so there's potentially a bit of wear for the spinners later in the game, but there's this very green area down the middle in line with the stumps, which is where they need to be bowling, and they're getting the reward for that. So 165 for 5, maybe the game 55% to Glamorgan at the moment.
50-50, I think. No,
yeah,
I don't know.
Not much in it.
Is there a lot of batting to come?
Yes.
Well, there's a few who can. Of various all-rounder abilities. As Justin Broad is in at 7, he's opened before. And now averaging 18 this season, though, the young man from Cape Town.
Just ask Andrew, is the third brother of the Curran clan still on? He's not, because he used to open the batting at near times.
Ben Curran.
Ben Curran. The only one of that excellent cricketing family probably not to have succeeded. Father Kevin and the two boys, of course, we know all about.
Yes, Justin Broad, born in Cape Town, holds a German passport. Played for Germany. Oh, well. As did Craig Meshter of Glamorgan a few years back, play for Germany.
Well, that was the last ball of the over, 1 for 28 for Podmore, as the battle continues between Van der Gooten and McManus as the first ball comes and it's left. No flashy drives or pushes outside the off stump.
Speaking of associate cricket, Asa Tribe, the Glamorgan youngster, had a couple of matches for his native Jersey last week. Got a couple of 50s.
You tell me he's a good little player.
It'll be interesting to see whether in the last few games of T20, if Glamorgan do admit tacitly or otherwise they can't qualify, whether they
better be
put some of
careful,
these youngsters in.
because if they play, you know what I'm about to say is, in comes Van der Gooten, bowls. Here we go again. Beaten outside the off stump. It's a torrid time for McManus, but he's facing some high-class seam bowling here from Van der Gooten. And that nipped back and then went away, the perfect delivery.
It is going the ball all over the place at the moment. It's the cloud cover and the green
It's not the
centre of the wicket.
of 3 years ago.
Oh, the first match of the season one.
In
Yeah.
comes the next ball. That's a push forward onto the onside. 4 slips now. And a cover. And there's a big gap between cover and mid-off, as if to say to McManus, well, if it's up there and you want to hit it, do have a go. And you might nick it. Often you see that, when you see that big gap.
Yeah, if Glamorgan do lose another one, why not give the likes of Bevan, Smale or Tribe a few matches to make an impression, all known for hitting abilities? Edward looks sceptical.
No, I don't. You must play, and for the other sides as well, if there's a tussle at the top, you must play your best side, I think.
Yeah, but if your more experienced players aren't winning matches, why not give your less experienced ones a run out?
Do any better, I don't.
Well, you'll never find out if you don't try them.
You haven't got anybody pace bowlers to come in, otherwise
That's the issue.
Wouldn't have to bowl, as we said earlier on, but get a player from Scotland.
Indeed.
There we are. It's
There's that.
a lot to talk about. Are we having a change in the field? Where's Billy Root going? He's disappeared from 4th slip. We've got a short leg in, which is interesting. He's going to try and get the in-swinger working now, I would have thought. So 3 slips and a short leg as opposed to 4 slips. As Tim Van der Gooten comes into the right-handed McManus and bowls to him. And this is a good shot. He's gone for that gap between cover and mid-off, and McManus very relieved. But he's not going to get the other end because he's going to get 2 runs, which is good. As if he thought, I've got the opportunity here. I'm not going to go too hard. It just pushes it through extra cover for a couple of runs. He moves on to 4. Glamorgan, Northamptonshire. Visitors today are 167 for 5. I'm sure Andrew will tell us later on something I read a couple of days ago. As in comes the next ball. Back to normal. Goes through to Cook. Of a spacious, wonderful new ground on the outskirts of Northampton, which are in their thoughts. He nods his head. When he comes back, you can perhaps have a word with him about it. That'd be interesting. I shall miss, though, the old ground. Being a bit of a...
Oh, in addition to.
Oh, in addition to, so as Bradford says. Good battle, this. Whoa, just the 2 runs of the last 3 overs for Van der Gooten as he's coming in again to McManus. McManus just clips that not too far from short leg. He hit it firmly enough. That's the end of another excellent over. And scores 167 for 5. Is it time for Andrew to come back into the fray?
Where are we? Yes, it probably is.
Yes, I'll let you carry on, and Northamptonshire stalwart will come back and replace me.
Edwards off in to recce the cake situation, which is always a key concern of ours here at Sophia Gardens. This Podmore starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the new man Justin Broad and beating him outside off stump first delivery. Glamorgan's over 8 has suddenly flashed up as -2, which is not entirely a surprise given that they only had 1 over of spin so far today. That bowled by Kieran Carlson, the obligatory over of spin before lunch.
Yes, I think while Edwards checking on the cake, he might need to check on the Horlicks as well. Other malted bedtime drinks are available, probably.
As Podmore bowls and Broad plays it defensively out to the covers. And there's no run. Well, we had late nights in the match between these two sides at Northampton,
crumbs,
didn't we?
yes.
Because they had that social media traction for my yellow labelled sandwiches, which considerably reduced the BBC budget on that particular game.
Well, you always have a bit of an influencer there, Nick. So, yes, it's gone all the way around the circuit. That's Nick's yellow labels.
As Podmore is in to bowl and Broad drives gently to mid-on. I think I've got this influencer business wrong though, because aren't you meant to get sort of luxury holidays?
I
and
think so. I think
top level watches and that sort of thing if you're an influencer.
I think that's the sort of the objective.
Not
yes.
sandwiches for £1.49 or whatever.
I think that's the idea.
Yes. Anyone who can get me onto the other end of the influencer scale, please let me know.
Well, Edward would know. You'll know all about these things.
167 for 5 is that produces no shot from Broad, and it goes through to Chris Cook. 4 dot balls so far from Podmore in this over. 167 for 5. I'll have to get my Instagram account going. Well, I've got one, but I've never actually used it.
Well, I've put a few pictures on it recently in mine, and it's a different market, I think it's fair to say.
Podmore bowls off a thickish inside edge. Will get Broad off the mark down to fine leg with a single.
My son knows far more about Instagram than I do, needless to say, but it's quite interesting. But it's probably the first time anybody's put a team picture of Northamptonshire in 1892 on Instagram.
That is niche.
I strongly suspect that well, it attracts a few people. Out of pity, probably. Sympathy.
168 for 5. Well, it might catch on, you never know. Podmore is into bowl, full length. McManus blocks it firmly up to mid-off. 74.2. The final delivery of the over is clocked at just a single off the over. Podmore 1 for 29 off 11. The wicket of Luke Proctor, his first senior reward of the season for Glamorgan.
So 12 overs to go until tea. To answer Eddie's question about the ground, yes, Northamptonshire have confirmed plans for a second ground at Moulton, just outside the village of Moulton near Northampton. The idea is that it will be a base for academy, age group, women's cricket, disabled cricket, but they have made it clear in all sort of public pronouncements that professional men's cricket will continue to be based at Wantage Road as it has been since 1886. As Van der Hoogsten comes in, starts a fresh over to Justin Broad, who's made a single, and he lets that first ball go outside off stump through to Chris Cook. I think, obviously it was one of the tools in the bid for a Tier 1 women's team, which Northamptonshire were not successful in getting. I think some of the plans have suggested something maybe a bit more than just a academy age group. In terms of spectator accommodation, here's Van der Hoogten outside the off stump, tight leave by Justin Broad. Suspect that didn't miss off stump by a great deal. Nevertheless, showed good judgment. But no, I mean, I was present at a meeting where the chief executive made it quite clear it is not the intention to take first team cricket. Oh my goodness, that was tight. Just watching on the replay. It's not the intention to take professional cricket away from Wantage Road, but it is intended to be a second ground. So that is where we are on that one. They have lease has been agreed for some land. Here's Van der Hoogten in outside the off stump again, left alone by Justin Broad. 125-year lease.
So, finances must be fairly solid to agree that sort of thing, then.
Yeah, well, I think they are. Northamptonshire debts have been pretty much all paid off since obviously they've encountered serious problems in 2015, 2016. But yeah, it's pretty much debt-free now, I understand. But yeah, there's obviously a huge amount of work to do on it in terms of finance and much else besides, but that's the plan. Here's Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Broad, comes across his stumps, plays it back down the pitch. Van der Hoogten fields off his own bowling. He's in his 14th over, 1 for 26 so far. But they just feel that with the amount of cricket that is required on those various teams that I've mentioned, they need, it's too much to be played at Northampton. I suppose there is a school of thought that says, well, in that case, why don't you develop perhaps one or two local club grounds? Here's Van der Hoogten in again and pushed out into the offside by Broad, no run. Whether you inject a bit of finance into one ground in the north of the county, one other in the west of the county, or whatever.
So how far away from Northampton would this potential
Malton
new ground be?
is very close. It's
right.
Just on the outskirts.
It's not for geographical spread.
No. It's yeah. I mean, Malton's one of those villages that it hasn't quite been swallowed up to the extent that some have, but it's still very, very close to Northampton. Here's Van der Hoogten, driven crisply by Broad, but very well fielded off his own bowling. And that's the end of another over for Tim Van der Hoogten. 14 overs, 4 maidens, including that one, 1 for 26, and Northamptonshire 168 for 5.
So is it a cricket ground at all at the moment, then?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, Malton's a flourishing village. I did a talk at their library during the winter with one of my colleagues, and there's a lot of interest in sport. As I say, it's a real sort of quite a strong community. One of the villages that's really kept its community spirit. But it's very. But that said, I think it's fair to say that, and I'm choosing my words carefully, the local residents were probably not quite aware of what was being planned until a relatively recent juncture, when the plans were obviously made public, because they had to start to go through the planning process. And there's been a little bit of, fair to say, a little bit of adverse comment from people living nearby. But the club say that's something they're obviously going to try and liaise with.
Harris starts a new over, bowls slashed away on the offside by McManus. This will be 4 runs down to the longest boundary of the ground in front of the pavilion. Nicely played, bit of width from Harris, whose figures now slipped rather, 2 for 70. It's 172 for 5.
But we had Northampton's outgoing chairman, Gavin Warren, will obviously be chairman until September the 30th, and then Gary Hoffman will take over on October the 1st. But Gavin was saying that it's probably a sort of 5-year project, really. It's not going to happen very quickly.
Harris, the sound of a helicopter, bowls, and McManus defends it to mid-off, no run.
I know Edward said he was going to try and find the cakes. I didn't think there was any need for him to get in his helicopter and head off down to the city centre and find us a few. It's very sweet of him.
172 for 5. Yeah, well, as long as the gulls don't get him on the way back.
Trebarnus terror of a different kind.
Harris still bowling with 3 slips late in the afternoon session, and finding that one defended by McManus to Carlson at mid-on, who slams a throw back to Chris Cook's gloves, just for the hell of it, to prove that Glamorgan is still alive and awake in the field, and what's been slightly soporific air in the crowd because the weather is nice and still. It's not too hot, not too cold. Nice viewing conditions, but although it's a tense battle on the field, there hasn't been a volley of runs at any point. As Harris bowls and McManus is defending this one up to Van der Hoogten at mid-off. Of course, sides like Gloucestershire looking to potentially move out of Bristol.
Yes.
Worcestershire potentially forced to move out of New Road by the increased number of floodings. Climate change, maybe the first cricketing victim of climate change.
May not be the last.
172 for 5. Harrison bowls, McManus shoulders arms. Through it goes to Chris Cook. Yeah.
Yes, I think again, I mean, Northamptonshire have pumped a lot of money and spent a lot of money on the Wantage Road ground, as you will have seen. Some parts of it that we think perhaps could do with a little bit more investment, but
not talking about the commentary box.
Not talking about the commentary, no. But you know, there's a lot of. I think by common consent, it is a much improved venue.
Harris bowls and it's turned away off his legs by McManus for a single 5 off the over. 173 for 5. Yeah, certainly large areas of more modern seating at Wantage Road to give it a more professional air, together with the cricket centre, of course.
Yes, and I think the fact, I mean, from an aesthetic point of view, the fact that the seating's all white now, it looks like a cricket ground, which obviously for years it wasn't, because it was a shared home of Northampton Town Football Club for 97 years before the Cobblers moved in 1994. Here, well, Lewis McManus, we've been saying about how often he's been beaten outside the off stump, but he's worked very hard on his batting during the winter. He actually took himself away to India to work on his batting, having had a year last year when he couldn't buy a run. Here's Van der Hoogten in, bowls to McManus, who's solidly, soundly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run, made of 50 in the first game down at Hove, and as you say, he's been knocked out an awful lot of times since then, which tells you as much about perhaps the shortcomings of Northamptonshire's batting below that, rather than necessarily.
Yes.
But yeah, Lewis he's shaped a lot better than, say, last year. Just one of those years. In behind that again, but back of a length and playing it back down the pitch. But yeah, I mean, he obviously had a broken thumb last year, and nothing really very much went right for Lewis. But first team vice captain in red ball cricket, and they're battling for the side. Justin Broad played nicely up at Derby in the round of championship matches before the previous one. Here's Van der Hoogten in, edged into the ground and fielded by Sam Northeast at second slip. Didn't carry. He made 75, Justin Broad, up at Derby, a long partnership with Rob Keogh, who made 100. Broad 75, his highest first class score, made his maiden 50 in the last game of last season against Essex. Highly rated all-rounder, say son of prominent tennis player Neil Broad. Here's Van der Hoogten in, and again that seams away, it flies, and I'm not quite sure how you get a bat on that, to be perfectly honest, and Lewis McManus didn't, and it went through to Chris Cook.
Well, this is quite the spell from Tim Van der Hoogten,
isn't it, just
without maybe as much product as it deserves.
I mean, all the seamers have bowled really well. I thought Andy Gorvin was excellent. I haven't seen an awful lot of him, and that spell of his after lunch was top draw. Van der Hoogten in again, appealed for LBW as McManus pushes forward, not out, says umpire Hassan Adnan. Again, he got a decent stride in there. I wonder if it might just have hit him outside the line. We're not behind the arm here, but we do have the benefit of the the camera, and we're going to have a little look at the replay. It's
Pitched outside off.
hit him, maybe did a little bit too much. It's just a bit
Just hit
high.
outside off.
Yeah, may just hit him
Possibly.
outside the off stump.
Just enough out. Probably hit the wickets, I think.
Might have done. And Hookton in bowls to McManus, who drives up to mid-off, where Kieran Carlson buzzing around like the hornet in the covers, and there's no run, and that's the end of another excellent challenging over from Tim van der Hoogten. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 26. It's 173 for 5. 9 to McManus, 1 to Broad, and we have 9 overs to go until tea.
Good afternoon to Steve West, who is enjoying Glamorgan's bowling from his vantage point in a warm and grey Porthcawl. So he's obviously on his travels. Steve lives in Cardiff. Good afternoon to you. G. Evans asked an unanswerable question. Is the pitch as green as it looks on my TV, or is it YouTube distortion? Well, if you send me your address, I'll nip round and have a look at your TV. And
The central portion of it is
the central portion
pretty green.
Yeah. As Harris bowls and defended by Broad, bat into pad, and there's no run. There's a pretty green strip down the middle. It's just about wider than the stumps. If you imagine probably about a stump and a half width either side of the wickets, then that is green right down the middle at both ends. And there are then 4 patchier, browner areas, rectangles, 2 at each end, either side of the wicket. Harris bowls and Broad plays no shot as it goes through to Chris Cook. Whether it looks like that on your TV, well, get the kettle round and I'll be round to tell you.
It is unusual. It just reminds me of a little bit of the pitches that Northamptonshire tended to see at the back end of the 90s, early 2000s, when they would shave the ends a little bit and leave plenty of grass on the middle.
As Harris bowls, thumps into the pads of Broad, and they'll take a leg bye down to backward square. So thank you to Nick Treby. I may have called inadvertently Neil earlier on. Thank you to Nick for your comments. To Steve and to G. Evans. I suspect maybe in my stake by the 7777 addition to his handle, or from my stake anyway, as Harris in, bowls outside off stump. McManus plays no shot, known as the Old Parish, because legend has it, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but the folk reason for my stake being called the Old Parish is that someone, a mason, couldn't engrave 28 on someone's gravestone because the letters were too curvy and they preferred straight lines. They put 4 sevens on.
Oh, right, okay.
Harris into bowl, the short delivery that McManus thinks about hooking, in the end ducks and sort of hooks at the same time. Doesn't make any contact.
That's a fascinating tale, that really is. Make a note of that one.
No idea if it's true.
Well, it's one of those, like a lot of those sort of folk tales, that if it isn't, it deserves to be.
Yeah, quite. If anyone from my stake is listening, let me know if that is actually true or whether it's a myth. 3 slips as Harris is into McManus, who clips that one nicely down towards square leg, but Glamorgan have a deep square leg in the form of Will Smale, who is a substitute fielder, wearing 28, and that I think will be his last action for a moment, because he's chucking back off the field. And so Van der Hoogten was off for a change of boots because he's going to be supplanted by Andy Gorvin.
So we're coming up to what would normally be the tea interval at 20 to 4, and there'll be one more over before we get there. So we're going to be sort of 7 overs behind, which is not to say, of course, that the over 8 will be -7, because there's obviously various allowances to be made, but we are certainly running a little late this evening. Reginald Perrin, 11 minutes late.
Leaves on the line.
Leaves on the line at Honor Oak, or whatever it was. It's 175 for 5. Still overcast, and here's Andy Gorvin to start a fresh spell outside the off stump, left alone by Lewis McManus. Gorvin, outstanding, I thought, in his first spell after lunch today. Picked up the wicket of Emilio Gay early in the afternoon session with the aid of a good slip catch by Marnus Labuschagne, and challenged all the batters in that little spell. Really did bowl well. Talking of bowling well, or not as the case may be, Gloucestershire are still to take their first wicket up at Scarborough. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to McManus, in behind it, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Billy Root fields. Yorkshire now 216 for no wicket, and both openers, Adam Lyth and Finn Bean, have reached their centuries. And 6 bowlers used by Gloucestershire so far, but to no avail. Sussex 244 for 5 against Leicestershire at Hove. John Simpson now 93 not out. Here's Gorvin in again, bowls to McManus, who's forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there's no run. Middlesex 171 for 3 against Derbyshire at Lords. Our earliest deploy is 57 not out there. In Division 1, Durham 262 for 3 against Essex at Chelmsford. Here's Gorvin bowling, well, a wayward ball down the leg side. It's beaten Chris Cook, gone away for 4 byes, which seems a little bit harsh on the keeper,
yes.
As my friend the wicket keeper to my left will vouch, but 4 more onto the total. Northamptonshire won't mind too much. 179 for 5.
That did swing across him, didn't it?
Did, yeah.
I think Chris Cook slightly unsighted there.
And Alex Lees has just reached his century for Durham, so 263 for 3. Kent 174 for 5 against Lancashire at Canterbury. George Balderson's picked up 3 of those wickets, including Ben Compton for 55. Notts 207 for 7 against Somerset at Trent Bridge. His Gorvin bowls short. McManus tucks underneath it, to the acclamation of the close fielders. And Casey Aldridge has picked up another wicket. I think Nick mentioned he'd taken 3, now 4 for 54. Talented young cricketer, big tall lad, isn't he? And where are we?
We're in Cardiff.
Yes. I'm very glad you reminded me. Here's Gorvin in again. Bowls outside the off stump, cut away by McManus, and he's going to pick up 4. So 1 down the leg side, and then Gorvin straying outside off stump, giving McManus a little bit of room, and he cut that away through backward point for 4. He goes to 14, and Northamptonshire at the end of the over 183 for 5. At Edgbaston, Hampshire 213 for 6 against Warwickshire. Fletcher Middleton made 74. Liam Dawson is 33 not out. And at New Road, Surrey 201 for 4 against Worcestershire. Dom Sibley out for 76 and Jamie Smith out for 86.
James Harris to start his 18th over of the day, so he's had a good workload already at the age of 34, and brings square leg up off the ropes to lurk beside the umpire as he bowls 2 just in broad on 1 not out, and that's through outside off stump, no shot played. In the National Counties 50 overs trophy, Wales against Hertfordshire. Wales made 282 for 9 in their 50 overs. Top scorer was the Glamorgan youngster Henry Hill with 73. Stephen Roberts made 62. And Cameron Herring, former Glamorgan and Gloucestershire keeper, made 40. He's captaining them these days. And Hertfordshire in reply 64 for 2 in 11. As Harris bowls, Broad deflects it on the leg side, fielded by Byram. Couple of wickets for another Glamorgan youngster, Ben Morris, who's on the staff here. Got the first 2 wickets to fall. Interesting to see that playing for Hertfordshire is Callum Taylor, who was on the Glamorgan books last year and went off with something of a parting blast about the mismanagement of his career. Thought he was, went back home back to Australia. Was born here, grew up in Australia. That's edged and caught, and Broad has gone for 1, and Harris has his 3rd success, and Northamptonshire 183 for 6, and it is advantage Glamorgan.
Very good catch at second slip again by Sam Northeast, going away to his right. It flew that. It was not a push by Broad. It was a drive. Took the edge, flew to second slip, and Sam Northeast making absolutely no mistake. And
Justin Broad was caught by Sam
was
Northeast.
very well held.
Ball James Harris for 1.
Northamptonshire just in the spot of bother now. They're thinking about batting bonus points, and they would want as a very minimum, you think, to get to 250. But they have this, say, McManus batting at 6 is certainly one place higher than he would normally bat in the Championship side. And then you've got the 3 all-rounders in Broad, Patterson, White and Gus Miller making his debut. Interesting to see who comes next. Thank you very much to Drew, by the way, for joining in the "Is the pitch green?" debate. He sent us a screenshot saying that on his television it looks very green, and indeed it does. So thanks for that, Drew.
If you're on X Twitter, I did post a couple of pictures of the wicket at the start of the day, either on my account or on the BBC Sport Wales one. I think I retweeted it, reposted it, reaxed it, whatever you're meant to say these days. Patterson White, then, how's he been doing in his lone spell?
Well, he played 2 matches. He played against Derbyshire, against Gloucestershire as his debut, and then against Derbyshire, and did okay against Gloucestershire, which was when Northamptonshire lost out for 7 and 12. Bowled tidily enough, 2 for 32 off 16 in the first innings, 3 for 110 off 29 in the second. We thought Northamptonshire were determined to get their money's worth out of him at that stage. And then up at Derby, where it did turn on the last day, he made 25 not out off 46 balls, quick fire 17 in the second, and then with the ball, 1 for 71 off 26 in the first innings, 3 for 58 off 29 in the second. So with the ball in those 2 matches, he did pretty well.
Here he is, contributing with the bat, or trying to do so, as Harris bowls to him, a left-hander, and he chops it down and has no idea, and they've gone through for a quick single. He'll have to hurry to the non-striker's end, and the throw misses. Well, as a lot went on there. Patterson White's first ball, he played it down off an inside edge. McManus called him through for the single. He was slow to respond, not knowing where the ball was, and I think he would have just been all right by the time the ball passed the stumps at the non-striker's end.
Interesting. I think Northamptonshire would probably have looked to try and keep him to play against Yorkshire in the following match, but he was recalled to Trent Bridge, but now he's obviously been unrecalled.
Harrison to bowl to McManus, who defends back down the wicket. Interesting to hear you speculating about the Northants batting order and players in it, because Glamorgan, this squad, I think with due respect to James Harris, who may well come in at 7 or 8 or 9, there's not among the 5 lower order players below Chris Cook, there isn't a natural number 7 and there isn't a natural 11.
No.
They're probably all 8, 9, 10 status. As that's a short ball from Harris that McManus ducks underneath and allows to go through to Chris Cook. 184 for 6 at the end of Harris's successful over.
Well, I imagine it'll be Gus Miller in next. Rafi Weatherall, who I say, played very impressively with him and Freddie Heldrick when the game had gone, a T20 game had gone at Edgbaston the other evening, and those two put on 40 for the last wicket, which was a new Northamptonshire T20 record between Weatherall and Eldrick. And if nothing else, it just proved they got a bit of something about them, and they were prepared not to just have a slog and get out, but just try and bat out the overs. I was getting quite excited about this on commentary, and I did mention it to the head coach afterwards, who, it's probably fair to say, he didn't share my enthusiasm for. But I don't think it was anything to do with the partnership. I think he was just obviously disappointed with the performance and the result. Start of a fresh over from Andy Gorvin. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Patterson White, who just blocks the first ball back down the pitch. Patterson White, left-hander. On Nottinghamshire's books, of course, but as I say, he's had a couple of games on loan this year. Now back in the Northamptonshire ranks. I know John Sadler, the head coach, thinks highly of him. But he wasn't named in the squad yesterday that came out, as Gorvin bowls that wide, very wide outside the off stump. Cook taking it in front of Labuschagne at first slip. And I noticed this morning the line from the club was that he's on loan for this match. It didn't make any reference of the next one against Sussex at the weekend. So whether, as I say, they have been looking maybe for somebody else to come in. Round the wicket comes Gorvin, and Patterson White pushing tentatively at that, goes past the outside edge. Nasty one for Chris Cook to take, and he takes it well down by his bootstraps. 184 for 6. It stays, but yes, I would think it'll be Miller, Weatherall and Alex Russell, the Brockhampton Bradman, as he has been dubbed, but I think he'll be number 11. In comes Gorvin, bowls again wide outside the off stump, not as wide as a couple of balls before, but wide enough for Patterson White not to have to think about playing it, which he doesn't. Still very, very overcast, and that blue sky that we saw tantalisingly over in the distance just after lunch is still tantalisingly over in the distance, and has come no closer to us. So if it is over the bay, Nick, it's lovely there this afternoon. Patterson White in behind that, pushing it out into the covers, and there's no run. Good afternoon to William C., our friend at fourth slip, saying finally catching up on the gardening that's been impossible in the dreadful weather thus far this year. Great to be doing it with the county championship. So glad you're with us, William. Always good to have your company. And if I were you, I wouldn't do too much gardening. Open that bottle of cider before the close of play, won't you? Here's Gorvin in, bowls outside the off stump, and Patterson White playing well inside the line as he goes through to Cook. End of the over. Patterson White is 1, McManus is 14. Northamptonshire 184 for 6. 5 overs to go until tea. I should say it's not a sort of comment about wandering around with a bottle of cider. One of William's sort of MOs is that he does sit in the garden, listen to us with a nice bottle of decent cider there, just to slake the thirst. So
and why not?
Why not, indeed.
Beverages of any sort welcome to accompany BBC commentaries. As Harris is on his way again, looking for a fourth wicket, bowling to McManus, who turns that one down to fine leg and will get a couple of runs because Podmore has made a good save in the far distance and keeps them down to 2. So 186 for 6. McManus 16 off 47 deliveries, a fair proportion of which have consisted of him being beaten by Tim van Dochten, it seems.
Yes.
But there we are, he's still there, and that's what counts. Harris into bowl, squared up McManus. He'll get more runs here, 2, possibly 3 down towards third man. Byram on the long chase. They turn, have a look at it. Patterson White in the end says no from the non-striker's end. 2 more to McManus. He moves to 18. 188 for 6. And well, the Glamorgan openers, Byram and Root, we presume, probably have in their minds now that they will need to bat today.
Yes,
I would have suggested.
I would think that's very possible.
Harris into McManus. Shortish ball that doesn't really get up. McManus ducks and got out to the line of it rather than underneath it in the end.
No, I was saying about how keen, John Sadler has been on Liam Patterson-White. And I remember him saying after that game at Derby, where they were looking for somebody to go in when Northamptonshire were pressing quick runs on the last morning to declare, and Emilio Gay was going nicely at one, and he said it was Patterson-White who put his hand up and said, I'll just go in and have a whoosh.
Next ball is clubbed out towards mid-wicket, not timed, and they'll go through for a single. McManus to 19, 189 for 6.
And he was saying he thought it was impressive that somebody who's that's been in the dressing room very long was prepared to take on that sort of fairly unselfish role within the side. He connected with a couple, he must say, made 17 off a few balls, but I know John Sadler said that he thought that was a measure of his character, and was impressed.
Harris bowls and worked away off his legs by Patterson-White. There'll be a couple of runs, so an expensive over this from James Harris. 7 off it so far, 191 for 6. Harris 3 for 80. Wicket apiece to the other Glamorgan seamers, Gorvin, Podmore and Van der Hochten. But Glamorgan would very much have in their minds the possibility of bowling Northants out before close today, as that's driven firmly by Patterson-White as if to try and disprove me. Through the covers for 4 runs. Nice firm drive there, and away it went up towards the grandstand, tossed back by a member of the crowd to save Kieran Carlson having to hop over the fence. And 195 for 6. Well, it's the sort of lower end of power and respectability at the moment for the visitors.
I would have thought if they could get up to sort of 270, they will feel that they haven't done too badly. They're in the game. I don't think this is an easy pitch by any means, and obviously Northamptonshire feel that it's going to turn, but well, that very much remains to be seen, because so far it's been seen pretty much all the way, and it's going to be Andy Gorvin to continue the theme. Keeper standing up, and beautiful ball from Gorvin again that beats the outside edge of McManus's bat. Chris Cook standing up takes the ball and nips the bail off, and as we say about it being seen all the way, Mason Crane is now going through quite an elaborate warming up routine at backward point, so it may well be that we are going to see a bit of twirl, and I'm sure Chris Cook, not least, will be conscious of the over rate issue, because we still have best part of 4 overs to go before tea. Here's Gorvin in bowls to McManus, who's forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. The World Cup match, T20 match we were talking about, United States against England out in Barbados.
What's happening?
United States are 43 for 1 after 5 overs. Lost an early wicket, but Nitish Kumar, 23 not out off 15 balls, including 2 sixes. So Reece Topley, 3 overs, 1 for 29 as the next ball finds McManus playing forward up to mid-on, and there's no run. Almost said Don Topley.
Don Topley, yeah, son of. Yes, son of course.
Son of, yes. But yeah, so well, it's not quite going to be the similar to the Oman game when
yes, that was
out
embarrassingly one-sided, wasn't it?
Bowled out for not very many. So England have a...
Didn't England win in the 4th over or something ludicrous?
Something like that, yeah. Here's McManus facing the next ball from Gorvin, leaves it alone, taken by Chris Cook. It's the sort of game where in club cricket in the old days it would have been they'd have said, well, we've still got plenty of time left, we'll have a beer match.
Yes, quite.
We'll have the tea now and
reverse the batting orders.
Yeah, reverse the batting
Everyone
order.
have a bowl.
25 overs or 30 overs a side or something like that.
keep the crowd happy.
Clock ticking round towards 4 o'clock here in Cardiff as Gorvin comes in and bowled. Big appeal for LBW and he's out. McManus not really going anywhere, just pushing half forward, and Gorvin getting his reward given out by umpire Hassan Adnan. And McManus goes for 19. It's a second wicket for Andy Gorvin, and Northamptonshire 195 for 7.
Yes, Gorvin bowling straight, not the tallest, so not a lot of bounce, and pushing forward, didn't get that far forward.
Andy Gorvin for 19.
And just the only question there was whether it might have been doing a little bit too much, but umpire Adnan raised the digit of doom. Gorvin celebrating. Always looks as though he enjoys his wickets, Andy Gorvin. It's the first time really that he's made a sort of solid breakthrough into the championship side this season, playing professional cricket in the latter half of his 20s, taking his time to make the breakthrough, but nice to see players enjoying it when they do get a place in the county side.
Well, Lewis McManus is, you know, when you book flights and it sort of says how many, or train tickets, and tells you how many stops and changes you have to make. Well, I think Lewis McManus is on a sort of a two-stop journey out towards the. He still hasn't reached the gate yet, and he's just about crossed with the
new Northamptonshire batter is Gus Miller.
Gus Miller, who's coming out to make his first team debut, first class debut I should say. He has played 50 over matches for Northamptonshire and one T20 game, although not in the Blast. It's a friendly against India A, but it does count for the records. 22 years old, born in Oxford, but product of Bedford School like Emilio Gay and Alex Wakely and quite a few others of recent times. And as we've been saying, I'll let you update before we go on.
Yes.
At great length about Gus Miller. I'll let you update.
That's all right. You've got about 2 minutes if you wish to get it in that time.
No. I was only going to say that he is the first Augustus to play for Northamptonshire since 1892, but you knew that anyway. Since Richard Agincourt Augustus Beresford. Agincourt, who became a public schoolmaster, and you can still buy his books on Latin and Greek off Amazon, funnily enough. And he died 80 years ago. And his niece, Elizabeth Beresford, created the Wombles.
Oh, yes.
None of which has anything to do very much with Gus Miller, who is about to face his first ball in first-class cricket from Andy Gorvin, and he's playing it down to backward point. And there's no run, and that is the end of the over. 195 for 7. Andy Gorvin, applause for him, and rightly so. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 41. 195 for 7.
If anyone's listening from Pontypridd Cricket Club, can you please fill in the remaining bit of the details of your match yesterday online? There is a reason for that, but I won't go into it at the time.
The new bowler from the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
So Glamorgan do finally give a bit of twirl to Mason Crane. G. Evans says he is indeed from the old parish, and the tale of the 777s is, well, that is the tale. I'm correct, that is the tale, but there is some doubt about its authenticity. We believe it anyway. As you say, it's a good story, and it deserves to be true, even if it isn't. So, update for BBC Radio Wales. So, Andy Murray out of Wimbledon. That's a shame.
Oh dear.
As Crane starts a new over, bowling to Patterson White, who plays it nicely through the covers for 4 runs. 199 for 7 are Northants. Glamorgan's bowlers making good progress. James Harris has 3 wickets, a couple for Andy Gorvin, who's looked really threatening in seam-friendly conditions this afternoon, and 1 apiece to Tim van der Hoogten and Harry Podmore. 2 batters getting going for the visitors. Emilio Gay made 65 the opener, and the skipper Luke Proctor 48. But Glamorgan's bowlers have enjoyed this afternoon session with around about 10 minutes to go till tea. Northants 199 for 7. As my faith in that last previous delivery getting to the boundary was indeed justified. I think I probably gave that 4 runs to the radio listeners of Wales before it actually crossed the boundary. But 4 for Patterson White. Crane bowls again, tosses it up, and driven into covers by the left-hander. And there is, I was about to say, there's a slip on the short leg, but Eddie Byram is told that he doesn't need to be short leg anymore, and just as I was about to describe it, he's tossed the helmet to Chris Cook and gone off to field at gully. Next ball defended by Patterson White on the offside, fielded by Carlson. And there is no run. 199 for 7, 51 away from the first batting bonus point. As Patterson White steps back, cuts quite late, but manages to find the gully fielder. Edward Cooper on Twitter points out that Sussex had free entry for everyone today, so well done to them down at Hove. I think there's more cheap tickets and under 17s freebies next week for Glamorgan at Cheltenham. As Crane bowls, and that one, I thought for a moment, had got through as arms were in the air all round, but it was through to Chris Cook, but hadn't disturbed the bail on the way. 199 for 7. I presume Northants have got similar inducements next Sunday.
I believe so, yes. As I say, it's Former Players' Day next week, so there's going to be, I don't know, 25, 30 or so former players, depending how many we managed to get in. But yes, I'm not absolutely sure what the precise nature of it is, but I'm sure it will be a
good chance
announced.
To bring families along.
I think that's the theme, isn't it? Yeah. The previous Augustus we talked about, Beresford, was an Oundle schoolboy, went to Cambridge. Here's Gorvin in, bowls to Gus Miller, who's behind that, playing it down on the onside, no run. Didn't win a cricket blue, won a blue for athletics. Was headmaster and founder of Lydgate House School in Hunstanton. And, wait for it, was a ruling councillor of the Hunstanton habitation of the Primrose League.
What?
I think it was a conservative organisation named after the late Lord Beaconsfield, Benjamin Disraeli. In behind that goes Gus Miller, pushes it out the offside, and there's no run.
Sounded like something improbable out of Sherlock Holmes for a moment.
Yes, or Laurel and Hardy. But anyway.
Yes, I understood those words individually, but as a collective they didn't quite make sense.
Yeah, Primrose League, I think I'm right in saying, was a sort of conservative organisation from way back. But
other parties are available.
Yes, as indeed they were in 1900. Here's Miller. Now he's turned that down to long leg, and he's off the mark. In first-class cricket. Well done, Gus. Single to him, 200 for 7. Miller is 1, Patterson White is 11. But Beresford, whole family of them from that area. He was born in the village of Caster up towards Peterborough, which of course used to be in Northamptonshire, but isn't now. many years ago.
Vote Whig, you know it makes sense.
But yes, his brother was John Davis Beresford, who was an author. And his daughter was Elizabeth, who created the Wombles. Cut away by Patterson White, wide ball outside the off stump from Gorvin, but straight to Byram at backward point, and there's no run. And J.D. Beresford wrote a novel called The Hamptonshire Wonder.
Oh right, so that's a cricket-based thing.
Yes, yep. The hero was a cricketer, and a bit like sort of Admirable Crichton. I think he was sort of a bit of a whiz at lots of different things, a bit like you, Nick. But yeah, interesting family, very interesting family. 200 for 7. Here's Gorvin. Bowls to Patterson White, who drives pleasantly but straight to mid-off. And there's no run.
From debutant Gus Miller to the Wombles in one fell swoop.
Well, every day's a school day, as they always say. Yes, Richard's son, Marcus Beresford, was master at Arundel School for many years, ran the cricket there. Here's Gorvin. In and bowls to Patterson White, who's, well, just about pulled the bat inside the line, but it went past the outside edge into the gloves of Chris Cook. Hassan Adnan calls over. Gorvin now 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 42. It's 200 for 7. We've had 63 overs, so we have 1 to go until tea.
I wonder if Proctor's thinking, why on earth have I picked 3 spinners now?
Well, one of our regular Northamptonshire supporters, I did notice on social media, saying this morning, if it doesn't turn, we've got problems. Because Northamptonshire have gone in with 3 spinners, and I say a very, very inexperienced bowling attack, leaving aside the captain, Rafi Weatherall, Gus Miller and Justin Broad.
They may well have advantageous conditions. Glamorgan giving Mason Crane a couple of overs. There is a short leg in now for the new man Miller, and Miller plays it just past him towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 200 for 7. We're in the 64th over. Run rate 3.17. It was 3.5 at one point. It's declined gently through the afternoon as wickets have fallen, as Crane floats another one up, and Miller refuses to get after it. England have just claimed a 3rd United States wicket. They're 56 for 3 in the 9th. As Crane sees this one driven through the offside by Miller, and he'll feel better for that one. He has a first-class boundary to his credit, driving it square of the wicket away through the prairies and steppes of the offside towards the far distant cover boundary, a place of myth where dragons lurk. 204 for 7.
Well, they must be.
Crane bowls. Miller allows that one to go past his off stump. I think it was the googly, but it didn't trouble him. Edwards looks frustrated,
Crestfallen.
having he's eaten all the cakes. No cakes as yet. Good heavens. Crane bowls, played gently on the leg side as we approach the tea interval. 204 for 7. Having taken lunch at 2 down for 101. Glamorgan have claimed 5 for 103 in the afternoon session, so it's been more in their favour. As Crane bowls, Miller leaves, and in rather desultory fashion, that is the end of the afternoon session. Northants 204 for 7. Patterson White has 11. Miller has 5. Play will resume at 4:31, and we shall be here to chronicle it, dear listener, on BBC Sport Online.
Well, once again, you're very welcome during the tea interval to walk around the outfield or have a bat and a bowl on it. Softballs only, please. And thank you for not eating or drinking on the outfield. A reminder that if you do fancy a cuppa and something to eat though, food and drink is available in the Pyramid Lounge at the back of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount on production of your membership card if you're a Glamorgan member. And there's also a mobile unit next to Gate 2, which is selling drinks and snacks. The Missouri shop is open nearby at Gate 2.
of BBC Radio Northampton is polishing off the rest of the cake.
Not all of it.
Who knows? 204 for 7, Van der Hoogten to bowl from the River Taff end. Left-handed Patterson White, on loan from Nottinghamshire, takes guard and faces up. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's pushed away on the leg side towards the umpire for a single. Kieran Carlson runs backward from mid-wicket, 205 for 7.
Yeah, looking at this pitch today, Nick, I don't know, of course, but I presume that Sam North East and the Glamorgan hierarchy might have said to the groundsman, League, we've only won one. Northants also were looking for their first win. Let's have a pitch that we can get a result. And it certainly shows that the way that the ball has seamed about, that, well, 280, I think, will be a challenging score on this.
Van der Hoogten to the debutant Gus Miller, and he chops that one down into the gully, and there's no run. I suppose Glamorgan have to go that way after the season of draws last year, where 12 of their 14 matches ended in one sort of stalemate or another in the championship.
Yeah, they're going pretty well on draws this year as well. I mean, lost one, won one.
Yeah, they were only was it a couple of wickets short of victory in one of the other home games.
Yeah, on the other side of the coin, I think a few other teams might have wanted the rain not intervened as well, especially Northants.
As that's through outside off stump. Miller playing no shot. Yes, Glamorgan would have been 3 down going into the final day at Northampton, and facing a battle to survive before the cold was supplanted by the rain in Northampton in what was it, round 3 of the season.
I watched the whole of that game in the armchair. I was thinking of you two shivering. That's all Nick did, was moan about the weather.
Van der Hoogten on his way to bowl to Miller. No shot played through outside off stump.
But it can be a cold place.
I think that was probably the second coldest championship game that I've done in a decade, second only to the game at Derby, where we were in the old signal box at Square Leg, and we had rain, ice, hail, snow. They were literally getting the ice off the outfield before play on that occasion. All sorts. As Van der Hoogten is on his way, bowls to Miller, who'll get a single here at least, clipping it down towards fine leg. Harris does the fielding. Miller turned, looked at the possibilities, but decided that discretion was the better part of valour on that occasion, and decided against going back for the second run. So Patterson White, who is numberless, on loan from Trent Bridge, and facing up to Van der Hoogten, who's in, bowls and beats him outside off stump, and Patterson White twiddled the bat from one hand to the other there, as if, oh well, whatever. That's the way it goes. Some you miss, some you hit. 206 for 7. Patterson White 12, Miller 6, 2 runs off the first over after tea.
Talking about cold, I can remember 2 venues, I think the coldest ever. Mid-April probably, or when we played Oxford at the Parks, and it was absolutely bitter, with a bitter northeasterly wind. John Hampshire, dear old John Hampshire, the late John Hampshire, rang Lords
from the Cathedral Road game,
and asked them, please, could they come off? And Lord say, no, you must play on. Playing for Glamorgan that day was Hamish Anthony.
Oh, yes.
The West Indian, a young 20-year-old, and he'd never been out of Antigua.
Right.
And the poor chap, he was blue. You'd never seen anything like it.
Which is good going if you're a black guy.
Oh. We've got Harry Podmore to open up from this end, and he is bowling to Gus Miller, and bowls to him, and a tentative little prod, which gets him a single just backward square on the offside. Score goes up to 208 for 7. The other place was Suffolk, where Glamorgan played a 50-over game. And thankfully, I sat in. You could watch the cricket from the car.
Oh.
It wasn't ball by ball. Thankfully, those days again, and it was 50 overs, and thankfully there was rain in the morning, rain in the early afternoon, and they had to get the game played. So it went 20-over match. It's terrible. What the poor players thought of, I don't know. The only time they played up there. Probably won't play again. Here's Podmore into Patterson White, who goes back and plays for a shot for 4 runs. Poor delivery, short, outside the off stump, and hammered away. Now, I think I would have kept Crane on here, because
he's good at getting rid of tail-enders, Mason Crane,
yeah,
isn't
well,
he?
tail-enders don't play against leg spinners.
Especially when he's
Googly.
bowling a fair amount of googlies, as he tends to.
I found that very strange, because he beat Patterson White twice outside the off stump.
Yes, and the over 8 still is -2. I mean, I know they'll have a second innings to try and address that, but you don't want to get too far behind.
There's Podmore running away from his Cathedral Road end and bowls. Patterson White gets right behind that and pushes it up to mid-off, and a no ball. That's about the 3rd no ball he's bowled. And I see Redfern goes up and tells him, look, you're going over.
In the T20 World Cup in Bridgetown, Barbados, United States 90 for 5 in the 15th over against England. 2 wickets for Adil Rashid, 1 apiece for Sam Curran, Reece Topley and Liam Livingston.
Yeah, again, that's a good bit of fielding by the bowler. Well, partly fielded, and then it was deflected, and he's gone for 4 runs. Second boundary of the over. So a loose opening over from Podmore, who bowled quite nicely earlier, but he's now gone for 40 runs. And really, Nick, you can't afford to go at 4.5, 4 and over on this pitch.
You need...
Or you shouldn't, put it that way.
Yeah, you need 4-seam bowlers bowling tightly,
Exactly.
don't you? You can't afford to have a weak link, really.
Harris has taken 3 wickets, but he's gone for over 4, and Podmore's the same, as opposed to Tim van der Gooten. Podmore's in again and bowls, and this time Patterson White, who's moved on to 20, doing a good job for his side. 217 for 7, just pushes that to mid-off. And Tim van der Gooten is 1.85, and I looked at it, or something in that region. And Gorvin also has 2s.
Yeah, he's been very tight, hasn't he, today?
In fairness, those two say the pick of the ball hasn't he been so unlucky. Tim van der Gooten is Podmore bowls. That's a better ball. There's a prod from the batsman, and it goes past the outside edge.
Our BBC colleagues in Barbados, ever mindful of their professional duties, have just posted a picture of the little swimming pool on the outfield, or just not on the outfield, just beyond the outfield in the stands.
I've been in there, would you believe?
Really?
In Barbados, in that pool.
Wow.
It was a practice day. In comes the next ball, and it's just pushed away. Back down the pitch, end of the over. 217 for 7. Patterson White is on 20. Gus Murrah is on 7. Useful little partnership now developing for the 8th wicket. Yeah, I said the practice had finished, press conference had finished, and you can imagine the weather there.
I think the nicest weather I had on professional duties was in Australia when I was attending a media conference in a hotel on the seafront at Manly, just outside Sydney, and caught a ferry over in the sunshine. I was sitting on the beach waiting for this media conference to begin in a hotel over the way. Very picturesque.
Oh, that's lovely there, Manly.
Van der Hoogten bowls and run down off an angled bat by Miller for runs down towards 3rd man. It is being pursued by North East. They look at a possible 3rd, but North East gets his arm over quickly, gets the ball in and deters Patterson White from coming back from the non-striker's end from the third run. 219 for 7, Northamptonshire. So useful lower order runs, partnership of 24 between these two, with Alex Russell and Rafi Wetherell still to come. Van der Hoogten bowls, forward goes Miller, defends on the offside. Just looking at the light, I mean, surprisingly, given that well, we've just had the longest day of the year, haven't we?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Nights are drawing in. When the summer. And strangely, in those circumstances, we might be talking about the light later, because it has been quite low, overcast over central Cardiff for most of the day. Van der Hoogten bowls.
You look across the Penarth,
shot.
They've had nothing but a glorious sunny day.
It's been a bit of sunshine somewhere in the area, but not over this part of Cardiff.
Down west, beautiful day.
Yeah.
Look at it over there, just
somewhere
west of
over
the city.
Yeah.
Where would that be? Down towards the Cardiff City Stadium.
No.
Just
that's
there.
over the city centres, down over towards
City Stadium.
No, that's
over
back.
there.
It works well pointing on the radio, doesn't it?
Yeah.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and no
Pointing
shot
to you,
played
yeah.
by Miller.
Just there. That's the way I come in. There.
No, I think your compass is a bit off there,
No,
Robert. I would say that
there, would you? To the right.
more to the right and more behind us if you want to get down the football ground. I mean, I know as a Swansea fan you love going past the Cardiff City Stadium.
Oh yes, can't wait.
219 for 7 as Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Miller, defends on the offside, no run.
Talking about it, football, I've thoroughly enjoyed so far. I thought I went on going to watch a lot of this, but I really have. There's been some terrific games played, some terrific goals scored, and I'll be rooting for the Scots tonight. They're kicking off at 8 o'clock.
Oh, are they? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Should just about be home to watch that.
Well, at this rate, I might not be.
Well, who knows? 29 overs remain in the day's play. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Miller, goes through lowish outside off stump. Hasn't quite got his line tight enough to the stumps. Miller is rejecting the temptation to double, and 2 runs off the over. 219 for 7.
Interestingly enough, we haven't seen anything since tea move off the pitch as it was doing in mid-afternoon, doing it quite violently. So nothing has passed the bat. There's been no push, and so whether this pitch is slowly playing better or getting a little bit browner, but it hasn't really changed since the start.
Still a bit of quite a fair amount of green down the middle, isn't it? And as I tried to describe earlier, about a stump and a half width either side of the line down the middle.
There's Harry Podmore to resume from this end, and he's coming in now and bowls to Patterson White. He was beaten outside that off stump. That's the line that Podmore has to bowl and concentrate on it.
I think England are going to be all right in Bridgetown, United States 97 for 5 with just 4 overs left, so it doesn't look like England will be chasing too large a total to win that match in the Super 8s and make it extremely likely that they will progress.
Podmore turns, not a very long run, comes in, bowls. This is pushed away down to third man.
Oh dear.
That might run away again for 4. It's going to be hauled in though, just inside. 2 more runs. And the man from Bodilwyddan will be off to a cracking start as usual.
Salty.
Yeah, Phil Salt, who has made a name for himself out there. Hits the ball so hard. $221 for 7. Getting towards that 250 mark, which will give Northampton a batting point. As in comes Podmore and bowls, and this is played on the onside. Looking quite comfortable now as the lone E from and the debutant, Patterson White and Miller.
Yes, this is a good effort really to reverse the flow of the game, at least for the time being, isn't it? Because 195 for 7, it looked as though they could decline to be all out for 220-230. It's now Richie Benno territory, 222.
Here's Podmore coming into the right-handed Miller and bowls to him. Gets right behind that tall man, pushes it back down the pitch. Talking about dear old Richie Benno, leg spinner. Mr. Crane has been turning his arm at extra cover quite vigorously for the last 2 or 3 minutes. So one suspects that he might get a twirl at this end.
Makes sense, doesn't it? Both on over 8 and in terms of getting out tail enders, who, as you mentioned, can't distinguish the leg break from the googly that often.
In comes the next ball, and this time he's played late, but just down behind him, and North East trots from second slip to field. Van de Gooten has taken 2 for 30 in 17 overs. And in comparison, Podmore has taken 1 for 63.
43.
43, is it? Yeah.
It's 13th.
Little pause as Van de Gooten talks to Podmore, gives him some advice as a senior bowler. See if he's told him anything interesting as he turns at the end of his mark. Comes in, bowls to Miller. Miller leaves outside the off stump. Another no ball.
Oh dear.
It's getting rather serious now. He's nearly given an over of no balls. Was it?
224 for 7.
Yes. Many of the old bowlers, they say they couldn't understand how anybody would bowl a no ball. I suppose if you strive for a little bit more pace or strive for a little more bounce, you do overstep. There's no real excuse though, as he bowls again, and that's wide. And that's rather innocuous from Podmore for the last couple of overs. I think it's time to see a little bit of twirl from Mr. Crane. We shall see score 224 for 7.
So 28 overs potentially remaining of the day's play as Northamptonshire look to bat it out through their lower order. Morgan will be hoping to get in and get a reasonable amount of batting rather than a horrible little 5 or 6 overs where they might have to send out a night watchman.
And Mr. Van de Gooten, who likes the job, he says.
Van der Hoogten or Harris? Got options, or both of them.
Yeah. Yes.
Van der Hoogten is in with ball in hand, and Patterson White turns on the leg side. Down to deep square. Go through for the single. 2-5 for 7 here on this cloudy evening in central Cardiff. Patterson White, who was part of a very confusing Nottinghamshire lineup against Glamorgan
Yes.
a year or 2 back, where they had Patterson White, Patterson and Pattinson,
South African.
all in the same side. Van der Hoogten, right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Miller allows that one to.
And at one stage, I'm pretty sure there was an instance where it was caught Pattinson bowled Patterson White,
Yes.
or one of the three combined.
Yes, from County Durham, originally is Patterson White, but Education Worksop College, Nottinghamshire,
yeah.
has played for England Lions. 225 for 7. He's watching from the non-striker's end as Miller pushes that one on the leg side, gets a thickish inside edge ball, rolls down to Harris at fine leg, single taken. 226 for 7.
We had that down here earlier on in the season when Glamorgan played Sussex, Nick, if you remember.
Carson Carlson.
The off spinner from Sussex, Jack Carson, bowls to Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, so I was glad to see the end of the Salter-Slater matchup as well. Andrew Salter now
businessman.
into the business, photography and catering and all sorts. Van der Hoogten round the wicket to the left-hander, and Patterson White chops it down into slips. Sam Northeast has a shy at the wickets just in case. Patterson White was wandering, struck the stumps, but Patterson White was still at home.
Mr. Miller's life history.
Other than being a first-class debutant, let's look
that's why I asked.
Since Andrew
will tell us, but
would have chapter and verse, but he's not on at the moment. Doesn't appear to be in the who's who. It's unusual. As Van der Hoogten bowls, hits Patterson White on the stumps as he looks to work on the leg side. Never mind, that'll have to wait to Radha's next blast on the microphone. "22 years old, first class debut, having played white ball cricket for the county before." Van der Hoogten to Patterson White, through, no shot played. 226 for 7, so no alarms for the visitors. No real alarms in the 20 minutes or so that we've had since then. Bedford school product, there we are.
Good rugby school, Bedford.
Played national counties for Bedfordshire. Second 11 cricket for the last 3 or 4 years. Born in Oxford.
I think David Payne, Gloucestershire seaman, was born in Oxford. I saw that, brought that up, and I was asking Ed Seaburn on Thursday night about what does he play. He does not play any red ball, any whatsoever, because there we are, it's going the way of so many lucrative one-day tournaments around the world. As Podmore starts another over, comes in, bowls to Miller. Miller plays straight to short mid-wicket, no run. He used to be a good red ball bowler, but I suppose it's rather sad, when you've got this scenario now. You've got the lad at Somerset, Smead. So all he does is, I asked Anthony Gibbs, what does he do? He just spends most of the time in the gym, not in the gym, sorry, in the gym, and better off playing on the gym. He'll just break off as Podmore is in, bowls, it's well judged, left for the wicketkeeper, and he spends most of the time in the gym when he's not hitting people for sixes in one-day cricket.
Well, I suppose apart from the British summer, you've got the blast spread over best part of a couple of months, the group stages, the 100 over 4 weeks or so, and I suppose if you can get 1 or 2 foreign gigs, then that's your year's employment, isn't it?
Podmore bowls to Miller and plays a nice looking shot, but it's well stopped, short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
We were talking about America playing England earlier. Of course, the American T20 League is coming up as a serious financial rival to what can be offered on these shores.
Very serious. Was it? I read yesterday morning that somebody had turned down his county and opted for. I know, but it's Podmore again. Into Miller. Miller plays defensively, and Podmore has a shy. Doesn't bring him anything at the wicket. It'd be no good to the coconut stall in the circus, or the show, or whatever they call it. Going back, left arm seamer for Pakistan,
Shaheen Shah Afridi,
has turned down that competition in August and the 100, and opted for £100,000 contract in the States.
When he could have enjoyed himself in Cardiff instead.
Yes. Very wise man, I think. And very well managed. Here's the next delivery, and again it's blocked by Miller.
It's a shame for crowds here who would have enjoyed seeing him play, I'm sure, in the bright red of Welsh fire. There's something of a...
Well, they always get people pulling out, don't they, Welsh fire?
well...
Did Bairstow play 2 games last year, or 1? So they tell me.
It does seem something of a circus on the international stars' availability generally.
Well, nobody
doesn't
is.
it?
No. You get odd ones and B players. Podmore balls left. I think it'll be thank you, Mr. Podmore, at the moment. You know what you think? And hello, Mr. Crane. But we shall see. Crane is looking at his captain.
Give us a bowl.
And he's marking his run up and looking.
Good.
Speaking, I think he will be on, don't you?
Well, we've got homes to get to, and otherwise, 26 overs still to be bowled at 3 minutes to 5. We're in for a bit of a long haul, but the point I was making about the overcast conditions, I don't think that the light would allow them to get through to the close potentially if it gets any darker. It's a bit gloomy at the moment, and Van der Hoogten through the gloom is bowling to Patterson wide, who plays it slightly uppishly towards Byram, but it doesn't carry, and it's parried by the former Somerset man at backward point. Didn't quite get on top of it, but it was safe enough. And on the first or second bounce to the fielder, who managed to get his hands in front of his shins. 2:26 for 7. Northamptonshire gently accumulating since tea, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Patterson White works it away on the leg side for a single down towards...
Pitch is much easier now, isn't it? Or appears to be.
Doesn't seem to be doing as much as it was in the
Nowhere
afternoon, in the sort of middle age of the ball.
Well, in 9 overs' time, we'll see if it does seem about. The new one will be taken.
Which is why they need to get Crane on for a few twirls with the old ball to get that over rate back down towards 0. 2:27 for 7. Van der Hoogten in to bowl. Miller plays it gently on the leg side towards mid-wicket. Gorvin comes galloping in and
went out for a
single.
little sit-out this afternoon there, and 2 people asked me, why isn't Colin Ingram playing? Well, I said, I really can't tell you, and I'd like to know myself, in that he has not been selected. I don't know why, because as we mentioned earlier, Glamorgan's leading run scorer in Championship cricket, in fine form. He told me how much he loves batting now at his new position of 5. Van der Hoogten bowls.
And Miller playing, looking to work it on the leg side, and the ball goes trickling back down the wicket.
And an appeal from extra cover. The only appeal from Carson.
He's enthusiastic. The United States, by the way, are falling apart completely against England. They're now 8 down. 115 for 8 with 9 balls of their innings left. So England will,
I tell you what, it'll be good.
Need much more than a run a ball.
Good game. I think it's going to be West Indies, England. In comes Van der Hoogten. And he nearly plays on.
As that was chopped down by Miller, and the ball just rolling back past his stumps and going through. Oh, that was very close indeed. Didn't have much idea about where it went, and has that managed to bounce over the off stump?
Very close to it, wasn't it? Well, Miller has got into double figures, playing very watchfully. Nice little partnership this for Northants. Add 5 on to 227, 32-run partnership so far. It was needed. Next ball is outside the off stump, but again doesn't do anything. End of the over. Now then, where's Mr. Crane? Is he going to stride forth and have a little twirl?
Oof. It's,
well, he's walking purposefully, but no.
It's a little break while Miller goes off to have a look at a new bat, potentially. So it doesn't like the way that this one is operating. No spin as yet. Podmore to continue. 145. He's bowled 14 overs, and Glamorgan obviously of the opinion that seam is the order of the day, but maybe Van der Hoogten will come off at the far end so that he can have a little rest before the new ball. Update for BBC Radio Wales to come very shortly, as Podmore is on his way, bowling to Patterson White, who plays that defensively to mid-on. There's no run. Bouncing around at point is Andy Gorvin now. He's bowled well. Two slips. Mid-wicket is shortish. And it's 3 saving a single on the offside. Fine leg, square leg are deep. Podmore bowls, forced away, backward of square by Patterson White. 4 runs down to third man, 231 for 7. Northamptonshire 231 for 7 now. A 8th wicket stand between Patterson White and Miller, reviving the visitors slightly after tea after Glamorgan Seamers had claimed 5 wickets in the afternoon session. Top scorer so far is Emilio Gay with 65. There have been 3 wickets for James Harris, and the Glamorgan seam attack has been pretty useful. Andy Gorvin with 2. Northamptonshire recovering to 231 for 7 in the T20 World Cup. United States 115 for 8 in the 19th over against England. As Podmore from this Cathedral Road end. Try and make what's now a breakthrough needed by Glamorgan, and that one's worked firmly away on the leg side by Patterson White. He moves on to 30 not out, and this starting to develop towards something of a substantial stand in the Northamptonshire lower order. They came together in the 61st over with the score on 195, so it's 37 added in around about 11 overs so far. But just reversing the flow of the game towards the home side in the afternoon session. 232 for 7. Podmore in to Miller. It's played sensibly so far. Podmore loses his run-up and does not deliver. He was galloping through the crease, but pulls up eventually. 232 for 7. It remains. Northants with some early momentum, got to lunch, 100 on the board, and just 2 down after James Harris had taken a couple of cheap ones. Glamorgan dominating the afternoon session, and then the visitors fighting back in this evening period. Down the leg side that one goes. Miller flicked at it, didn't make contact, well taken by Cook moving to his left.
Yeah, surprisingly, Nick Cook hasn't had a catch anywhere near him today.
4 slip catches and all taken.
Yeah, 1 clean bowl and 1 an LB bubble.
So it's run rate 3.2. It's been
attritional, isn't it?
Attritional, good word. Yes, good fight back though from these two.
Yep.
To get some sort of respectability into the total, and there's another nearly played on. Miller's pushed that one back past the stumps, and well, he's playing with soft hands by the look of it. Nearly played on to Tim van der Hoogten, and that one wasn't too far away from Harry Podmore. So
Mr. Crane,
Northants keep going.
Yeah, the aforementioned has just turned his arm over and is looking at the crease at this end, so that we presume that he might have a few overs before the new ball. When Harris and
Change of
Andy
bowling
Gooden
at the
will be
river
fresh
end.
again, semi-fresh.
And draw.
Because, as you might have heard, Lawrence Hourahan for many years has worked with us. He worked at Glamorgan for some years.
Yes, in the 80s.
And then moved to the BBC, worked there for many years, and retired now. And, taken over from our good friend Andrew Hignell. Here's Andy Gorvin then. He comes in and bowls the first ball. Patterson White, who watches it sail past the off stump. Nick is having a break, and it'll be Andrew coming to join me in just a moment. 232 for 7, just 18 runs away from the first batting point. Somewhere around 300, I think, will be a good score on this pitch, although it has quietened down a bit as Gorvin now has a wicketkeeper Cook standing up as he comes in from that river end and bowls, plays it away on the onside. There is no run. You enjoy your cake, Mr. Rudd?
Afternoon, but I enjoyed it very much indeed. It was
Good.
very, very good. Thank you very much indeed to
So right,
all concerned at Glamorgan. Very nice.
of course.
Bit of carrot cake.
Yes, it was lovely. Good little partnership, this, isn't it?
It is. These two have done well.
Yeah.
And I think we were saying, I think 270, 280. Northamptonshire will feel they're in the game.
This is jumped away again by Patterson White. There's no run.
Rafi Weatherall, who presumably is in next, can hold a bat. As I was saying was on with Nick earlier, he and Freddie Heldrick put on 40 for the last wicket at Edgbaston in the T20 last week, although the game had gone. And then Alex Russell at 11. So these two need to, probably in an ideal world from Northamptonshire's point of view, take it past 250.
In comes Gorvin from the river end and bowls. That's caught at cover. A loose drive, and that probably played a little bit too early and went straight to Eddie Byram, and he is out. Just as we were saying how good this stand is, a kiss of death.
Guess what? These two aren't going to take it past 250.
Well, you never know. Have a look at that again.
Yeah, it was just a little bit.
I think he played a bit too early there.
He did a little bit of a nothing shot.
Squirted away.
And an easy catch for Eddie
Good.
Byram at backward point.
Good innings by Patterson White, though he made 30, which was much needed at that stage.
Liam Patterson
No,
White
he battled hard,
was
didn't he?
bowled by Byram.
But in the end,
Andy Gorvin.
you would have hoped from Northamptonshire's point of view that we said about getting to 250, and also, of course, get through to the second new ball.
Yeah.
But as it is,
Might not be needed.
it might not be needed. But well, Rafi Weatherall, as I say, can hold a bat. This will be his first bat in first-class cricket, I think.
Will he come in next?
I imagine so. I'd be surprised if I'd be very surprised if Alex Russell goes in ahead of him. But I think you'll enjoy watching Rafi Weatherall bowl. I don't know if you've seen him.
I haven't
yet, Eddie. No, he's got some pace, and he's got some bit of ticker as well. He's bowled that last over in the T20 match against Worcestershire when he hadn't bowled in the innings, and David Willey brought him on to try and defend.
He was a good tall lad.
He is. Trying to defend a few into the in the last over, and he bowled and he conceded 4, and really did make a name for himself then. But I mean, he's now got a lot of opportunity with George Scrimshaw out for the season, sadly.
Yeah, I read that yesterday.
With a back issue. So I tell you what, Eddie, I wouldn't have minded 50p on Rafi Weatherall and Gus Miller batting together in the 8th championship match of the season, because I mean, it's superb to see the development. You know, we all love to see young cricketers come through with our respective counties, and back in October, Rafi Weatherall was receiving the Northamptonshire Age Group Cricketer of the Year from Luke Proctor, and now he's playing under his captaincy.
Yes, time does go quickly,
doesn't it? Just.
Here's Gorvin then to bowl to Weatherall, his first ball. And he comes, bowls to him, and he leaves outside the off stump. We talk about tail enders can bat just about everyone can now. I remember when I saw that Crane was joining Glamorgan on the season's loan. Yeah, I wonder if he can bat. He come in here, got 48, 30s.
Made his first half century up at Northampton.
And I just going to mention that as well. And they can all. They've been the nets, and they would be, they've been told to concentrate. Gorvin comes in, bowls to Weatherall. Too wide outside the off stump, doesn't make him play. End of the over, and Artie Gorvin's had a good innings. He's taken 3 wickets, 3 also for Harris, and 1 apart for Podmore, and strangely just the 1 for Tim van der Gooten, who's been very effective. And we are going to have a little bit of Crane.
Yes, Rafi Weatherall picked up a wicket with his 8th ball in first-class cricket on debut, but this is indeed his first bat. And as Eddie said, we're going to see a little bit of Mason Crane just hasten through to the second new ball in 7 overs' time. I'm agreed with Nick entirely. If it was crossing my mind that the light, hate to say it in the middle of June, but the light might be an issue. It's a bit, it's a bit murky.
It is a bit murky, but if you go outside,
right,
you'll find that there is a difference as anywhere. And Mason Crane will be bowling to Gus Miller.
Bowling to Augustus Horatio.
It's a wonderful name, isn't it?
It is. Nudged away into the onside, and there's no run. Yes, you missed my lengthy history lesson about the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire, so I won't repeat it for the benefit of poor listeners who might have copped it first time. Here's Crane in, bowls very full on leg stump, turned away nicely by Gus Miller down to deep square for a single. He goes to 11, and Northamptonshire to 234 for 8. Suffice it to say that the niece of the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire created the Wombles.
Is that right?
Yes. But as I'm not going to go through all that again.
Well, if you develop the pattern, Wombles.
Well, great uncle Bulgaria.
Yep.
Basha Sainway used to play cricket with, who's at Peterborough now, as Crane is outside the off stump. Weatherall leaves it alone. He's now doing some coaching with Bulgaria.
Is he?
There we go. Malloy's heading off to do some coaching with Croatia shortly.
They're all beginning developing cricket, which is good to see.
Absolutely. You'll be listening to Orinoco Flow on the way home from Enya, so yeah, we're getting there. Pushes forward Weatherall up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run for Dinner.
The trouble is here is that Nick has made no effort to clean the windows this year. I've tried to get him to go outside, he will not do it.
And for dinner you'll be having beef Wellington. Here comes Crane in bowls and whipped away pleasantly enough by Rafi Weatherall for his first run in first-class cricket. Down to deep square for 1. So Rafi Weatherall is underway, 234 for 8.
So Sanderson is out. Who's the other regulars?
Jack White, who obviously played every game last year, came in to the side, an ankle problem, and he played against Yorkshire. Didn't look, I don't think, fully fit, and is not playing here. Another full toss, clipped away by Gus Miller for a single, out to deep square, and that's the end of Mason Crane's over. 235 for 8 Northamptonshire. Rafi Weatherall is on 1, Gus Miller 12. We have 22 overs left in the day, so if we get them all in, it's going to be 6:30, isn't it, at the very best. Now, who are we going to see? Is it still going to be? Yeah, still going to be Andy
thought
Gorvin,
Gorvin, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think so. Still Gorvin to continue. What's the situation with the lights here? Because I know obviously Sussex.
Don't ask.
Sussex are not using them.
We're not allowed to use them.
Ah, right. Okay.
Because Nick knows more. Residents. I don't know where the nearest resident is.
It's not
Cathedral Road.
It's not. There's not too many people. It's not like Northampton where you've got houses on all sides.
Gorvin then comes in and bowls. This time it beats him, beautifully taken by. One thing I do enjoy is keeper standing up to quite quick medium pace and taking the ball cleanly.
Yeah, it's great.
I remember Jack Russell used to stand up to Mike Smith, who is now a match referee. In one-day games especially, and he was absolutely superb. Gorvin comes in and bows to Miller. Miller plays it away nicely, And Byram has gone deeper there, and that is just a single.
Well, it's rather nice that so Northamptonshire have batting for them Raphael Alexander and Augustus Horatio. There's something rather splendid about that, you know. I'm very happy with it.
Must be descended down to Nelson.
Oh, good. I don't know. Who knows?
Weatherall waits as in comes Gorvin and bows to him. So the off stump goes through. No shot played. Gorvin, of course, had his first 5-4 against Sussex, 5 for 40. As Sussex were beaten, Glamorgan's only victory this season here. And he's come on a lot this season. Didn't play an enormous amount, but he's developing into a very useful third seamer as he turns at the end of not a very long run and bowls. And that's again left and well taken. 2 slips, 2 men on the single on the offside and 2 men on the drive on the onside, about 12 yards apart.
It's a terrific spell he bowled straight after lunch, wasn't it?
It was a very good spell.
Very impressive.
5 overs after this before the new cherry is taken. Gorvin would like to take another wicket. He's taken 3 as he comes in, bowls to Weatherall, beats him again outside the off stump. I don't think it's so much movement now, it's just playing down the wrong line.
I can tell you that Yorkshire are collapsing at Scarborough.
They're 1 down, are they?
321 for 1, yeah. Finn Bean out for 164 off the bowling of Graham Van Buren, the Gloucestershire captain, who decided to have a bowl first.
Oh dear.
7th bowler used. Just come on and said, oh look, you see, there's nothing to it.
I can do it, yeah. You know he's going to turn early on. 3 slips, wait, and Tucker's gone back now. As in comes the next ball. And is he? No. Oh, there somebody was yelling, but it was caught a 3rd slip. Must have been on the bounce because Weatherall turned to the pavilion, and then that was that. That's the end of the over. So another 14 runs needed for the bonus points.
The good news is that our friend William C., that 4th slip tells me that the gardening's finished. We mentioned this earlier. One of our regular listeners who likes to listen to us ideally in the garden with a bottle of cider. And he has finished his gardening.
Has he finished the bottle?
No, he said he hasn't mentioned this, but he said the coals have been lit, so they're ready for the barbie. Don't think it's quite barbecue weather here. It's
well, around the country it is.
I gather it's rather nice at home. Here's Crane in and bowls to Miller, who's forward, dropping it out on the onside, and there's no run. I mean, it's lovely here in every other respect, but the blue sky that's been teasing us through most of the afternoon over to our right has now receded back towards Penarth, you were saying?
I would have thought so, yeah. My geography and next differ a little bit.
Here's Crane in, bowls to Miller, turns it round the corner, thought about a single but decided against it.
Where are you staying, in the middle of town, Andrew?
I'm staying just on the edge of Splot. It's
I think I know it. Yeah.
It's a sort of industrial estate, but it's absolutely fine. It's nice and quiet. Here's Crane in bowling to Miller, who turns that away, can't get it past mid-wicket. Raphael Weatherall has come a long way down, but fortunately for him,
he's hurt himself.
He has, and in turning and getting back, I think he might just caught his spikes in the ground. I think when he was turning.
Where was he going?
He's okay. I've absolutely no idea. There wasn't a run remotely there. Anyway, 236 for 8. Crane in and bowls, and Miller drives nicely away through extra cover, runs for him here. It's not quite going to go for 4, I don't think, as it's just held up inside the rope. Good bit of fielding down there by James Harris, and sends in his return, but they're back for an easy 3. So Gus Miller goes to 16, 239 for 8. I was mentioning earlier, Eddie, that Gus's sister Flo is also a professional cricketer, plays for Sunrisers.
Does she?
So a very
cricketing family.
Yeah. Here's Crane in and bowls to Weatherall, who...
Gooley.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he may have picked it. He played back and just turned it into the onside. And there's no run past Eddie Byram, and now finds himself under the lid at forward short leg. Short boundary, of course, that sort of leg side boundary. On that side of the ground, his Crane in and bowls quicker ball. Forward goes Weatherall, smothers it, pushes it out towards extra cover. Billy Root comes into field, and that's the end of another over for Mason Crane. 4 overs for 14, 239 for 8, 16 to Gus Miller, who will forevermore be number 552. Northamptonshire's first class players. And Rafi Weatherall has made a single.
Both sides striving for the bonus point. I think Glamorgan are pretty assured because there's loads of overs. Remember, it goes up to 130 overs. And Northampton will try and get the first one. They're 11 runs away, and try and push on, because every run really is important on this pitch, because I'm sure it'll do a bit with a new ball and when Northants have a ball on it. Gorvin to continue from the river end, comes in and bowls, and this is played by Miller down to fine leg for a single. Didn't know much about it, and he glanced around to see where the ball had gone, but he gets a single, brings Weatherall down, who hasn't had it to his one run, as Cook goes back as opposed to standing up to Miller.
So United States, as I think Nick mentioned, all out for 115. Hat-trick for Chris Jordan at the back end of that.
He's been left out in the last few games too. Gorvin in again and bowls. Thought of playing at that, Weatherall decided he wasn't going to, and he goes through to Cook. 214 for 8. Staunch resistance from the tail enders here, or late middle order, or whatever you like to call them.
That opening partnership between Adam Lythe and Finn Bean we were talking about for Yorkshire at Scarborough, 307 they put on, and that's a first class record at Scarborough, beating 243 by a certain Jack Hobbs and Herbert Sutcliffe in 1931.
Yeah, I was thinking, here's the next ball. When you think of the openers they've had, Boycott, and as you mentioned, those two. Who was it? Sutcliffe and
Hobbs and Sutcliffe. So Holmes and Sutcliffe, of course, was the Yorkshire opening pair. It would have been in a gentleman players match, or
that's what I'm thinking. Because it was Hobbs is a Surrey.
Yeah, at Scarborough. It was, I think, either gents players or. But it wouldn't then have been It would have been Lucian Gore's 11, wouldn't it, against the touring side or something like that.
In comes Gorvin. Bowls. They were great fun, apparently. They were those games at the end of the season. They used to have one in Kingston, you know. Remember the old
Kingston Festival, yes.
Kingston Festival down in London.
Dennis Brooks played in that, and they Folkestone Fair. There were all sorts of festivals, weren't there?
Yeah.
Was it the Torquay one? Alan Gibson used to say that they reckon they put a penny on the rates because it was because of the hospitality that was on offer.
Oh yes, it was great fun. In comes Gorvin and bowls. That's played up towards mid-on, and they'll go through for a single, accumulating in singles, the odd 241 for 8.
What was it, the old hotel at Scarborough, the Balmoral, that used to be called the Immoral? So some of the players used to...
But the sign of the times.
Yes, absolutely.
Remember Don Shepard saying, because he played for the players up there, the gentleman used to dine in the dinner jacket and stay at the Grand, where the players would still be as they were and have a couple of pints in the other hotel down. It's good, squirted away there in the air, and again they go through for a single, and that is the end of the over. 242 for 8.
Yeah, some great stories told about, and especially as it used to be. Scarborough used to be the end of the season,
always,
and you'd have players going up there, perhaps needed a few runs for their 100 wickets or 200 wickets for the season, or 2,000 runs, and little agreements being
apparently not. Don played there a couple of times, and I said, yeah, exactly what you said. Oh no, don't think it was like that, he said.
Yeah, I've Maybe not in Don's era. I think
Yeah.
it probably got perhaps a little bit more serious. But you read some of the
His answer was, "Do you think I give boycott runs?" Well, typical Shepherd, of course, to give anybody runs.
Mason Crane in, bowling to Gus Miller, who turns that away very pleasantly out through mid-wicket for a single. Nice little knock this from Gus Miller on debut.
It is, yes.
19 to him, 243 for 8. He made, I'm racking my memory now, he made 30 odd on his first team debut, and that was in a 50 over game, I think on the Isle of Wight against Hampshire a couple of years ago. Played nicely. Rafi Weatherall has clipped that away. Mason Crane putting it up in the slot, and Weatherall has clipped it away over mid-wicket to the short boundary for 4. Told you he could play.
Yeah, well, they got their bonus point now, 3 away.
Should do. 6 to Weatherall, 247 for 8. He's run drunk after his 21 not out at Edgbaston the other night in the T20. Rafi, he'll talk us through it.
Are you in contention for that? I might have asked you.
Still just about afloat.
Afloat, yeah.
4 wins, 3 defeats, 1 tie. So still.
Oh yes, you're
still in with a chance. But
I think Glamorgan have.
There's applause there as the ball has finally been retrieved from
gutters and things.
Yes, I think it was. It might have been just under the covers down there, but they've got the ball back anyway. And Crane is going to continue bowling to Rafi Weatherall, who's on 6, 247 for 8. Crane is in, and Weatherall sweeps, and there's 4 runs, and there's Northamptonshire's first batting point. Back-to-back boundaries for Rafi Weatherall. So you have 2 players in there making playing their first innings in first-class cricket, each of them. And Weatherall goes to 10, 251 for 8. Point on the board.
Yes, and Crane hasn't bowled as well as he's bowled this season. And you would have thought that the leg spinner and googly man coming up against tail-enders would have flourished, but he's been swept, he's been driven, and perhaps the pitch is a bit slow, which surprises me for the leg spinner.
Here is Crane bowling again to Weatherall, who looks to try and turn that round the corner, hits him on the pad, strangled appeal, but Chris Cook is already round from behind the stumps to retrieve.
Trading in googlies, 'cause the last 2 have been googlies he bowled him.
Here's Crane again, bowling to Weatherall. Forward goes Weatherall, plays it back down the pitch, getting right over the ball. Rafi Weatherall played for under 19s England last year, and this year he's been picked in the one-day squad against Sri Lanka if the game's coming up shortly. Hoping, I'm sure, to be involved in the test series after that. Here's Crane in again, bowls to him once again. Forward, smothering the ball, pushing it out to the offside.
You won't be available for Northants?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. 251 for 8. Weatherall is 10. Miller is 19.
It's getting a bit dark now, isn't it?
It is.
That lovely blue sky away to our right threatened earlier in the day to come across it.
Well,
it's been stubborn, isn't it? It is coming a little more. I haven't seen that blue sky in front of us.
I was trying to think of the ground that it reminded me of elsewhere, and I'm sure you've probably been there, Eddie. Durban, Kingsmead.
Yeah.
Where very often
it's a rainy place, though.
Yeah, but very often you'll have cloud and possibly even rain over Kingsmead, and you look out towards the sea, and it's blue sky.
Gorvin starting it over. Clipped away and playing with confidence now, these two, as they think of a second run and don't. Another single to Miller, he moves on to 19.
Yeah, Gus Miller made 31 in that on that debut appearance against Hampshire on the Isle of Wight in the 50 over competition. 31 off 33 balls, then got out. Rob Keogh got out, and Northamptonshire lost a match that they should have won.
In comes Gorvin to Weatherall, bowls to him. He plays a very sketchy shot. Lovely pose, looking through extra cover, and it ended up at square leg. We'll forgive him for that, because he's into double figures.
I think he's got a slightly painful foot for his pains as well, because he drove it, I think, hard into his boot. Ouch.
Yes, King. All we've seen it rain here, and it draws the rain in. As you know, when it rains in South Africa, it rains. especially down the Cape. Gorvin bowls. This pitch is playing nicely now as he just pushes into that up to mid-off.
Have you done a game on the Isle of Wight, Eddie?
No.
No, I hadn't. It was the first time Northamptonshire had played on the Isle of Wight since 1938.
Got catch the ferry, haven't you?
You have.
Was it half an hour?
Absolutely splendid. Yeah, about half an hour.
Yeah.
Absolutely splendid. I mean, very lucky with the weather. It was a glorious day. The Solent was like a mill pond, and it was a very, very enjoyable day, apart from
I
the
bet
result.
it was. Here's the next ball. Just jab down. What happens if you can't sail? Up and down, no good for me. That. No good for me. That.
Well, I'm not the best, but on that occasion, as I say, it was absolutely dead calm. It was completely flat, and yeah, very nice. Ground itself was pleasant. At Newport,
Isle of Wight as opposed to Newport. In comes the next ball, and it's driven out towards a deep extra cover. And Glamorgan now will be looking with just 7 balls to go before the new ball to see if that can do the trick.
where Newport, where Northamptonshire's number 11 batter was born, Alex Russell.
Was he?
Born in Newport, yes.
He had a great story with Glamorgan played at the Isle of Wight, and I've spoken about Bernard Hedges, and Glamorgan lost the toss, were in the field, but before play started, and I'll just break off, as in comes Gorvin and bowls. That's clipped away nicely by Weatherall. He's playing well here for a number 10. Gets a single, end of the over, 255 for 8. And the side screen wasn't properly positioned in the Isle of Wight, so Berlin was feeling some mid-off. Would he go down and help the steward to move the side screen? The side screen immediately went over his foot, and he never took part in the game because he broke a couple of toes.
Oh, no.
You know, as he was saying, this way or that way, and you don't look at your feet. Crash. So,
Well,
always tales of some grounds, aren't there?
this was, well, the ground that Northamptonshire played on a couple of years ago was New Close cricket ground in Newport, and big crowd in. I say it was a glorious day,
Yeah.
and big crowd commentating from a tent. But we've done that in any number of grounds around the country, and it was very pleasant. Here's Crane then, last over before the new ball is due. Bowls to Weatherall, who drives without any great timing up to mid-on. And there's no run fielded there by Andy Gorvin, whose figures 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 50.
That's good bowling.
Don't really do him justice and how well he's bowled. They're good enough, but he could have had 5 easily.
Well, McManus was the one who suffered there.
Yes.
Playing and missing.
Yes, Lewis had one of those days, didn't he? Now, they've moved a man back to deep backward square as Crane comes in, bowls, and on-driven again by Weatherall. This time he's running on the shot, I think, but he's got home. If Gorvin had hit, might have been tight, but he didn't, and they're through for the single. Weatherall is 13, 256 for 8. It wasn't a great run, let's be honest.
It begs the question, I said, every game that we do here, how often do you see fielders hit? I don't know if it's you. Very, very rarely.
Here's Crane in and bowls to Miller, who's forward, dropping it down at his feet. No run. The one, I would say, the fielder who has probably the highest ratio of hits, I would suggest, of those that we see regularly, is David Willey.
Is it?
He does hit the stumps quite a bit, but no, generally you're absolutely right, of course, as a rule. Crane in, bowls to Miller, pleasantly driven away through extra cover. Runs for him here, certainly a couple, with James Harris is in pursuit, reels it in, but it's 2 more runs to Gus Miller, who's doing himself absolutely no harm at all here in terms of his longer term prospects in the side. He's 23, 258 for 8. Handy little partnership of 26 between these two. Is Crane in again, bowls turned away by Miller, out towards mid-wicket, considered a single, decided against it. So 1 more ball to go before the second new ball is due. I would be surprised if Morgan didn't take it straight away.
We just saw Harris winding.
So here is Crane. Bowls, flights that one right up to Miller, not to be tempted, plays it back down the pitch, end of the over, so 80 overs bowled, 258 for 8. Rafi Weatherall on 13. Gus Miller on 23. And are we going to see the new ball? As I say, I'd be very surprised if we don't.
I would have thought so, yeah.
And
it's immediately tossed
the old
to
one, yes, there we go.
Van der Gooten. Often we say, I guess you say it, the new ball can work wonders for the bowlers. It can also, if it's not projected properly, can disappear. The hardness of it, if you get a long hop.
Signalling that the new ball is being taken.
Tim Van der Gooten will bowl it.
And returning to bowl from the river end, Tim Van der Gooten.
Yorkshire have lost another wicket, 326 for 2 up at Scarborough against Gloucestershire. So collapsing like a pack of
Is it live?
I'm just having a look. No, he's still there, 128 not out. Poor. Oh, it is, beg your pardon, it is him. He's out for 129, it's just updated.
What a good player he's been over the years.
He has. Yeah, Ajit Singh Dale has got him out, so it's
a new ball, is it?
James Wharton and George Hurley, 88 overs gone, so it may well have been.
Yeah.
Middlesex 239 for 7 against Derbyshire at Lords.
How many was that?
239 for 7.
Oh, that's good effort. Bye.
Ryan Higgins 63 not out. Sussex 348 for 7 against Leicestershire at Hove.
Here's Van der Gooten with 3 slips with the new ball, bowling to Rafi Weatherall on 13. Bowls to him and he leaves outside the off stump.
And in that Sussex total, John Simpson 146 not out, as you said. I bet Glamorgan were highly delighted to knock him over for a pair here, but yeah, 146 not out.
Came back for the one-day match then and got out for 1. So I think it was 1. So many times I've seen John Simpson hold up Glamorgan coming in at number 6, 7. Very, very good wicket-keeper batsman. There's so many of them these days.
Yeah, sure enough.
Van der Gooten comes in, bowls, Weatherall covers up, pushes it away on the offside.
Talking of them, Ben Folkes is 49 not out for Surrey, who are 300 for 4 against Worcestershire. Folkes is 49 not out. Dan Lawrence 66 not out off 90.
Good player.
They're going to have another look at him, you feel, in the not too distant future.
Yeah, what are they going to do with the wicketkeeper? Smith,
difficult one.
Wokes, Burstow, probably not. But it's Van der Gooten from the river end bowls, and that's gone up in the air, and it drops in front to mid-on, just lobbed up. It was a leading edge, and Weatherall was looking for it as we were, but we saw it lob between no man's land. I thought it was going to be back to the bowler.
So did I. I was looking. I was looking at mid-on. I just thought it was going to be just a little looped catch, but fortunately for Rafi, it fell safe.
Here's Van der Gooten bowls him. That's a good-looking shot on the onside. They're all along the deck, but there's no run. 258 for 8, and you may think that's a modest score, but they've recovered well. Not a pitch that during the afternoon session certainly was giving a lot of help to the seamers, who profited, especially Andy Gorvin, James Harris. They've taken 3 apiece. 2 balls to go here as Van der Gooten bowls, and that's driven firmly all along the floor. There's no run.
Very good afternoon to Hayden Spenceley, who's been on to me, and or on to us, I should say, saying enjoy listening as ever, which is very kind, and we enjoy having you with us, Hayden, and asking who will open the bowling given all the absentees for Northamptonshire. Well, it's a very, very good question. I imagine Rafi Weatherall, and then permanently one of Proctor, Broad and Miller, I suppose.
Last ball of the over, which is defended by Weatherall, and I often think when you see the late order batsman defending and not missing anything, you think, is this pitch getting easier? It hasn't got the venom. Certainly it didn't. It had in mid-afternoon.
No, that's
because we have a screen here very close. You're right up to it, and you could see the ball going. And
bowling again from the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
And I must, yes, Hayden is the chaplain to Northampton Town Football Club, and if you listen, as I do very often, to Radio 4 very early in the morning for prayer of the day at about 5:45, heard Hayden's dulcet tones doing that.
So you've been praying for a Northants win since April, and you haven't had it.
Well, I think bearing in mind that they obviously didn't pray hard enough in that 4 years in the 30s when they didn't win a game.
Nick is back, he's going to join Andrew, and I will take my leave.
Here's Harris then, starting from this Cathedral Road end with the new ball, pushed out into the offside by Gus Miller, and there's no run. Many thanks also to Graham White, who's listening to us, Northamptonshire fielding and spin bowling coach. I'm not sure if he's actually on the ground or whether he's listening at home, but enjoying listening to us, he says, and points out, interestingly, that were Rafi Weatherall to be in the Northamptonshire first team, as that's outside the off stump, Miller pushing at it but goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Chris Cook. Were Weatherall to be in Northamptonshire's first team when it comes to those under-19s games, then Northamptonshire first team would take precedence.
Right.
Second team doesn't, but first team does. So
fair enough.
Thanks for clarifying that, Graham. That's very useful. And Harris turns down below us and runs in to bowl to Gus Miller. This time good leave from Miller. Little flourish. It goes into the gloves of Chris Cook. 2 slips in place. We still have 14 overs to go after this one. So get the camp bed out. And the flask of cocoa. No, actually it won't be that late. We've both, I'm sure, had 7:30 before now, with catching up on the overs. Here's Harris in, bowls on the hip of Miller, who turns it nicely down to fine leg for a single. Takes Gus Miller up to 24, and Northamptonshire to 259 for 8, 5:45 Central Welsh time.
Yes, may not be North Wales time. You never know.
Now there's a long and very technical discussion, I'm sure, between the two batters out there in the middle. I think somebody else I was seeing, so I was picking up on the fact that we've got a Raphael Alexander batting with an Augustus Horatio. He said it sounds like the 20s. Here's Harris bowling that to Rafi Weatherall, who lets it go.
I think Harris has got Alexander in there somewhere. What's his first name? It's James Alexander Russell.
So you're going to say James Alexander Gordon.
Famous BBC broadcaster, football results, classified results for many years.
Harris, James Alexander Russell, turns down below us and runs in again to bowl to Rafi Weatherall, who's chipped that up towards mid-on. It wasn't a thing of great beauty, that stroke, but nevertheless it's safe enough. It goes all along the floor, fielded by Harry Podmore, and that's the end of the over. 259 for 8. Weatherall is 13. Miller is 24. Yes, I think my two favourite Northamptonshire names, the one that we've already mentioned, Richard Augustus Agincourt Beresford, the last Augustus to play for Northamptonshire, but I also do much enjoy left arm spinner who played for Northamptonshire before the First World War, Lancelot Townsend Driffield. That's rather a splendid name.
Marvellous. There are only 2 players, I think, on the Glamorgan staff with 3 initials: James Alexander Russell Harris and William Timothy Edward Smale.
All the best people.
Who we've seen briefly on as a substitute today. 259 for 8 in the evening murk. Glamorgan unable to get rid of this frustrating lower order resistance as Miller deflects one down towards fine leg. Cook dashes backwards to do the fielding. Labuschagne is up at the stumps to take it. Surprised Labuschagne hasn't been winding and asking for a bowl at some point today.
I was going to say, I seem to remember he usually tries to talk himself on, doesn't he? So.
But maybe he accepts that with 4 seamers he's unlikely to be asked to bowl seam. As Weatherall, 13 not out, 260 for 8, faces up to Van der Hoogten, who's in and bowls, and forward comes Weatherall, defending out on the leg side, fielded by the bowler, and there is no run. That's remarkable economy from Van der Hoogten. Just over a run and a half and over, and the number of times he's beaten the bat has been equally prominent. Ian Holmes says re floodlights from his Cathedral Road property, you would never know they were on. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's taken the edge. Weatherall has gone. His valuable resistance is at an end as Chris Cook snaps up the catch. 260 for 9. Nice little stand of 28 for the 9th wicket.
Yep, useful runs from those two. So both playing their first innings in first-class cricket, but Weatherall getting one there that lifted and left him, and I suspect he got a fair amount of bat on that, but straightforward catch by Chris Cook.
Chris Cook bowled to Van der Hoogten for 13.
And you could just see that little bit of movement enough to take the outside edge. 260 for 9, so well, Northamptonshire will do well to get a second batting point, but we did say, I think the last time we were on together, Nick, that if Northamptonshire could get up to 270, 280, they'll feel that they're in the game.
Yes, yeah, that's fair enough, though you would want more having chosen to bat.
True.
But possibly with an eye to bowling last rather than batting first, in the hope that the wicket would deteriorate and those relatively
spinners.
bare patches on either side of the stumps will come into play for the spinners.
Well, yes, I think that's very much the case. It was interesting. I got to the ground as usual, stupidly early this morning, and I was setting up here about, I don't know, just after 9 o'clock. You could see John Sadler and other members of the sort of coaching backroom team out there, presumably having a look at they were having a look at the pitch and presumably trying to sort out what it was going to do and what was the best 11 to pick for the conditions. So I think you're absolutely right. I think that's why the 3 spinners are in there. I think they think it's going to turn later on, but well, we'll see.
England at 60 for 0 after the power play, chasing just 116 to beat United States, so they're looking to get the net run rate up as positively as possible, as Van der Hoogten bowls to last man Russell, who pushes forward rather tentatively, and the ball squirts out on the offside, and there's no run. Alex Russell, born in Newport but educated the other side of the border in Gloucestershire, went to Hartbury College, and can't quite class him as a Glamorgan miss, I suppose, in terms of the recruitment, even though Welsh-born cricketers for English counties are fairly rare. As that is defended by Russell, who's looking a little bit jumpy those first couple of balls.
The Brockhampton Bradman, yeah, well, that came about because he's played quite a lot of national counties cricket for Herefordshire. So yes, well, that's where Brockhampton Bradman came from. But, he has played, of course, Wales. Certainly one match.
Yeah,
for Wales
he played for Wales.
this year.
Yeah.
When I think he was obviously looking for some cricket.
As point is moved back towards third man, there's a huge gap on the offside now if Russell fancies trying to find it, and he does as he plays it through the covers, and the chase is on, and Russell is off the mark with a boundary. Glamorgan purposefully left that gap here. They're hoping that they could find the edge, but they couldn't, and it's raced away for 4. I must admit, I didn't see that ball at all on its way to the boundaries, just watching the fielders.
It is a little bit gloomy now, isn't it? Alex Russell, it's been a bit of a frustrating year for him. He had a very, very good winter out in Zimbabwe. Very productive, playing for Eagles in both first class and list A, and I think was the leading wicket taker in the domestic red ball competition out in Zimbabwe. Came back, and I think we're all looking forward to seeing him get first team opportunities, but playing a leg spinner, as we know, in the very early stages of an English season, it's not always going to happen, and I think he's found it a bit frustrating, but got an opportunity here, and I'm sure he'll be very keen to take it. Very talented young cricketer, a very pleasant one as well. 264 for 9. Here's Harris running into bowl to Gus Miller. 2 slips in place, pulled away by Miller, and it lands just in front of deep square, and Russell was coming down for the single, having not quite appreciated, I think, that the idea is that Gus Miller now will take as much of the bowling as possible. Russell was herring down the other end for a single, realised that Gus Miller wasn't going anywhere, and then had to do a quick about turn and sprint back. He ran one because he ran 2 halves, but anyway, no harm done. 264 for 9. Miller on strike. Harris in and bowling to him. Lovely straight drive from Gus Miller, but again, he's not going to get any runs for it because Harry Podmore, who's deep at mid-on, comes round to field, and they're just looking for boundaries and presumably a single towards the back end of the over. There's a single absolutely anywhere. They've got to slip in. Everyone else is pushed right back. But after that boundary to the covers, Alex Russell will be saying, "What are you trying to shield me for?" A big swing from Gus Miller at that next ball that was short of a length from James Harris. If he'd connected, it would have landed on, I think, one of the daffodils on the that picked out in the seats in the main stand, but he didn't connect.
That shot was so agricultural you could almost hear the moo coming from the middle.
Yes, it was a valiant attempt, but they've got 3 men back in fact now on the leg side. Here's Harris. Bowls to Miller, who has connected with that one, and that's gone a long way. That has gone for 6. Over deep backward square, and this is the way. I mean, Gus Miller is known on the staff as being somebody that likes to put bat to ball. Very effective, particularly in white ball cricket, but that was short. It was outside the line of off stump, but he picked it up superbly, having just watched the replay. And now I think they're trying to find the ball.
No,
they've got the ball. Right, they were just having a chat. I don't know, having a chat with somebody down at the boundary anyway, making sure they're all right.
I'm not sure what Kieran Carlson's shrug of the shoulders was. Was it whether it was what on earth are we bowling like this for, or I didn't see it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But he struck it well, Gus Miller. He goes to 31, which equals the score he made on his List A debut for Northamptonshire.
And the over 8 has slipped to -3.
Yeah.
Not great.
So, can he surpass that 31? Harris in, bowls to Miller, pushes it up to mid-on. Not a single there to Harry Podmore. Fielder's in now, of course, to try and stop the single with 2 balls of the over remaining. Now just 1 ball left.
It gets all a little silly, doesn't it?
It's sort of, you feel it's overcomplicating things a little bit. But
you're bowling at the number 9. Try and get him out.
Yeah, making first-class debut.
Yeah.
Anyway, but Gus won't mind. 31, facing Harris, turns it away on the leg side, and they get, in the end, an easy single because they've still got 2 men back protecting the boundary. So it was an easiest of singles that you could possibly wish for. Miller's 32, Russell is 4, 271 for 9. Another over ticks by, 12 to go today. That was a strange bit of cricket.
Yeah. You just get the feeling that Glamorgan shouldn't be. It's not as if it's Vasconcelos or Shaw at the other end, is it?
No.
With all due respect to Gus Miller, as you say, he is a first-class debutant, and he should be surely trying to get both batters out. Anyway, Miller has retained strike. Van der Hoogten 2 for 38. We'll be trying to get him out, but again they're offering the single. all round the ground apart from a slip. It's the only one within taxi distance. There's Van der Hoogten bowls. There's appeal for LBW. The ball squirts down towards Labuschagne, who runs round from slip to gully, and it is a dot ball. As Russell practices his forward defensive at the non-striker's end.
Sort of saying, let me at him, I think.
Yeah. There are 4 fielders on each side of the wicket, spread far and wide. As down the wicket comes Miller and clips it down to deep square. Again, there's a very long single available. Again, they don't take it, as Eddie Byram did the fielding. To 71 for 9. England galloping towards a very quick victory. 91 without loss in the 9th over, needing just a further 25 to beat the United States. As Van der Hoogten bowls and Miller whips it away on the leg side out to deep mid wicket. Again, very easy single. Is turned down. Phil Salt has 23. Jos Buttler is 60 not out, having had slightly more of the strike and hit 4 sixes so far. So England cruising in Barbados and looking to improve their net run rate as much as possible in the process. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Down the wicket, sliced away. Where's that one gone? Bouncing down towards third man. They will take a single off the 4th ball of the over. So it's everyone in.
A couple of balls for Alex Russell to blast another couple through the covers. So it is, yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a slightly strange tactics. The batter's having a very long conversation. I fear Gus Miller may be subjected to an ordeal which will make his first-class debut seem tame by comparison. I think he may be my interview tonight. So.
Oof. What an honour. What an honour. Interview on debut.
For me.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Russell drives into the offside. Again, a single available, and they turn it down. So Gus, did you know that the last Augustus to play for Nottinghamshire was the uncle of the Wombles creator?
Yeah. Well, he may well do. I don't know. But he's,
if he's listened to a few
the last time I spoke to him was at Trent Bridge, actually, after the T20, and I said, you'd be hoping to get a game yourself, and he said, obviously, but it's got to keep battling away, and well, he's got his reward.
Leg slip is brought in for the final ball of the Van der Hoogten over. He bowls to Russell, pushes it out on the leg side, does the Newport-born number 11, and it is a dot ball. 272 for 9. Meanwhile, in Bridgetown, Barbados, England are 110, 111 for naught in the 10th over, needing 5 runs to win.
Well, that's going to be, was your journey really necessary, wasn't it? As they say.
Jos Buttler 78 not out now.
So it's going to be Harris to continue. The batter's still having a long conversation. The umpires, I think Hassan Adnan's just saying he's going across to the point. Just informing the batters. I'm assuming because they've got 2 men behind square on the leg side, and he just wants to be absolutely sure he can see if they slip another one behind square. Not that I'm sure they would, but
England have won.
Right.
By 10 wickets.
At a canter. Here's Harris then, bowled then to Gus Miller, who swings at that one. It's gone up in the air. I've lost it, and it's landed just in front of Harry Podmore at mid-on, and after a certain amount of discussion they decide not to run. And I know you just need to update BBC Radio Wales. So I'll do one more ball. And then let the good people know what's happening. Harris taking his time getting back to his mark. Fielder's changing over, so Andy Gorvin's now going out to long on. Harry Podmore's coming across to long off. As Harris is in, bowls to Miller, beats him outside the off stump. I'll let you carry on, Nick, to update BBC Radio Wales.
In a move that will gladden the heart of Edward Bevan, Glamorgan now have 2 third men.
One of them's almost a long stop, isn't he?
It's fairly fine. The other's a little bit square in a more conventional position. As Harris is in to bowl to Miller, who hits another 6 into the grandstand, away through square leg, between square leg and mid wicket. And Miller enjoying himself.
I just think he is.
In this evening session.
I've had another contribution for the Wombles that we were going on about earlier, trying to get as many of the Wombles in as we could.
Is it from the Scottish town of Tobermory by any chance?
No, I know it's from our frequent Coventry colleague Phil Rowe, has said, "Cholet, this has to stop."
Oh,
very good, Phil. Here all week.
The ball is inspected by umpire Redfern, and she tosses it back to bowler Harris. 2, 7, 8 for 9. Respectability for Northants thanks to their last 3 wickets. As Harris bowls, and that's knocked away on the offside by Miller. They'll look for 2 down to third man, but settle for 1. That's 4 balls of the over, so the pattern continues. Russell left to defend 2 balls. Glamorgan are being frustrated by the Northants lower order. The visitors are 279 for 9 with debutant Gus Miller on 40 not out, and Glamorgan's bowlers performing really well in the afternoon session to take 5 wickets but haven't quite been able to finish the job. 3 wickets today for James Harris and for Andrew Gorvin, 2 to Van der Hoogten, who's been economical and dangerous. Northants were struggling at tea but have posted the basis of a respectable total. They're 279 for 9. As that's up in the block hole and chopped by Russell into the slips, but on the bounce rather than on the full. 279 for 9, so that my better half knows that I'm still alive. She'll be in a radio studio listening, or probably ignoring that radio update. Getting ready to mastermind the final hour of the Roy Noble show. As Harris is in and bowls and Russell defends. Back to the bowler. End of Harris's over. He has 3 for 99 of 22 overs, so a bit more expensive than the rest, but he is quite often employed by Glamorgan to use the short pitched ball and chance his arm somewhat, and occasionally gets hit round. But Harris did have the first 2 wickets this morning to get Glamorgan started.
It seems as though most counties now have got somebody that fulfills that role, and George Scrimshaw did it for Northamptonshire at Grace Road in the match there. Obviously, unfortunately, George won't be playing again this season, which is sad for him, sad for Northamptonshire, but hopefully he'll be back to fitness soon, ahead of 2025. For now, we're going to see Tim van der Hoogten.
I think he was briefly a Welsh fireman, wasn't he, George Scrimshaw? But there's been so many people been through the franchise doors that it's difficult to keep track of them all.
Yes, I'm probably not the right person to ask about that. It's going to be van der Hoogten to continue from the far end, River Taff end, to bowl to Gus Miller on 40. And he's in, bowls, and Miller clips it away nicely out to deep mid-wicket, but again we're in the realms of not taking anything other than boundaries for the first 3 or 4 balls of the over, so there's a single absolutely anywhere. It's this sort of cat and mouse that can be interesting, and after a while it probably gets a little bit tiresome. But
yeah, Scrimshaw was on the Welsh Fire books in 22.
okay,
May or may not have played.
here's Van der Hoogten in again, bowls. That's a beauty to Gus Miller. It's jagged back in, beats I think the inside edge of that attempted forcing stroke by Gus Miller. Goes through to Chris Cook.
How could I not be cognizant of the fact that George Scrimshaw has played 4 matches for Welsh Fire and claimed 4 wickets and scored 5 runs?
Well, that's very good knowledge.
It's Dr. Hignell's Glamorgan yearbook.
I shall make copious notes. Miller facing this next ball from Van der Hoogten. Short, it's gone straight up in the air. He must be caught. Fielder coming round, and he is caught. Very good catch by Kieran Carlson. Was up there a while, swirling around, and he's caught at deep backward point. Gus Miller for 40, but a really good effort by 22-year-old on first-class debut. Last out for 40, and Northamptonshire all out for 279. Van der Hoogten finishes with a 3rd wicket, and 279 for all out. I'm sure Northamptonshire would have been hoping for a few more at the start, but as you said, Nick, at 195 for 7, I think they would have snapped your hand off for 279.
So Van der Hoogten's 2 tail-end wickets leaves him with the best bowling figures, actually. 3 for 39, 3 for 50 for Andy Gorvin, 3 for 99 for James Harris, and 1 for Harry Podmore. And Lawrence will give the bowling analysis fairly shortly, but we'll take a little break there, and we have what is it, 7 overs for Glamorgan to bat, I believe.
Yes, that's
not
right.
2 off,
That's
9
right.
remaining.
Yeah.
Not 2 off. So Glamorgan with a tricky little spell to negotiate in reply to Northants 279 all out. 3 wickets apiece for Van der Hoogten, Gorvin and Harris. Gay's 65 was the top score. Proctor 48. Miller last out for 40. We'll be back in around about 7 or 8 minutes' time.
coming in to bowl to Eddie Byram from the River Taff end, and the first ball back of a length, and Byram playing it down to backward point on the bounce, fielded there by Justin Broad, and there's no run. Billy Root at the non-striker's end. So Weatherall, he has got pace, Edward, as we were saying earlier.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see. The tricky 7 overs for Glamorgan, but interesting to see if they take advantage of this pitch.
Here is Weatherall in and bowls to Byram, short of a length again, and this time he turns it down off his midriff, down for a single on the leg side, just behind square. Russell with the towel hanging out from the back of his trousers. Fields, and Eddie Byram is up and running, as are Glamorgan. Single to him, 1 for no wicket.
Yes, Glamorgan didn't get much from the new ball at the start. 2 early wickets, yes, but there wasn't much doing with the ball. But then in the afternoon, it was going everywhere. And in the evening, it died completely. So, as I say, very interesting.
Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Root, and he gets something on that. It's gone down to fine leg for 4, buys, so nothing at all, in fact. It beat the dive of Lewis McManus and goes down to the fence for 4, so 5 for no wicket. Glamorgan.
Have you noticed, Andrew, that the green patch is slowly going backwards, if you know what I mean?
Yes, yes it is. Yeah, it is. It was very, very distinct. We described it this morning.
Whether that in the afternoon, after that good session from the 2 Glamorgan team, has eased so much. Anyway.
Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Billy Root, clipped away out to mid-wicket, but straight to Alex Russell, and there's no run. What will be interesting, I suspect, is if we get the weather that we're supposed to get over the next couple of days, when it's fine and dry, whether a bit of sunshine on that, whether it will.
It'll be interesting to see, because it's a funny sort of pitch, isn't it? I still think that
it's made for a very interesting day's cricket.
Yeah, it's been good stuff.
Because it's given everybody a bit of a chance.
Compare this to the other one day?
Well, you can't.
Thank you.
Proper cricket. Here's Weatherall running in to bowl to Root, who clips that away down towards deep backward square. There's a bit of a chase round there for Gus Miller, who sends in his return, slap into the gloves of Lewis McManus. So Billy Root is away as well with a single. The fact that Gus Miller is down there makes me think that probably he's going to take the new ball.
Ah, good.
Well, he's already, as we were discussing when I was on with... Yeah.
Simply because he played so well.
Yeah, bit of momentum, bit of confidence.
Confidence, exactly.
Then the poor devil will have it all sucked out of him when he has to talk to me at the close of play, but there you go. Can't have everything. Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Byram, who again tickles it down the leg side, down to Gus Miller at deep fine leg. He comes through for another single, so productive start for Glamorgan. 7 runs coming off it, 3 off the bat and the 4 buys, 2 to Byram, 1 to Root, and it is indeed going to be Gus Miller to open the bowling.
Yes, I quite agree. It's been a cracking opening day, and let's hope of the same. I shall be watching for the next 3 days, and very interested. I've had a sort of confused.com sort of day. I've been thinking it's Monday all day. Rang my grandson, could he go up to the supermarket and get me what gadget I needed? And then he said, no, they close, it's Sunday. Oh yes, of course. Have you been to the Nets? I said, thinking it was Monday night. The Nets. No, it's Sunday. Oh dear.
Well, it is a little hard.
As we get older.
Well, it's championship matches starting on different days, isn't it?
That's right.
Because of course we just about got used to them starting on Friday. Now they're starting on Sunday.
Sadly, whatever day of the week, you're not going to get a huge crowds, are you, like we used to in the old days. Here is the first ball bowled round the wicket from Miller, and it's defended there by Byram, 2 left-handers, and that was exactly like Northants, Muscanellis and Emilio Gay.
Well, he hasn't emulated Tony Pemberthy, Cornwall's finest, by taking a wicket with his first ball in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire, which Pembers did.
I told you I played against his father at Lord's.
Gerald. Oh yes,
I played against him.
What a legend.
Troon.
Oh yes, of course, yes.
In comes Miller, bowls, and just short of a length, and it's dabbed away into the offside.
Who was that for, Eddie?
Gowton.
Because Gowton, true this, they were big rivals in the early days of the National Village.
Played through in '73, also at Lords in the final. We lost that one, and then I think we played them again. I'm not sure, but we beat some other side in the final in '75. So it's good. Yeah, I remember him.
Yes, Gerald and Wendy, Tony's parents, lovely people.
Good all-rounder he was.
Oh yeah.
Here is Miller. Nice easy action coming round the wicket and bowls. Again, an identical ball, an identical shot. Nothing has seemed yet from this end. And when Van der Gooten was bowling, I think that's where it was going, if you remember that period.
Yeah.
So it'll be the quicker bowler, Weatherall, will try and take advantage.
Elsewhere, close of play in quite a few of the games. Of course, we're running comfortably over time here. Durham have closed on 4:45 for 4 against Essex down at Chelmsford.
Was that a put in as well? No. Oh, I don't know.
Let's have a look.
Anyway, let's look at the next delivery. Now everybody must think on the opposition that he beat him outside the off stump, but Byram, do you remember Mark Benson in the old days, is exactly the same. He just goes through and pushes after he knows the ball is gone. False hopes.
Yeah, Durham 4:45 for 4-0, won the toss and batted.
Right.
Alex Lees made 113. Ollie Robinson, another one in the
He's in the mix.
batter brigade, 146 not out. Timely, as they say.
What a wonder coming in 6. Here's Gus Miller. Comes in, bowls again. Byron defends, and there's no run.
Still playing at Canterbury. Kent 244 all out against Lancashire, who are 34 for 1 in reply, having lost Keaton Jennings for a duck. For Kent, well, bits and pieces really down the order. 3 wickets for George Balderson and 3 wickets for Nathan Lyon for Lancashire.
And here is Miller looking for a maiden over. He's got 1 ball to bowl and bowls it, and it's going to get it. Well bowled, young man. And that is the end of the over. 7 without loss, and we now have 6 overs left this evening. Glamorgan will be hoping that they can get all their wickets intact in the morning. Nothing to terrorise the batsmen in the first 2 overs. They didn't quite get the line. They got the line all right, but not the length. I thought that just a little bit too short, Mel. I don't know what you think.
No, I think
Weather was drifting down the leg side, so you've got to put it in the right spot.
Well, hopefully they'll have learnt from the experiences of their respective first overs. At Trent Bridge, close of play there. Nottinghamshire 326 for 8 against Somerset. Ollie Stone 74 not out, batting down the order. Here's Weatherall in bowls to Billy Root again outside the leg stump, turned down to Gus Miller at long leg for a single. Root to 2, 8 for no wicket. At Edgbaston, Hampshire bowled out for 298 by Warwickshire, who are 34 for no wicket in reply, still playing there. For Hampshire, Fletcher Middleton top scored with 74. 3 wickets apiece for Ed Barnard, Craig Miles and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Here's Rafi Weatherall in and bowls to Byram, plays it down to backward point there. Justin Broadfields, and there's no run. At New Road, Surrey 333 for 5 against Worcestershire. Ben Folkes out for 52, Jamie Smith out for 86.
Sure.
But still there, Dan Lawrence 89 not out. So Surrey, having made a bit of a stuttering start, how many times do we say that, have recovered and recovered very strongly.
Steve James of this parish wrote the other day.
Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Byram, who plays it back down the pitch. Weatherall fields off his own bowling
In his column in the Times, and he would go for Jamie Smith, which was very interesting. But he's a very, very exciting player for such a young man, and not only in one-day cricket but also in 4-day cricket, and he does keep well. What do you do? I don't know.
Difficult one, isn't it? At Lords, Middlesex 315 for 7
Never covered there.
against Derbyshire. Ryan Higgins 92 not out, Toby Rowland-Jones 44 not out. Weatherall in bowls,
Shot.
driven pleasantly by Eddie Byram. He's just going to get a single as it goes to the right of Luke Proctor at mid-off. Stays.
Who's the third
position.
seam, Andrew?
Well, that's a very good question. It will be, I would imagine, either Proctor himself or Justin Broad.
And
Those are the options.
what does Russell bowl?
A leg spin.
Oh, lovely. Look forward to a bit of that.
Here's Rafi Weatherall running into bowl to Billy Roots, who's struck on the pad. I think maybe a bit of bat involved. Certainly a little bit of excitement from behind the wicket, none at all from Rafi Weatherall. At Hove, Sussex 407 for 7 against Leicestershire. John Simpson 170 not out off 241 balls. And close of play at Scarborough, Yorkshire 348 for 3.
Bit early there
What's that?
because
307. Well, now I think on time. I think 307 opening partnership there. Of course, here's Weatherall in, bowls to Billy Root, who chips that uppishly just over the head of Russell at square leg, and it runs away for 4. Takes Billy Root to 6, and at the end of the over, 13 for no wicket.
Had you had Weatherall or the other opening bowler Miller fielding there, it would have been a catcher.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a
Yeah,
taller man, comma. Yeah, so Adam Lyth made 129, Finn Bean 164, but they also lost James Wharton just before the close. But 348 for 3 off 96. Nice day's play at Scarborough, and I'm sure many will be heading to the chippy.
No, they'll go to the Albert first. That's what they normally
to the
do.
chippy.
The old press boys used to a couple in the Albert and then to the chippy. We used to listen to our old friend Martin Seavey, who was departed, Holdingforth.
Yes.
Here's,
Hard to miss, really.
Miller to start another over. And that's nicely, well, not nicely, it is driven all along the ground and it was aimed at mid-off, but it's going to be 4 runs to cover that very short boundary. And Glamorgan have moved quite swiftly now on to 17 without loss. We have 3.5 overs left. No alarms as yet, except for that little chip from Barut, which was just over the head of... What was that? Was it Miller or Vasconcelos? Yeah.
Miller. Sorry, Russell.
Russell,
Yeah, Russell was
Yeah.
the fielder off Rafi.
Here's Miller again. Comes in, bowls, and that's played away onto the offside. This time there is no run. First run's off Miller. Played so well for his 40. Was it 40 exactly? I think, yeah, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Didn't put that in. So the main contributors, Emilio Gay 65, Captain Proctor made 48, and then Patterson White, Miller 40, Patterson White 30, but played well towards the end. Weatherall 13, but it's Miller coming in, round the wicket, bowls again, and this time it is defended by Eddie Byram, away onto the offside, and they go through for a single. 18 without loss in the 4th of the 7 overs.
You'll be putting in your claim for overtime, I hope, Eddie, after...
Yes.
It'll be about 40 minutes over, aren't we? Something like that.
How often do we finish at 6?
Rarely. Rarely.
Miller persists round the wicket. This time he's bowling to Root. He's in and bowls, and Root defends outside the line of off stump. Interesting, Miller hasn't... nothing's deviated, is it?
No.
From Miller, which, as we saw, I know Harris got 3 wickets, but it was definitely coming up from the CN that there was considerable movement for Gorvin and Van der Guten.
Gus Miller generally is sort of a bit of a hit the pitch
Yes, you can
bowler,
see
I
that
think,
with his
you'll
height
have-
as well.
yeah, as you'll have spotted.
He's coming in now and bowls to Root. Root goes back, plays it back to the man at backward square. The deep gully position, there's no run. There are 3 slips. Man, well, you can call him short cover, extra cover to mid-off, a mid-wicket to mid-on, and a fine leg, which is the conventional field for just about every pace bowler in the country.
Yes, it's like T20 now. Commentator Malloy was saying the other night, one of the games, how rarely you see anything other than a deep backward point and a deep backward square in the power play.
Absolutely. Here's the next delivery. It's played comfortably by Root, and there's no run. Yeah, I remarked on that in commentary the other night. And the bowlers, we think, oh, that's a short ball, but they do bowl for it, and often you see the pull. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Dig it into the pitch.
Gloucestershire at one stage had 2 back there.
Really?
Yeah. Their 2 outside fielders were mid-wicket and cow corner. Just a shot of the dressing room, and Tim van der Gooten has not got his pants on. I didn't see James Harris, so he might be getting the leggings on. Miller bowls. That's 4 runs, I think. Or it's been me caught down towards third man, and it is 4 runs. If you don't have a third man, you should have. 24 without loss, and quite a rapid start this for Glamorgan, and they're taking advantage of the close fielders right round the back.
I have to ask you, because I know you're not with us tomorrow, but I was talking to Jeff Cook. He was one of our guests on the cricket show on BBC Northampton last Monday.
Great man.
Came on because he's the latest inductee into Northamptonshire's Hall of Fame, and played more games for Northamptonshire than anybody else across all formats. 774, 376 of them as captain. And we were saying about players who missed out on T20 cricket who would have been wonderful at it, as Weatherall comes in and bowls start of the next over to Eddie Byram, who leaves it alone, goes through to Lewis McManus, and I mean, he was talking about obviously his old opening partner Wayne Larkins, and you think about
Ned would have enjoyed that.
Well, the thing is, Ned was batting in the power play about 30 years before, 40 years before power plays came along. Just ask Jonathan Agnew. Well, it used to get he wasn't alone by any stretch of the imagination, but a few spankings handed out by Ned against the new ball. Weatherall goes outside the off stump, left alone by Eddie Byram.
Bowling playing at Hartlepool. He was with Durham then. He got about 160, and I think it was Steve Barwick bowling for Glamorgan, and he had another 6 with sailing, and somebody said it's quite dangerous bowling. Steve Barwick said it's dangerous for us, not him, because he kept pitching short and kept landing in the tents. He was a good player, though, Ned. Good player.
Wonderful player. Here's Weatherall in bowls to Byram, turns it nicely down to deep backward square for a single, fielded down there by Alex Russell. One more onto the total. Byram to 9, 25 for no wicket. 2 overs to go in the day's play after this one. Yes, I mean, Jeff was as he is incredibly modest, and I'd sort of said to him about the way it was a wonderful complementary opening partnership, in that you had Jeff, who was the sort of the solid player, and Ned the flamboyant one, and I'll come back to that in a second as Weatherall's in. Bowls very full and jammed down on it by Billy Root. He's going to get a slightly fortuitous single. As I suspect he didn't miss leg stump by a great deal. Fielded by Gus Miller down on the boundary. One more to Root. He goes to 11, 26 for no wicket.
I'm just trying to think. Do you remember, I'm sure you will, the young opener for Somerset, Mark Lathwell, who played a game for England, gave up at the age of about 25, didn't like it anymore. I saw him get runs against Glamorgan, against Steve Watkin and somebody else in 97. Not 97, 96, and he was terrific.
Yeah, great talent. Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Byram. Just gets on top of the bounce and nudges it down to deep square. Russell again in off the boundary to field.
Well, I'm trying to rack my brains. I can't think of anything. The Glamorgan side were real dashers, but they were solid players. But they'd adapt, you see.
But certainly, well, Lamb and Larkins batting together in T20 would have been worth seeing. 27 for no wicket it is. Rob Keogh is limbering up, so I wonder if we might see a...
Oh, he's got a happy hunting ground against Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Well, up at your place, but do you remember that game?
The 9 for. It's the only man
Spun like a top.
the only man to hit a double 100 and take a 9 for in first class cricket for Northamptonshire. Here's Weather all round the wicket, bowls to Root, who is squared up by that one. I'm not sure what it came off, but it
just hit
looped
the spot, yeah.
back towards the bowler, so there's a little bit there for Weather.
It's the first one though, isn't it?
First one, it is the first one.
Yeah.
End of the over, 27 for no wicket, 10 to Byram, 11 to Root. We have 2 to go.
That game where he took a 9 for was when Carlson took 5
Yes,
for split
on debut,
On
wasn't it?
debut.
Yeah.
Come and have a bowl just before tea, Jack Rudolph said. And then he took a wicket immediately and proceeded to take a 5 for and doesn't bowl and is recognised as a Glamorgan regular. But he didn't bowl at all. He hasn't in the T20, which amazed us a bit. Who is the coach now with you?
John Sadler is head coach. And
Ex-Derby,
the two that you would just have seen on, if you've got the stream on, the two men down there are Rory Kleinveld, who's the bowling coach, and Greg Smith, who's the batting coach.
Oh, yes. Greg Smith. Leicestershire, was it?
Yeah, Essex and
then Leicester, I think. I remember Waggy telling us, Graham Wagg, that he tried his best to persuade Glamorgan to sign Smith because he was a very good cricketer. Right, we have Miller to bowl his third over.
And then I suspect we shall see Keogh bowl the last one.
This is the penultimate. And Miller will give his all here to try and get something. As he comes round the wicket and bowls. This is played defensively by Eddie Byram. He's on 10. Root is on 11. 27 without loss. So it's quite a brisk start, this.
George Bartlett's on as 12th man. I think that's because Justin Broad is getting the kit on, the shin pads and whatever, and the helmet's now being brought down the pavilion steps, presumably for Lewis McManus, so we are going to see spin.
Right. In comes Miller. Gathers pace. In he bowls. Just tucked away nicely. Nice looking shot. Goes down to a fine leg. And they amble through for a single. And Glamorgan will be quite happy, and if they can survive this over, they're only going to lose 1 wicket this evening. If they do.
That's right.
One way of looking at it, I suppose.
Rob Keogh's going through his always fairly elaborate and lengthy warming up routine. It takes him a little while these days, he says, but
Don't forget Rob Bailey bowled off spin as well.
he did,
didn't
absolutely. Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
He's a slightly reluctant bowler, I think, Baylor's, but not the worst.
No, he wasn't. In comes the next ball, and that's a good length ball, which is played defensively by Root. And he is on 11. 28 without loss, and we've got 9 balls left this evening. Maybe less, if there's a wicket in that last over.
Justin Broad's coming down the pavilion steps with all the protective equipment on, so don't think Wilfred Wooler would have approved, would he?
Well, Peter Walker didn't approve
No,
it.
no.
All he had was at times he didn't even have a box on.
No.
He took 600 catches at short leg. Then comes the next ball. And that's defensively pushed out onto the offside.
Yeah, we're talking about Rob Bailey this morning. For Northamptonshire, across all formats, 31,191 runs. Just ahead of Alan Lamb, 30,335. Wayne Larkins and Jeff Cook both 29,000 odd.
And both left for other clubs, so that's a...
Yeah. And Dennis Brooks, 28,980.
Just counted championship.
All in first class, yeah.
In comes Miller. Kept a bit low, pushed away into the offside, no run. And as far as Glamorgan, the great Alan Jones, so I said I was with Saturday morning coaching, 35,000 first class. He did play a bit of one-day cricket, but didn't enjoy it. It wasn't very effective. But what do you think? He played half his career without a helmet.
Yes, absolutely.
Got hundreds against Australia, South Africa, and then was going to get his second 100 against Australia at Swansea, blocked 4 balls. He wanted 4 for his 100. As we watch this last ball here, not a nice looking shot, 4 runs. As it go up through the cover region and hits the fence now. So that's the end of the over. And Glamorgan a rapid start here, 32 for no wicket. And Alan blocked 4. I had the film, the old film at home. And then he tried to get us to hit Vivers, Tom Vivers, remember the off spinner, over the top. And who was waiting there was Neil Hawke. Caught him, and Alan was out for 96. And he would have got a second 100. Then got another 100 against a ferocious West Indies attack. And he was only a little, I don't know if you've seen him,
I did,
fellow.
I remember seeing him, obviously, right at the end, towards the back end of his career. But
Huge respect for Alan.
I do remember
Lovely
him.
man.
Do remember him playing. You're also talking about Majid Khan this morning, and he features in the book, not really because David Steele, one of his very rare outings as Northamptonshire captain, was at Wellingborough School in 1975.
Did you see that in
the course of Northamptonshire going through 4 captains in 3 weeks for various reasons? And Steely captained that one, and as you saw, Majid Khan hit them all over Wellingborough.
Well, he got the fastest 50 in the season.
50 off 23 balls, something like that, which I know is by T20 standards.
He was a beautiful player.
Fairly pedestrian, but my goodness, he wasn't he? That wonderful floppy sun hat he used to wear. Rob Keogh, then it's going to be to bowl the last over of the day from the River Taff end with a slip and a forward short leg. And he's in, bowls, turns that one away from Eddie Byram, who lets it go through.
Yeah, I was telling Nick this morning, that's the reason I think Carlson bowled, because there were 2 lefties in at the start of the innings for Northam. So this is the reason I think that he is in, don't you, before Miller?
Absolutely. Fielders running in all directions at the moment. They've got now a man on the drive at short extra. Miller's being pushed back to a more orthodox extra cover, and a man round the corner on the 45. That's Russell. Again, it turns away from Byram.
Nice,
so there's a
flight.
Little bit in there for.
Well, he will get it because he's a big lad, And
he does give it a rip.
how old is he now?
Oh, 32.
Oh, younger than I thought.
Round the wicket, bowls, and again brings Byram forward, dropping it down into the offside. Yeah, I mean, he's now in his 14th season as a first team cricketer for Northamptonshire.
Nice.
Here's Keogh in again. That's a bit short, and it's put away by Byram. That was short ball, bit of width, basically got what it deserved. Put away for 4. So it takes Eddie Byram up to 15, 36.
Well,
for no wicket.
They've gone along at nearly 5.5 for no. I think that's because of the opening bowlers who are not probably first change. Had Sanderson been fit?
Yeah, I mean they're both
and White.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're both obviously. Rafi Weatherall is an out-and-out bowler who's in the very early stages of his career, and Gus Miller's
on his debut,
an all-rounder really, and it's quite a tough ask, I think. Here's Keogh, slightly quicker ball, and punched away by Byram. It's almost as if they're trying to tease him into taking a single out past Vasconcelos at short extra. Which brings us to the final ball of the day. That's 36 for no wicket. And here is Keogh to bowl it. And he bowls to Eddie Byram, who plays that, well, off a little bit of bat and maybe a bit of pad as well, but it lands in front of Justin Broad at forward short leg. And that concludes the entertainment for the day. And it's been
a very entertaining day.
It's been a very entertaining day. 36 for no wicket, Glamorgan, replying to Northamptonshire's 279 all out. Eddie Byram is 15 not out. Billy Root also 15 not out. And Gus Miller 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. Gus Miller on his first class debut, having earlier weighed in with a very handy 40. So the other bowling figures, Rafi Weatherall 3 overs for 12 and Keogh 1 over for 4. So 36 for no wicket. And honours, I don't know, fairly even, I think.
Fairly even. It's been a great day's cricket, really, and I be surprised if there isn't a result to this game. The only thing perhaps that makes me doubt is the history of this square. Well, Nick will tell you as well that you don't get. We've all been saying, oh, it'll turn, the hot weather we are spending the last day, but it seems to get better and better, unfortunately. But you never know, and it's going to be very interesting. But well, it's good to see you, Andrew, again as a guest coming down here, and we'll keep in touch.
Oh, absolutely, we shall.
I might pop up on Thursday, actually, on what day is it? Yeah, I go. Yeah. On Tuesday. On Tuesday.
Come up and see us, Eddie. It's always a delight to share the microphone with you and to.
We'll have a chat again.
Watch the game and
talk nonsense.
Talk nonsense. Well, we've been doing it for long enough. But anyway, that is close of play. Then we shall be back, of course, tomorrow morning, bright and early. Certainly in time for the start of play at 5 minutes to 11 or thereabouts. So. From Nick Webb, from Edward Bevan and myself, Andrew Radd, have a very enjoyable evening, and